Hello, friends. Hello, traders. Hello, everyone else. I'd like to welcome you to the biggest, most watched live futures trading broadcast worldwide, Topstep TV. This is opening call. He's Kirk, and I'm Spock.
Live long and prosper.
We will. So glad you can make it. You're at the right place at the right time. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today. Throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, that voice in your head that keeps telling you, be kind to people, respect people, and you will get the same. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. Game plan? Checklist? Is that journal ready? Are your pencils sharpened? Ink in your pen? Check. And thank you very much. Check. I'd like to say good morning to our good friend and the master, Johnny.
Good morning,
John Hoagland. Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Eddie. Yeah, it's time, man. We've been waiting for this day. The CPI numbers are out. Markets are moving. Welcome to the opening call, Thursday, January the 11th. We are going to be attempting to put some sort of context over the market, and always remember, it's all about risk management and patience, especially on days like today. Days like today tend to be what I call polarizing. Traders either do very well or very badly. If you get profits early, make sure you protect some of those profits. These days have a real tendency of removing early profits later on in the day. So just take care of yourselves, take care of your risk, and we'll see if we can't put together a good day.
Let's do it, Johnny. All right. As we can see, if you've turned your screens on, CPI has hit the wire. The market blender has been turned on. Lots of movement here. Yesterday, we did see that the Dow gained 40, S&P gained 8, and the NASDAQ gained 59. But right now, looking a little heavy on all the markets. Yesterday we closed green pretty much. S&P up 0.6%, NASDAQ 0.8%, and the Dow advanced by 0.5. Individual stocks, NVIDIA touched a fresh high, fourth quarter revenue to beat expectations, while the Facebook owner Meta Platforms hit its highest intraday level since 2021. Bitcoin back in the news again here today. SEC approves the first spot Bitcoin ETF. Bitcoin was trading a little higher today, with top U.S. securities regulators approved the first exchange traded funds tracking the spot price of cryptocurrency. So we have seen that Bitcoin has risen 1.4%, 46,283.40. There you go, Bitcoin making a comeback here, huh? So Johnny, what else you got for us? I know we have a CPI number came out, and boy, it hit the fan.
Yeah, yes, it did, and some differences from what they were expecting. I'm going to try and unpack those numbers very briefly here for everybody. The core month over month December CPI core, which removes energy and food from the inflation number, came out as expected at 3.3%, which is what it was in November. The core year over year came out as expected, actually 0.1% lower than November. But the CPI number, which includes everything, they were looking for 0.2% higher. November was 0.1% higher. That came out rising by 0.2% over the November number to 0.3%. So that came out higher than expected. And the year over year CPI overall also came out higher than expected. November's number was 3.1%. They were expecting 3.2%. It came out 3.4%. So 0.3% higher than they were expecting. The market has responded to that as we might think. What these numbers are saying to me is it's quite possible that they are going to maintain current interest rates for a longer period of time. These numbers are showing a little bit of an increase in the rate of inflation. So keep your eyes on the markets. Of course, we have to trade what we see, but this information is now in the market and being digested. Going to be a very interesting and challenging trading day. Not only did the CPI numbers came out, the jobless claims came out. They were looking
did.
for the initial jobless claims to rise from 202,000 in the previous week to 210,000 in this week, and it remained at 202,000. That's still the lowest level of initial jobless claims since October. The continuing jobless claims also came out lower than expected and lower than last week's. Now, with the CPI number coming out, is anybody really paying attention to the jobless claims? I don't know. 9:30 nat gas comes out. 11:40 today. Barking. One of the talking feds will be barking. 12 o'clock, we have a 30-year bond auction where there will be a lot of eyes on that. And the yield on the, and the Treasury statement comes out at 1 p.m. Central. Now, after the numbers came out, VIX actually dropped down to 12.58. The dollar index rose a little bit, 102.44. The yield on the 10-year took a nice jump to the upside, of course. Now holding comfortably, if you will, above 4% at 4.05%. There's what we've got as far as economic numbers are concerned. What's it all mean?
Well, I think we're going to soon find out pretty much by letting this market sort of open up and tell us. Remember, we're watching charts to tell us that story. But crude traders, we did see that crude rise here today earlier, but with that CPI, it is moving fast. Now, yesterday we did see the crude traders earlier today, 1.9%, 72.75 a barrel, and Brent 78.17. Now, both benchmarks settled lower yesterday. That was after official data showed the unexpected weekly build of 1.3 million barrels in U.S. inventories. Now, that was contrasting with earlier industry data that signaled a weekly draw. So they threw the curveball at us there. So crude traders, heads up today. John, 24 years, that's a long time, right?
Yeah. I would say so. Sounds like a sentence.
It sounds like it doesn't seem like a long time if you're a vampire, but we're not vampires. 24 years, the Patriots and Bill Belichick part ways. So that's a new one. New England team will get its first new head coach in almost a quarter of a century. And also on the football front, Nick Saban won 7 national championships for Alabama. He has had retired 17 seasons. 72-year-old Saban restored the Crimson Tide to a program once ruled by Paul Bear Bryant. I remember that guy. He used to have the George Halas hat and everything, but since taking over in 2007. So there's some football know-how and news on the football front. And James, let's remind everybody what we've been talking about all week for our top step tip of the week. Journaling. Have you been journaling? Now, yesterday we took a poll and a great number of people are journaling. Now, the question is for those that aren't, I hope you're doing well. If not, maybe journaling is something you need to start doing. John, your take here on a Thursday, journaling. There it is.
Started already.
Got it.
I haven't even traded and I'm already journaling. So important to do. So important.
Yes, very much so. All right. Well, without further ado, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants in the charts?
All right. Here is the daily in the S&Ps, and I've left the dome up here just to kind of talk about how thin the dome was before that CPI number came out. Typically in the S&Ps, we're going to see at least 100 on every bid and every offer. We're going to see larger numbers at areas of liquidity. But when that number came out, there was actually a spread between the bid and offer, and I didn't see anything other than single digits numbers of bids and offers in the dome. That's how thin the market is. That's how many people, algos, HFTs, people, they just don't want to be involved in that initial knee-jerk reaction. Now, these days, CPI days, FOMC days, any day that there's an important number or important information coming out, these days are usually fraught with a lot of fake breakouts, a lot of overextended moves. And I think we had a little bit of an overextended move prior to the open to the downside here. Okay, enough about that. The daily, we did close above weekly kickoff high. We know that we've got a week high above here at the all-time high. There were three week highs, two in the overnight, which put in the all-time high, which the market doesn't like, and one in the regular trading hours. Now that was right during the holiday week here, 27th, 28th, and 29th. There was very little volume up there, but the fact that those weak highs remain are kind of visual targets, especially for shorter time frame and medium time frame speculators. So we tried to get up there last night. We got it. We tried to get up there yesterday. We didn't get there. We tried to get there last night. We didn't get there. Now we have new information in the marketplace. So here's our little acronym, ACH, anything can happen. So that weak high is still probably being targeted by some weaker hands traders. Yesterday, on a move to the upside and a close above weekly kickoff high, we lost 8,000 in open interest. Now that's an estimated number, still indicating that wasn't new buyers coming up to try and push market higher. That was probably more traders and longer time frame traders evening inventory and hedging themselves for this morning's CPI number. We still have PPI tomorrow. There's more information due out today. Again, anything can happen. There is high risk today. We're already seeing in the volatile move that came in the CPI number. We don't know yet how regular trading hour traders are going to be responding to this throughout the day. My suggestion, size down a little bit. Watch for those kind of extended failed traps, when it looks like the market's really going to tank. A lot of folks are probably going to try and take that momentum trade, and they're probably going to get kind of ripped on the move back up. Same thing can happen on the upside. We don't know what's going to happen. Trade what you see, size down a little bit to manage your risk, because there is probably a greater deal of risk in the markets today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Okay. We can take this dome off of here so we can really focus here on the charts. So here is scaling. So we've been continuing this move to the upside since our little pullback. We got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, value moving higher, prices continuing to move higher. Volume, I don't think, has been all that tremendous, and we've been kind of waffling as far as open interest is concerned. So here is when the CPI came out. It looks like if we were to open now, we're not going to be opening with a gap. Is there any overnight inventory? Well, if there is, I would have to say would probably be a lot of shorts jumping into this market after that CPI number came out. Look at the volume prior to the open, the 730 bar. This isn't even part of the regular trading hours. Some pretty good volume on that push to the downside. Weekly kickoff level of 48.16 is in play today. We traded up to the last week's high, almost to the tick yesterday, looking above, maybe getting a little bit too long this morning. All those longs are now out, probably looking to the short side, but it looks like we're pretty good probability we're going to open up in range and in value from yesterday. So is this going to be a huge event today? Is it not going to be a huge event today? I mean, the numbers are saying that the rate of inflation went a little bit faster than they were hoping. So that, again, might have the FOMC thinking, well, maybe we need to keep rates a little right where they are for a little bit longer. And I think that was the knee-jerk reaction that we saw this morning in the marketplace. So weekly kickoff level going to be somewhat pivotal for us today. If we can maintain price below that, a couple of other levels, upside, we're really just looking at that all-time high, which was 48.41.50. Anything above that is free air. A lot of space up above there. Space, the final frontier. I'm Kirk, Eddie's Spock. We should probably do the Star Trek reference there. So
that's the best I can do.
Outside targets. Well, not in regular trading hours, but we already traded to the point of control from yesterday. We looked a little bit below it. This is a little bit off as far as the points of control that I see on my other platforms, but there are still points of control down below to contend with. The naked points of control that I will focus on possible targets and to see if we break through them would be 47.62, which is right here, and below that 47.02. Now that 47.02 level, that's a really important level, because that is where the FOMC meeting on the 13th of December really pushed this market higher. So this is going to be a really important level for us to be able to maintain if we're going to kind of maintain market state to the upside or fall into some sort of range. One of the short time frame levels that I'm kind of looking at in the day time frame today is this afternoon pullback right down here. That afternoon pullback takes us down to 48.0575. 0575. Well, we looked below it. We've rejected that level so far. It looks like we're again going to be probably opening inside of range, maybe inside, maybe outside of value. We don't know. It's going to be an interesting trading day. The profile yesterday was a normal variation trading day, neutral, kind of telling us that this market is likely to seek new levels. It was almost a double distribution trend day. We've got the distribution here and a small distribution up here above weekly kickoff high. Opening between them, the first thing we would think would be going into repair. So watch where we open. If we open significantly above weekly kickoff high, we may be rejecting value from yesterday. We open inside value. It may give us an opportunity to kind of relax a little bit, maybe see what the market offers. But remember, we did have an important number, important information. When the regular trading hours open, all of the participants, long time frame to the shortest of time frames, will be in the market and available and able to affect price. Here's the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, again, it had been presenting as weaker. It's now presenting as stronger. We added 2,900 in open interest yesterday. Volume is largely maintaining, which is good on up days. So that open interest increase, which is only 2,900, but it does indicate that there's a little bit more upside optimism in the NASDAQ than we would see in the broadest of the indexes, the S&Ps. The weekly kickoff high, 17,022, was tested in the overnight last night. Above that, we've got last week's high, 17,038. That's an interesting area, kind of a high target level. We've got the all-time high at 17,165 quarter, and anything above that is space, the final frontier, just like we said in the S&Ps. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. There's so much information that I want to impart in so little time. So let's take a look here. So, what we did see in the overnight was rejection above weekly kickoff high and above last week's high. We've seen it now in the 730 number. We were looking above. The market has taken us back into range and somewhat back into value. If we somehow open with a gap, we'll use gap rules initially. If we were to open above yesterday's range, that might indicate possible acceptance of higher pricing. And if we can't close that gap, that means we're looking for opportunities to go in the direction of the gap. Opening with a gap, coming back to value would change that to a potential value area special situation play and a potential move to the downside. As far as downside targets, look at where the market traded to after the number came out. It traded down to 16,892 and a quarter. We talked about the afternoon pullback low in the S&Ps. 1682.75, 1692.75. We pulled back to 1692 quarter. The afternoon pullback low over, in prior to the session, offered an opportunity. It offered a little bit of support. Now, this is you would think this would be a more minor number, a kind of a secondary or a third area number, but it's what put in the low in the overnight session here. So we'll be watching that level. Below that, there are naked points of control down to 16,472. 470. There it is, right there. There is a naked point of control down at 16,370. 16,370. That's a long ways away. 16,370. Below that, 16,270. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation neutral day with a somewhat of a weak high. We did not have a strong high yesterday, but we've now started to kind of grow possible excess on the daily chart above that high. Just a couple of minutes left here. Let's take a look here at crude oil, which is so range bound. It is barcoding. Now there's opportunity in here, but overall in the longer time frame, this market is really in a serious area of balance. Volume has maintained largely. We did add 17,000 on the downside yesterday in open interest. Now that's an estimate, of course, but did we trap shorts down there? We assumed we kind of thought maybe we trapped some shorts down here on Monday. The move was in the opposite direction. Did we trap some more shorts and we're going to have that move in the opposite direction again? Now this is technical. This is looking at our direct competitors and time frames. If they're stuck one way or another in a range bound, the market's usually going to rip the other way, which it is already doing right now. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Well, we had this gap from Friday to Monday. We finally yesterday traded we closed the gap to the upside and closed the gap to the downside in regular trading hours. Largely, we're still inside that gap. We're day 3 trading basically inside that gap. So we've set up some parameters for range bound trade in short time frame. Anything above the gap high, anything below the gap low could be an opportunity for us to fade the extremes on this. We've got a point of control above that remains unchecked, 43.67. We got a point of control below, 40.43. Both of those could be easily targeted, and I'm not going to be looking for any breakouts while we remain inside of those points of control. All right. Take a look quickly here at gold. Gold. Boy, the 2031 level has become largely magnetic. Volume was pretty slow yesterday. We lost 3,200 in open interest on an attempted breakout to the downside below not only the weekly kickoff low, but that 50-session moving average. So the auction to the downside yesterday did not necessarily perform all that well. We saw the dollar pop today, so that's kind of taken us off the overnight highs here in gold. But kind of still kind of holding on just loosely to this balance area between weekly kickoff high, last week's low, or weekly kickoff low, last week's low, and weekly kickoff high. Take a quick look at the 30-minute chart here, and we'll get moving on here. So one of the things that I wanted to point out was we had a week low back here on Monday. The market really made a valiant attempt to go down and recheck that area, but it stopped short. It stopped short of it. It wasn't able to reach that. What doesn't happen can be as important as what does. Now we have new information. Look at this move in gold when that dollar popped. We're still trying to hold this 2031 weekly kickoff level. This is an important spot here. We've looked below it, rejected. We closed below it. Now we're showing possible signs of rejection again. Ladies and gentlemen, these are tough trading days. Size down. If you get up big money early, make sure you at least protect 50% of it. Days like today, important trading days, have a tendency to rip early profits away from traders, and we don't want that to happen to you. We're hoping you have a good day. So take your deep breath. You're humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And don't forget to pray for peace. Let's get into this. Let's have a good trading day. I'm really excited, but I'm going to remain patient.
Patience,
thank you very much.
Patience. Thanks, Johnny. Today a big day here at Topstep. Anne Marie's going to be joining us for Fast Markets. We also have a funded trader, Jenner. We're going to have Vanessa with Top Quiz, JD and Hoag for group coaching. RIPS going to join us all the way from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. We got Andre going to join us, also Jack, and of course the Hoag will be with us here most of the day. Hey, as we promised, we talked about this Bell to Bell Club. I'm going to get this out really quick here. Today is our first Bell to Bell Club giveaway for one free reset. Here's the thing. You got to be here all day. That's what it is, bell to bell. And we're going to be dropping a form here. We will drop the form multiple times throughout the day. We're not going to tell you when. We're just going to drop it, okay? And you'll have 5 minutes to add your name to the form. You must add your name to all the forms, okay, that are dropped in order to claim your one free reset. So then we're going to email those who qualify by the end of the day. And next Thursday, you will have 1 week to claim your free reset. So bell to bell, we're going to drop multiple form multiple times, but we're not going to say. So hopefully that gives you a little edge on knowing what we're doing here for our bell to bell club. Johnny, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right, then, let's do it.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with our fast markets. Stick around. Fast markets. Yes, we are here. We are back. And look who we brought with us. Good morning, Anne Marie.
Good morning. I'm in from the cold. I answered my
thank goodness.
When I first came in, it kept saying incorrect password. So I was rapping on the door again.
Knocking on the
We
door.
got you in here now. Nice. We got Andre and we got Hoag back here. Let's get our sea monkeys in the gates.
Nope.
Inside a minute here. And we're going to fire it up here in just a few seconds here and see what opportunity we have.
All right.
So I'm looking for the charts to really try to recapture a lot of this fade. We sort of ran into it in a crazy kind of way, just went through the overnight, kept going higher and higher and higher and higher. And then, so it was almost like okay, whatever the news is, we're selling it. And I think it's come right back into support. So it feels like it's going to keep running until it doesn't, I reckon.
Yeah, that was a trap.
And we're off.
Yes, it was.
I'd like to see what the opening range trade is going to look like. It's going to be
Yeah,
super
I'm
interesting.
going to put that up on the chart here. So this is the opening range, this gold bar here. I'm going to take it in just a small way, just to do it, to see if we get some good opportunity off of it today. You know, we've opened right at the high from yesterday's range, regular trading hour session range, of course. So far, it's a two and three quarter point opening range, which is not huge. We are more than halfway through the opening range. We're now at 3.3, 3.75 opening range. I'm going to start thinking about putting in my stop to get short. If we get close to, here we are. There's the stop. Where's the high of it? 30.25. And okay, we're here. So either side that the opening range breaks out, we're going to go in that direction. And basically our stop is already in. So we are short. I'm going to take my stop and I'm going to move it 5 ticks the other side of the opening range so that they don't tick me out if it's just going up to get the stops.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, we're looking at about 5 points of risk on this trade. And if this ends up being the high of the day and we start ripping to the downside, who knows how much profit this could bring. But of course, you know, this is very early. This is just an opening range trade. Take it because it's cheap. And sometimes you can really get into a really good trade here. So I don't know. We'll see. I've accepted the loss already, Anne-Marie.
You know what? You have to do that as a trader. You have to go, hey, this could happen, instead of being shocked by it happening, and then you become the deer in the headlights. So, yeah, for sure. We had a congestion space overnight that was, wow, several hours long with a, I'm looking at the NQ because I do trade that one primarily. Where's my ES? There we go. We've got the tilt at 71 on the NAS, but only 56, 57. Wow, opposite. The S&P tilt is 57 on the short side. The NAS tilt is, well, it was 60 on the long side before it faded into the space. Look at that short.
Yep.
What a beauty.
Right now we're at 1R.
Excellent. That is beautiful. That's really pretty. Okay, there's the VWAP test in the NQ. So I'm going to take the long at the VWAP.
Okay.
Just for a trend trade back up into the heavy congestion near 17,000, and then I'm going to flatten it.
So you are currently long at what
8,
price?
Flat. Oh shucks, I already closed it. So let me go to my positions and see what happened here. I went long at 78 and got out at 97.
So what's your P&L?
So the P&L is 630.
630. So you're up 630 already. Nice.
Already. Very nice. Good job.
Thank you. It was really right off the bounce of that VWAP because it's and I'm trading the NQ, of course, and this is what I've been noticing. It's paying a lot of attention to the VWAP lately. I mean, in a crazy way. Not normally. The Qs can be a little wonky, but they have been paying attention to that VWAP very, very much. And it was also the prior, what is that? A prior high, 16,000. I said, oh, I wish I'd held it. Wow.
Yeah. Right. So
yeah,
the S&Ps took us right to settlement, and that has given us a nice little bounce here, and we're kind of back in in this congestion area. But it looks like the liquidity is to the upside here in the S&Ps. I just got stopped out. So I maybe
Johnny.
should have taken that at 1R. I'm currently down $241, $241.
Buyer's strong here.
Yeah, Andre,
Yeah.
look at the
Look at the tick.
Yep.
The liquidity's higher.
Yep.
Okay, so what are you
Liquidity
guys seeing on the dome for
Seeing
what's next?
Yeah, we're kind of looking here. I mean, there's the liquidity in the below is 100, 120. But we're seeing some bigger liquidity numbers up here. So I'm going to try and just light and tight, take a long now above the opening range and see if we can take out some of that liquidity. Light and tight. I don't want to take a lot of risk on this.
I see
Or trade location in the day time frame. So
I see that spike from the CPI. The spike from the CPI is, what is that number? 17,057. Maybe that's a target. Maybe
17,000
on that upshot.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the overnight high. That would be certainly something that the traders would target.
Well, look who we have with us here today. Good morning,
MD?
Michael Patak joining us.
Hello.
You got snowed in, huh?
Hello, sir.
There he is, our fearless leader and captain.
Oh yeah, right here for duty, sir.
Okay, we are choppy.
People
Yes, we
hate winter. People hate winter storms, but my God, it is a whiteout outside, and there's
Finally.
bumper to
I
bumper
love
in
it.
the rural Aspen area.
Man,
Those are
I
Bumper to
love
bumper, really.
Oh
I
my
love
God!
the
Well, every
snow.
time I come into work, there's thousands and thousands of cars coming into Aspen. Well, they're all like
Tourists, Michael.
No, they're not tourists.
Oh,
They're,
nah.
They are hardworking folks coming into town and building the town of Snowmass and Aspen.
Oh, yeah.
Daily. Yeah.
Get yourself a snowmobile. Pass them all up.
Seriously.
There you go.
So I mean, think the strong hand is clearly on the long side at this juncture, but we're seeing a lot of range-based candlesticks. So I would say maybe look at I don't know, maybe a 2 or 3 minute candlestick formation that allows you to see old resistance and new support, and just buy that cycle. Maybe put up an exponential whatever. If you're looking at the candles and you go, I can't tell which way it's going, then you put a candle, you just put a moving average up there, and it'll sort of help you gauge where that is, because it is super, super choppy.
Yeah, it is.
Super choppy.
I'm getting chopped up as it is.
You up, down, or all around, Johnny?
I'm down a little bit. I'm down about $400, and I'm still in an open position here.
While I was jumping out, I got
it is really choppy.
yeah. I'm up $45.
Positive 3,200. Andre.
It's a good start.
Andre's been patient. He hasn't done anything yet, I don't think.
I have.
Oh, you're
I
up a
took a
little
trade.
bit.
I got frozen. I was freaking out. My internet went
Really?
down for a split second. Yeah, I did. I got short. I was off VWAP there, but then my internet went out for a split second. I was freaking out, but kind of worked out.
How much of that?
Yeah, clearly. Like Man Marie said, the moves to the upside. The longs the bulls are in control.
So I see the VPOC at 17,004. Is that what everybody else is seeing? That point of control?
The NASDAQ.
Do you see that in the NAS?
17. Are you talking about today's?
1704?
17,004.
Yeah,
as
that's
the
today's
point of control.
volume point of control. Correct.
Yeah. So maybe we see buyers on the other sides of that, or maybe trying to pick up the long action there. I I think I'm gonna wait for the. I think I'm gonna wait for that fade just under 17,000. See if I can take it long again.
Mhm.
And
Back down to that VWAP.
Yep.
yeah, I don't want it to eat into a good morning. Today is my birthday. I am.
Oh, happy
my
birthday!
God.
Is that true?
I'm
Wow.
58 years old.
Wow.
And when Andre told his birthday the other day, I was like, oh my gosh, I've got kids older than him.
Oh, come on.
What? Come on.
Oh, Anne-Marie. Happy
Anne-Marie.
birthday. I had you pegged at
Thank you.
35, Anne-Marie, so I don't know.
Oh, you. Well, I'm going to get your Christmas card
I
ready
mean-
right
Happy
now.
birthday!
Oh,
You
the
got a
chat's
lot of
loving it.
you got a lot of happy birthdays in the chat. And what's funny, Ann, I called my dad this morning. His birthday is right now, same day
Wow.
as yours.
What?
All right.
Us
Yeah.
11s.
All right,
Especially
That's going
for
crazy
us
right now,
11s. That's
11s.
awesome.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. He's 65. He had me when he was 19.
Kids having
Oh,
kids.
I had my first one when I was 19 also. I was like, I didn't know how to do laundry, didn't know how to boil.
What were you
not
guys
do a
doing?
thing.
Well, what were you guys doing back in the day? Everybody's getting married right out of high school.
I
Or
know.
having kids, I should say.
It was some hanky panky.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did get married right after my first year of college. I missed that joke. All right, here we go. Coming into that 17. I feel like I'm catching a falling knife here, but
Yeah, I already caught it.
I'm gonna see if I can give it a wiggle.
I got 05.
What was tilt at, Michael? Was it tilt play or no?
Nothing.
No, it's in the
55,
50s.
56.
Yes.
Look at all the liquidities above, Andre. Why is this breaking?
I don't know, John. It's counterintuitive today.
It might be
ACH.
sucking into the VWAP again. Let me see.
Anything happen?
Yeah, the VWAP is
well,
pretty
here's
close.
Here's VWAP in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
All righty. Let's see what we got.
23 quarter.
All
There we go.
right, let's.
Hey, Johnny,
let's put it-
question for you, my friend. We're above the 20-day VPOC and the 5-day VPOC. Market's accepting price above yesterday's value. Market-generated data is the best.
Yes, it is. And if that is the case, then I'm sitting in a good position and poor trade location.
There you go. That's from JP. Thanks, JP.
Thanks, JP.
All right, if we get a higher low coming into this VWAP,
Mm-hmm.
then I shall chase it. But I'm waiting.
You're on a
Your
2-minute
patience is
chart.
better than I got stopped out.
All right.
All right.
Our P&L's up.
It's a B2B day today, Michael.
B2B for sure day.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's a
And for
good way
those-
to check on it. That's a really good way. I mean, people are going to have to be really watching that chat carefully.
Oh,
All
yes.
right, am I going to have to chase this? I'm going to wait until this count.
For those just joining us, today's our first Bell to Bell Club giveaway. And you've got to be here all day and sign up to the forms when dropped. When dropped, you ask? Well, we're going to drop these forms multiple times throughout the day. We're not going to tell you when we're dropping them in. You have 5 minutes to add your name to the form and make sure you keep your name consistent. Don't change it up every time, and we'll be good to go. And then those emails qualify by the end of the day. Next Thursday, you'll have 1 week to claim the free reset.
I'm screwed.
All right, I'm long at this VWAP, but I don't
Emery,
feel
you trade-
happy.
Amory, you trade NASDAQ or S&Ps?
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ, okay.
Yeah. Big fan of the Nazi.
Awesome.
It gets me kerfuffled.
Let's hook her up on her birthday, NASDAQ. Come on.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a little early,
Really?
but crud. My stop is going to be 74, and Oh, is it coming to get me? Oh, there it did. It got me.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Yep,
we're out here
got me.
too. I'm just getting smoked.
Damn it.
All right, so now I'm back down to 275 up on the
Yeah,
day.
this is falling out of bed.
I
Now we
shredded
rallied
me.
off.
Oh, there you go. Look at
Nice
this
work,
whippy
rookie.
ass.
Jesus.
Okay, the NAS is 62 and 63. These are sort of the numbers that I like to sit and watch.
Wow.
We definitely are
Yeah.
breaking
Okay. Well,
sideways.
slippery, slippery slope.
Yep.
Back down to weekly kickoff low.
Good.
What's that
good,
weekly
good,
kickoff
yeah,
low, right?
Yeah,
In
too
the
good.
S&Ps, it's 48.16.
Okay.
48.16.
Yeah, and that kind of takes us. The Nasdaq traded right down to value high from yesterday, like pretty close to the tick. So did the S&Ps. It traded into it, but is not necessarily showing signs of acceptance yet. We got to wait a little bit for that.
Eddie, you know I'm going to ask you right now. What numbers do we have for the day?
Well, we got some juice. We got some meat on the bone. We got lots going on here. Earlier this morning, we had a lot of important numbers, of course, that CPI jobless. Natural gas coming up here. We do have also, let's remember 12 o'clock here, or 12 o'clock, we do have our 30-year bond auction.
All right.
And
Auctions are moving
Barkin's
movers,
going to
baby.
be speaking before that. Natural gas in about 42 minutes. Cleveland CPI, and scrolling down here a little bit. That should probably be it. Fed balance sheet today at 1 o'clock, and Fed balance budget, I should say. And then later today, 3:30, Fed balance sheet.
Cool. All right, jam-packed day then. So we'll make sure to keep everyone up to date and alerted to when those things are getting dropped. Arkin speaking to him. Yeah.
Wow, that seems pretty cool.
I've been literally, I don't know. It feels like every day this year.
I don't know, Alex.
I don't know. Every day this year feels like I'm digging myself out of a hole.
Yep, me too.
Well, it's good for your character.
It is
Challenge
good for
yourself.
I haven't let it go. Like I haven't let myself go, so to speak.
Oh,
No, you have not let yourself go.
oh.
I'd say you're holding it together pretty well, Michael.
All right,
Levy
so
Levy
I
broke.
think we're about to see a tilt action in play on the NAS. It's up at 72. They're
72 short.
just are 2 points apart, and so now we want to look for levels that might hold on to that, sort of like,
Yes.
what do we see? A close of a prior day,
We
open
got
of
a
a prior day.
We got settlement right here, right now.
Wow.
We already lost settlement in the S&Ps.
You smoked it. Now we're just falling knife.
Yep. Yeah, I just got
All
short
right.
right below the weekly kickoff low here, and not going to risk a lot on it.
Okay, so
I got long.
I went long.
Same
Okay.
here, right at settlement.
Fade and tilt.
45. Still was a little bit, but settlement was right here. It's got to respect. It doesn't have to do anything. Sorry.
I thought that
Yeah.
too.
You
It's
would want it to
also one
respect-
standard deviation. It's also one standard deviation away from the VWAP. So if we can't hold here, I think we're going to have a superb cascade. That isn't this interesting, John? When you did that initial balance trade
Yep.
and got stopped out,
Yep.
it reversed immediately back down into the range
Yep.
and has continued short.
Yes. And because we opened outside of range and value, and now we're back inside value from yesterday. So this is what we're looking at here. We talked about this in Strategy Lab. We opened above range and value. We closed the gap. Now we're back inside value. And if we reaccept, that could bring us all the way down to the low of value at some point today, which is
John, what's these levels? I'm not watching your screen.
97.75.
97.75, 97.75.
That's S&P.
Got it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's in the S&Ps. Now here's the NASDAQ, Michael. Here's the profile from yesterday. Opened above, looked higher, back inside value. Acceptance brings price back to the low of value from yesterday at some point during the session today, down at 16,854.
Okay.
So we got P&Ls. Can we get an update on P&Ls, team?
1,600 down.
Mine is correct. Minus 795.
3,000?
Now I'm up. I'm going to trade right now. Hold on.
Okay. Anne-Marie?
I'm down.
All right.
I'm down 335 now. So I
Up
just
100. I gave back a little bit. Sorry, Robert.
Okay. Thank you
I
very much.
still think that tilt is going to reveal something for us. So I'm going
Those are
to
usually,
try.
Today feels like a day where people are getting one-sided on one side of the boat, other side of the boat.
And
But
then
my God,
swashing back and forth.
these are some moves.
This is a bucking
These
Broncos.
are some moves. Yeah.
It's a rodeo today, folks. Just hold on.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
4812 is the
Let this thing settle down.
2023 close, isn't it? 48.
Yeah, I think you posted that the other day.
Yeah, 4812.75 is 2023 close. So if we can't hold that, we are going to give back, a couple days of gains.
Hey, Alexander, I know we hid your statement. It's only because you said the F word. I'm frustrated with you. I get it. Yeah,
Yep.
Tough day. Yeah, busted out. I hear you. I can tell you right now, there's a love-hate going on. You're either crushing it,
Yeah.
if you're trading active. I mean, if you're being patient like Andre's doing, it's pretty smart.
Michael,
You gotta-
on the opening call, I talked about how days like this are very polarizing. Traders either
Yeah.
kill it or get killed.
Get killed. Yeah, we'll hear about it at Shoulder Tap today, guys. So you tune in for Shoulder Tap. Tune in all day. All day.
Especially
Ring
today.
a ding ding. Ring a ding ding, Andre. You know what that
Bell
means?
to bell. That means B to B.
Bell to bell, baby. We're gonna start rewarding those who stay bell to bell with us. Doesn't mean you have to trade. Have it on in the corner.
Yeah, we can be your background noise, background music for the
Yeah.
day.
That's going in the glossary. ETB, E2B.
Yeah.
E2B.
Of course, it should be in there.
Still not
What a
holding.
tough short.
God.
Did you guys see that? I was jumping on. I heard you guys talk about a great short or so long or whatever it was. Right when I jumped on, I think it was like 8:30, 5 minutes into the open. We found we touched 44s, 43s this morning in NASDAQ.
It was the opening range trade. I think you were here on, Michael, because it was maybe a $350 winner. It went right down to settlement and then came and took my stop.
Did it?
Yeah.
You know what's more frustrating than anything today? Exactly that, John, where it hits your stop
Yep.
and then rip.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God. It just puts you on, your emotions start to boil or start to
Yep.
percolate or whatever. And then you just know that you got to keep it together if you want to have a day.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So I think this battleground at the 4812 in the ES, I think they're trying to hold it. They're sort of making about maybe a 5-point cushion there. And I think the same thing is going on in the NQ, but there's a lot of selling just above it. So, you know, I just had a $900 swing, and so I have to look at that and go, all right, what are you going to do now?
Yep.
So, I still like the long off this area. But if we cannot get up over, what is that, 957 or something, we're going to have trouble.
It's just kind of holding around settlement today.
Yeah. I'm going to take the long here, and I'm going to go small and give it a little bit of room. And I will add, if it comes back to 40 or 39, something like that. And then we'll see how it goes.
So what's going on?
Yeah, because the pressure's building, right? I like to go to those super tight time frames and look for candlesticks that show buyers just stopping the chart from moving up. So, yeah, let's see if we get it. All right, so just add it there. Man, I hope that's not for nothing.
Come on, they got this.
It's thin. S&Ps are really thin right now, John.
Yeah, they are.
Can't see liquidity anywhere. All I do is go looking for liquidity hunting now.
A little bit down at 48.06.
Okay.
Well, as it says coming in here, Andre, sell a retest, 48.20, 48 quarter ES.
That's going to be tough to do SS when we're trading 48 12s. I don't know how much sell 20s when we're trading 12s, my man.
4,800.
If I could sell 20s right now, I'd love to sell 20s, dog. Unfortunately, it's trading 11s.
You take drugs, Danny? Every day. Good.
I love Caddyshack, man. That movie is so funny. All right. Dang it. Just flirting with disaster here.
I'm traveling down the road, not flirting with.
Oh, I was wondering who sings that. Whose song is that?
Molly Hatchet.
Oh,
Nice,
okay.
Johnny.
There we go.
That's a good band, man. They rocked.
Molly Hatchet.
Molly.
All right. I think I feel like I have too much size.
Our good friend Fred commenting here. Look at the S&P. The market's trading in balance inside prior day's range. I'm thinking I should let the initial balance set up and then watch for extremes.
Yeah,
Not a bad idea.
Value area. Go ahead, Anne-Marie.
Oh, no, I just said not a bad idea. Just waiting for something to set up better.
Yeah, it's usually never a bad idea. But Fred, I'm looking for some sort of indication of acceptance of value from yesterday.
Okay, so just as an FYI, my long at 39, I'm still holding it. I'm going to take some off at 57 if it gives it to me. And then I'm going to see if it walks up back into the VWAP.
You're right, Ghost. I think I got to wash my rally sweater.
You're lazy.
Do you
on the
see
call.
that 48.13 really? The long tilt is at 61 and the long average price is 48.13.
13.
Everybody's fighting right there, so
They are.
it's probably a do or die.
Right now?
Yeah, in terms of that for them. If they lose that, then I think we see that long tilt slip back into the
dark
50s.
side.
Into the 50s. Yeah.
Luke.
All right. Here
How you doing,
go.
Andre?
So I'm out of half.
I'm doing all right. Same patient. It's been a tough trade. I got one winner, one loser today. So we got 6 more hours of trading, so not too hurried, not too eager, not going to rush into anything right now. When it settles down, maybe some liquidity comes back in, and we can start seeing some some smoother movement here in ES.
You don't have to win to have fun.
If you don't win, you don't eat.
It's more fun.
Ron Stewart.
Well, how's everybody else doing? How's our chat doing?
A wild
Let's
one.
get a poll here today. In this market rodeo, am I up money? Am I down money?
How's everybody doing?
We're going to check
Down.
that out in just a minute here. First poll of the day. It's some big numbers, yes. Ghost is up 700. Jimmy,
Nice ghost.
you're up 901.
Oh,
Looking good. Remember, start the day off with that cushion, with that safety net, foundation.
Up 3,200, up 400, 1450, up 2,000.
and there goes the chat.
Nice. Yeah,
Good
these
job.
days are
Oh,
very
Keep her up.
polarizing.
There we go. There is our rodeo poll. Up or down, or haven't traded yet. Thank you, Robbie.
Damn.
Tell you, we should be playing that song "Roller Coaster" in the background here today for these markets.
The Red Hot Chili
Roller
Peppers?
Coaster.
Yeah.
I'm finding them surprisingly calm, actually.
it's
Looking
going to do
for
this shit
big
that it's
moves
done
early.
before, where it's wild, and then it slows down, and then it's
Yeah.
falls.
Yeah. Everybody's got to figure out what side of the train they want to get on.
Agreed.
I think that's what's going on.
Yeah. S&P's back to even in the tilt.
Yeah, and they're still saying at that 48.13.
Yeah. Not for long.
So the shorts are above. The shorts are winning right now, and
Right.
the longs are not. They're not buying
taking
the
heat.
dip. Yeah, the longs are not buying the dip. The shorts look like they just added to their shorts
Right.
because
Back
average
down
price
to
went
about,
down.
yeah, down to about even with the long average.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But with no tilt, there's nothing to do there, right?
I
Damn. Sold.
I mean, probably not. Probably not. I'm one of the traders that just looks at the little prices and goes, wait a second, we came in. So like at 48, if it happens to come down to 48.02, I'm probably going to go along there simply because
Mhm.
it's a prior low and the longs are, they just started adding. The longs just started adding to their position.
Okay,
And
so I'm
the
gonna
shorts are
take-
piling right up.
Well, 4 is a little bit liquidity, John. A little.
Yeah. I just trimmed my losses by half there. So I'm flat now. Just getting back to baseline here. I'm down 379.
Good job, Johnny. A
Mm.
lot of
And I
opportunity
was
today.
looking at that 4802 also, Anne Marie. I mean, that's where it traded down to, on that trap that it set after the
Yes.
730 number.
Insane.
Unbelievable.
Tough trade.
Well, our poll,
Oh,
1,000
totally
people
agree.
participating.
Nice.
33% are down, 47% up, 20% have not traded yet. Thank you for participating. Speaking of participating, let's get those likes up. Hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe. We got over 3,000 people here watching Topstep
Duos.
TV today. That's a nice number.
Okay, so there's that overnight low. This provides another opportunity.
Smoked him stops.
Oh my goodness.
There's the stops.
Running the stops.
Ooh,
Okay,
somebody pulled
so
the rug.
I'm going to wait until it recaptures 48.02.
Is this a trap?
God
Cat.
bless it.
I mean, it's basically taken price down to the value low from yesterday in the S&Ps already.
It's just ripping stops right
Every bid's just getting smashed.
How low can you go?
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I had him by the neck hair.
Look at that. Wow, now we're 2.5 standard deviations from the VWAP. Wow, I see 47.84 as the next line down if that happens to run that way.
Well, Bill says 47.86, so you're pretty close there.
Oh, wow. Very nice.
Eddie, where's the timber? That little timber sound effect.
You got the. I got to get my axe out. There we got that timber.
Timber!
There it is. My goodness, man.
Wow.
It's fade MP day.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
short again at value low because it seems to just we're through 2 standard deviations. We're through the value low from yesterday.
Yeah.
Not gonna
Everybody's
risk a
just
lot on
dumping everything.
Yep. It's
Hey,
PCP, point, click, and pray.
Yeah, it's one of those, Johnny.
if you're up some good money today, you might rethink about getting into this market until it sort of chills a bit. This is just
Yes, for sure.
Oh, you bad man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get back to even so I can get my head straight again, get centered, and then look at later on. All right, I just took that. Tried to. Here we go. Not letting me get out.
What?
I'm sitting on my hands.
Yeah, I just tried to take 300 on it. I just ended up taking 125 on it.
still,
A little bit better here.
$50 is
Down
$50.
50 bucks. $50 is $50. Down 245.
Nice work, rookie.
Look at that. The longs are sitting down here at the bottom.
I know you get that back, Johnny.
Oh yeah, I'm confident of that. It's just a matter of
poking
time.
you with a stick.
No, I know, I get it. No, I can take it. I can take it.
Wow.
I just know that these days they set traps, man. They set traps. You're looking for opportunities for shorts. You gotta sell pullbacks. Don't sell the low. Or in point, click, and pray. Those types of days are
God, but I effing hate this shit. Not being on the right side of the market on a day when the market's moving. Coming out of the gate for the year, slow as effing. I'm sorry. I'm like a smidge away from using profanity and a rap.
From getting breakfast, relaxing and getting breakfast.
Long year, you're gonna be fine. Just gotta just manage your risk and if you're tilted, just find a way to get back to center. Let go of that venom. It's only gonna hurt you.
20 push-ups. I'll be right back.
All right, do it.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
move that
I
camera.
do the same thing. I have a jump rope in my office. And so I will step out onto my lanai and take my jump rope and go, all right, you just got to get the wiggles out.
Yep.
Got to get the wiggles out. So yeah, when because my temper flares really, really fast. And so my husband
Why do
calls
I
me
not
nitroglycerin.
believe that, Ann? Yeah.
It's
I know,
still
I was
true.
thinking
If
that.
my husband were here, he would say, yeah, she's nitroglycerin. The thing is, I can only stay mad about 12 seconds.
Nice.
I mean, and then I'm absolutely done. Not a thing, back to being smiley. but I can go from 0 to 100 in a flashpoint. So that's why I have that. And I just get out there and I jump
Every bit.
rope, or I do jack and, what are those called?
Jumping jacks.
Jumping jacks. There you
Jumping
go.
jack flash.
Yeah. I have
I
a.
just
is one
don't see you
FOMO
very
gives you.
angry,
This is FOMO.
but something tells me I never want to.
Well, here's the great thing. If you
Go ahead,
see
Brooke.
it, you know that in 2 minutes it's going to be gone. I simply cannot hang on to anything. I'm just super lucky that way. I just can't hang on to a single thing. It's great, and I think it keeps me young rather than holding on to it. So
Yes.
there's
Then
a
I'm
nice
only hurt.
story there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And who wants to brood? I've such a big personality that if I'm grumpy and I come into the room, everybody else goes, "Okay, I'm leaving." So-
That's how I am. I've always been that way, and it's like, even when I'm not mad, sometimes, and just feeling like slightly frustrated, my wife would be like, "What's the matter?" I'm like, "What? I mean,
Don't do that
I've seen it.
again.
We got a point, click, and
All
break
right.
right here.
I got long 30s down there. It was from yesterday's 2 days ago settlement.
Nice.
All right,
Boy,
I'm going to.
Yeah, that's.
I'm going to take a
I
break.
think that's nice.
We got Coach Vince with us here. We got Deanna joining us here,
AD.
and we got Eric moderating
guys.
the community. And Maria's radiant today. It's like her birthday or something.
Must be your birthday.
Oh,
That was from
It
Jibo.
must be her birthday.
D is here. Hi, D. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hope you're having a good day.
You can't hang on to anything in this market right now.
You think any of this, Joe Poos has? Do you think any of this is related to any of this Bitcoin ETFs?
nah.
No.
I don't.
Say no.
If
I
we're
don't.
trading
There you go.
Bitcoin, maybe.
Yeah, if you're fading Bitcoin.
You know, a lot of people just have sized up crazy or have been short, had their lunch money taken, and now they're saying, "Oh my gosh, I got to get some of this back."
Mhm.
Or, we could be just really starting to work through some kind of double topping formation that we see from last year. I don't think anybody knows which way the market's really going for anywhere more than a couple of minutes, just like us.
Agreed.
So they're just betting
yeah.
big and
Agreed.
then running with the thing. And so here's another big thing. I don't know if you guys know about the JP Morgan collar that they put on every month.
Mm-mm.
So the way they collect premium is that they will sell a call way out of the money and then sell a put way out of the money. And as it moves closer and closer, the dealer
No way. Not this
a
again.
little bit
No.
nervous.
Hold on, and we lost you on that
Drama.
last. The deal what? The deal what?
The dealers and the ones who
dealer.
are holding the short strangle is what it is. It's actually a short strangle because they've sold both calls and puts. That top end will make them do two things. If it gets blown out the top, they have to buy so that they're not upside down in the trade, and it could force the market really out. So when it blew out overnight, they were all sitting here going, probably, I'm thinking they're sitting here going, man, we got to force this market down somehow. And I think that's what they're trying to do off this 4,800 collar that they were in the money in last night. So we might be looking at a day like Friday where everybody thinks it's a continuation in one direction or another, and bigger hands have come in to force things down. But so far, Michael's number, I put a buy right where that prior open was at 832 and just got filled. So I'm trying to follow Michael into his trade here.
Now you're
Don't follow me into
long.
my emotions. Don't follow me into my emotions. Man.
Sounds
Yeah,
good, Jim
so I'm
Carlton.
long. Yeah, I'm long again.
Okay.
So I just want to see if I can get a little bit of a snapback. I feel like
It wants to, but
it's
it
yeah.
wants to, like, goes up
You're
at the
pulling
50s.
teeth.
It wants to. If you can get somebody to come in
Counter-trend.
here and like this pullback, then sure. Just
We
build
got
some leg.
9:15 here, and we got some news, Jack. That'll liven it up.
Yes, indeed. Trying my best to liven things up here. We mentioned the Bitcoin ETF was approved officially this time, not just in the Twitter space. Coinbase and Robinhood shares rise. Initially, there wasn't a ton of move off it in Bitcoin, but as we look or speak right now, Bitcoin traded to nearly $49,000. It's back down around 48,121
Wow.
that I see right now. Let's party like it was what 2021? Was that the last time?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Here's all your Bitcoin buddies coming out of the woodworks telling you they told you so.
I told you so.
Yeah, told you so, guys. Told you so. I got out of that. I cut my day in half.
Good job.
Nice.
Nice job.
And just to follow up on something from earlier, I know you wanted this. We'll call this segment. Oh, hi, Mark. This is what's going on with Zuckerberg right now. Eddie, you mentioned that our boy has become a cattle baron. He is raising a herd on macadamia meal and beer for some reason. As MP pointed out, we should send him a Stetson, by the way. As MP pointed out, if you look at his Instagram post, they still have stickers on the shovels.
Dude, they
Michael.
They just went to Home Depot. It's like an amateur. It's like he's never been in the garden ever before, ever. They just went there and like, come on, just take a little time, take the sticker off. Well, what does it matter? Okay, take the time. Take care of it.
Relax, country. She's 3 or something. But yeah, best of luck to Zuck, I guess.
Zuck.
On MMA, cattle, a real macho.
You give him some tips, Michael.
Yeah, how many fantasies?
So I just go calf.
There you go.
84.
There you go. Tilt's getting a little
It's
tilty.
64. Sorry, 64.
Yeah, I don't know how much tilt, how much credence we can put in tilt right now, though, Michael.
You got to be careful. Like right now, it's
You gotta be careful.
buyer's building. This is a buyer's building. To me, it's going to continue. Yeah.
When markets slow down, you can tilt probably might gain a little bit more value. This is just all momentum.
How many fantasies that Zuck has that he's lived in that haven't panned out? What was that? Luna?
Billionaires.
There's one. Luna.
What was that? Metaverse.
And now actually think he's going to be a cattleman.
I mean, I think his batting average is pretty decent with that home run he hit with that thing called Facebook.
Yeah, it's better.
It worked out. These billionaires get
Some
bored,
people
man.
Okay.
Are the Winkle
creeping my
bosses, are they?
scalp up.
Oh, wow. 80%. This is big.
Big pop. What? Big pop.
It is big. 2 Chains, or who's that?
2 Chains.
Not 2 Chains. Who says the what?
Oh,
81%. Little John, yeah.
Dave Chappelle's skit was pretty funny.
Kiwi traders is fundamentally, my guess, is hotter than the forecast CPI. Good unemployment clams is pushing the Fed rates cut bets, and that's why the equities are down.
I think that's a fair assessment.
All right. I am flat and back up.
Nice
So
long
I
there.
am happy.
Nice long, Anne Marie.
Nice
There
long.
you go.
Thank you. Well, my last one went out at 83. And I think I would have kept it if I hadn't heard the tilt so big.
It's big right now.
But I think that's really big. That's pay attention big.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad
Yeah,
you're.
I
don't
got
want to see
short
you
3 at
mad.
89. I got short at 89, 3 lots. But now I'm back in on a short. And now I'm shaving it down to 1.
Job.
God.
Some P&L updates, folks. Let's get those
1,500
P&L
down. I
up
was
there.
just down 3,100.
I'm up
I love digging.
745.
Grinds my gears.
I should borrow Zuckerberg's daughter's shovel right there because I've been digging myself out of a hole every day.
The sticker on there.
Just keep it there to remind me.
Yeah.
I don't know, it looked like she was burying her goldfish.
You guys ever
it's
bury an
amazing.
animal?
No. Have you?
Oh,
No?
Goldfish.
Yeah, plenty,
No,
Andre.
you
I live on
flush
a
fish.
farm.
I know you have.
Yeah.
I know you
Actually,
have.
we didn't bury it. Swear to God, we didn't bury it. We drug it out to the end of the. Come on, we
All
drug it
right.
out to the end of the drive. Drug it out to the end of the driveway and called the rendering truck, and it picks
What?
it up. Rendering truck. There's a
Yeah.
rendering truck. Yeah.
They do that in the Carolinas too. Yeah, they'll pick up.
What
but
happens
it's
in the
usually
rendering truck?
deer and things like that. I think they.
Yeah, they
take
chop.
some
They.
incendiary spot.
My old man said they always grind it up and get dog food. That's what he say. Grind it up for dog food.
No,
Oh,
I don't know.
cannibalism.
I don't know what.
I think they put them into an incendiary or something.
I don't know if they're that kind.
Wow,
but-
why are we talking about this?
I don't know. It's Anne Marie's birthday.
You know what? I've got something better to talk about. We talked about this Bell to Bell Club. And just
Yeah,
remember,
Bell to
today's
Bell.
going to be our
Thank you, Eddie.
first giveaway for Juan Reset. Now, remember, you got to be here all day, and we're going to drop a form. We're not going to tell you when, but we're going to do this multiple times today.
What a morning.
And we're not going to tell you when we're going to do it, but you'll have 5 minutes, to add your name to the form. And you must add your name to all the forms. Make sure the email address is the same. All right. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. So
Eddie, can you
we're going to get those emails.
Yeah, go ahead. Get those emails.
No, I was going to say the emails qualify at the end of the day. Remember, you only have 1 week to claim your free reset. What were you going to say, Michael?
I was going to say, can we give an example of what they will hear? Bell to bell, so it's pretty obvious what they would hear. And
This is
I think
just
it'd
a
be
test.
just a test.
Just
I
They're
just-
going to
public
hear
service-
our
Public service announcement. This is just a
announcement.
test.
Our infamous opening bell and closing bell as it is. You will hear that.
Yeah.
And then you've got 5 minutes.
All right, cool. Go.
All right. You got your 5 minutes to fill out the form.
So Eddie,
So,
what
5
happens
minutes.
if I'm in the what happens if I'm in the kitchen, Eddie, and I'm making a sandwich,
Mm.
and I
Better
Well,
drop
and,
the sandwich.
Kind of sandwich.
Drop the
and I
sandwich.
drop the
Get
sandwich.
your ass over here.
Anne Marie. I love it.
Oh God. And I hear that ding ding, Eddie. What should I do? What should I do?
You got
You
5
drop the
minutes.
sandwich, how
5
you
minutes.
doing?
5 minutes remaining.
All right. Stick that sandwich under your armpit and run as fast as you can and fill out the form. Yeah,
Well,
just
that's-
keep your
by the-
speaker
by-
on.
Keep your speaker on. By the time I get to my desk,
Yeah.
it's a panini. Then
Oh, the cheese is melted. Oh, my goodness.
oh, whatever.
Oh,
All right, guys, that's what we're doing nowadays.
And I have one
Andy,
more
I'm
thing,
sorry.
just for clarification on this. I said it might take us a few seconds to get up an example of what the form will look like, so you guys are ready. It is first name, last name, Topstep username, and Topstep email. Just be careful to put the same thing in each time for the username and email, because if you put a typo in, we can't find you.
Is there any margin of error? Is there any margin of error, Jack, on this, or is it just like if you didn't hit? Sorry, I mean like margin of error, like you didn't get one check in for the day or the week. Is it? And then what do you have to check in every day, or how does this work?
In a future state, there might be so like today, it's going to appear a few times throughout the broadcast, and yeah, here's what the form looks like. Hit it and submit.
Okay.
Oh, easy.
As far as your second question, Michael, you're going to have to ask. I was not the organizer of this, so you'd have to ask Danielle or hell, you're the CEO. You just probably make a decision.
Well,
we're just doing it for today. We're going to see how it runs. You know, this is the first time we're doing this, and we'll find out. We'll find out how it works out. And of course, we're going to be doing this. We love our people here from opening bell to closing bell, and we want to make sure we take care of those people.
Got it.
So there you have it.
We got to. I do need Danielle. If you get a chance, update us on if I check in each time.
She's in there right now.
Okay, we're going to post the form here. Ring the bell. Is there instructions on the landing page on what happens? This is all new to me too, guys. I just know Bell to Bell is a great club to be in.
Oh yes, you know, hey, we're Topstep TV.
Good job, Liam.
And of course, we got the Topstep community. We're all a team here.
Right?
The best. Seriously, the best.
Some may argue the Bell to Bell Club is the most exclusive club in the futures industry.
We need some swag.
Maybe it's just I would argue.
So yes, you will hear the bell that we use to open, and you will hear the bell that we use to close, and maybe some other exciting sound effects in the background just to wake your ass up. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Thank you, Danielle.
Yeah, it looks like the market's taking a little bit of a breather right now.
Yeah.
We should all take one, right? Everybody. Like John says, take that deep breath.
They center. We got EIA coming up.
Yeah, we got time for that here. Let's take a look here. We've got our EIA. EIA.
Do we?
Yes, here.
How so?
Keep it on.
Oh, how about the holiday hours for Martin Luther King Day? We're just going to have a regular work day, right?
I don't know. That's a very good question.
Because the bond market is closed, but I believe the regular market is open. Yeah.
I think it's
all
a
day
half day for future. I think it's a half.
I think
day
it might
for
be a
future.
half day. Half day. Andre, that EIA is for natural gas.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
yes. Trading that Widowmaker.
Widowmaker.
I tell you, a big number to folks is going to be, I believe, that 30-year bond auction. 12 o'clock high noon when everybody's sort of eating their paninis. Lunchtime. We got to keep an eye on that. Yes. Yes.
4,800 again. 2021 high was 47.9975. The year 2021.
Okay.
Did we all go to sleep? What happened?
I know. Just I'll hit the off switch.
fond memories of November of 2021?
John
were
went to
those?
go get coffee, so that might be a good idea. Get
Oh, it was
yourself
the
some coffee, tea.
high
Flick
watermark in
'em on big.
my Roth IRA.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Let me give you a minute to absorb that.
Keep it
Yeah.
focused, folks. Wow. So we got any updates
Treading
on our
water.
P&Ls?
Nothing, no updates from me.
I have an
sitting on our
update.
hands.
5.5 hours left of this market, so there's still plenty of time to trade this sucker. Power hour, baby.
765.
Well, Anne-Marie even taking some
Okay,
swings.
there you go. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
I
Nice job,
followed
Ann.
Michael in. I followed Michael in at the bottom, and that
Yes.
was just a huge reversal event for me. So
Well, and if you're keep buying breaks and getting stopped out, keep buying sell off.
Eventually.
You're gonna eventually might find the bottom. Hence myself. No, I saw that. I saw settlement. I just went back in my chart. I had to zoom out. Zoom out sometimes a good move. You get a little bit more.
oh, it's a
where the
good
market's-
move. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a great move. I love zooming
Good,
out. It
good,
really
good.
gives me
Yeah,
color.
yeah. Too good. Matter of fact. Good.
So we
Buyer's
could be
bank
going
is
right
here.
back up to the VWAP because it's kind of flat. The VWAP's a little
It is.
flat. And when the VWAP is flat, we normally run through it on the upside as well as the downside.
Well, you got settlement in the Nasdaq up by it. You have the VWAP, and you have a 50 period moving average. So you got like a between 45s all the way up to 64s. The tilt is growing a long bias. Now that could feed. That could feed if other people on the planet have the same bias. Could feed.
I got my coffee.
Yeah, I've
Johnny.
noticed the tilt numbers
Awesome.
really big today, right? The tilt numbers have been hitting up in
Yes,
the
they
high
have 80.
60s and 70s.
We even saw 80.
Oh yeah, 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
80. Yep.
Hey, what was that 80 and where was that 80 price level?
Wow. See, that's
Good
what I
question.
sent
It
a
was
note
moving
to
fast.
John this morning, or maybe
Annotate.
last night, that said, "Hey, wouldn't it be great if we could measure tilt when it starts getting above 65? Just have like a, I don't know, a speedometer wheel or something that goes, and then captures the price point that tilt was at, so we can review it at the end of the day to go, okay, are we seeing some data that we can use over and over again from that perspective?"
Johnny, what's that?
Pretty interesting.
Putting together a chart where we're going to be able
Yeah.
to see where tilt was at specific times when the long and the shorts are very close together. That's one of the things that Anne-Marie was talking about. And this might be something that we'll be able to kind of put a time to, and then we can put actual prices for the longs and the shorts. And when tilt was really long or really short, I'm still thinking about it. It might be something that we might want to look at as far as quantifying this.
Yeah, like an overlay, Michael.
Wow, that seems
Yeah,
pretty
like a
Yeah.
visual
Yeah.
instead of looking at the numbers.
Well, we
We're
can
looking at the
probably do
chart.
that on. Yeah, we could probably do that on Topstep X.
That'd be so
Topstep X,
sweet.
guys. We killed the wait list, which basically means we invited everybody on the wait list because we closed the wait list. We're super stoked. Super stoked. Super duper duper. I listened to Little Kid Cudi today, Andre. Pale Moonlight. You got me on that one.
banger.
So we got Topstep X being launched publicly, and I would say, I don't know. Not saying a date, but it's going to be soon.
Dude,
Wee-hee.
Coming
I'd say
soon
within
to a
45
theater near.
days. I can't name a date. I'd say within 45 days. I would say estimate with a cushion.
Nice.
Well, we have thousands
More
of people on
short.
it, and everybody. We did a survey. Very, very good feedback as far as everybody is using it, loves it. But that's cool. That's cool. So now we know it's a good spot. But the thing about it is
Definitely.
it will never be finished. What you see it now will not look like what it will be in a year, because it'll have more and better. So that's the exciting part about keeping all of our
Always iterating.
feedback.
Okay, I am
For
long
those that are
again.
adding a reset,
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
we are going to be adding a form. Okay. So there is no code. We'll be dropping it. And you'll hear the opening bells as we use in the closing bells. So be ready. We're not going to tell you when, but hey, it can happen anytime now.
It's awesome to hear Bob L.
Anne Marie, you're long now?
Yes, sir. I took the long at 80. 16,880.
Looking good. Looking good.
Wow. I can hear
We've got-
crickets.
All
We got
right.
one of the biggest.
Patience.
All right, I'm going to take
Patience.
half of 92.
Nice. Anne Marie. Happy
Nice.
birthday.
Happy birthday, right?
I sat down at my desk today and I said, the present you're going to give yourself is a great day at your desk.
There
Love
you
it.
go.
Oh,
So
I'm liking.
I've been hyper focused. So, all right, the last piece I'm going to get, 906. We danced around 906 yesterday. Oh, it just came in. Just missed me by a
I'll buy your
tick.
position. I'll buy your position off you, Ann, because I like it.
Okay, that's hilarious.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah, I wanted to get long. I was looking at it too down there.
Just short.
Yes, Steve Allen, he is.
906.
God
Come
damn
on,
you
give
for
it
being
to-
so funny.
Yeah, Steve Hodgman is with us, and he's leading
Working hard
some
behind
great stuff. Working very, very hard behind the scenes.
Man, I'm gonna flatten here. It
I mean,
should
you
be
have, what,
bouncing.
20
I'm gonna
handles
be a
into it?
wimp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, Dante.
Well, 17.
Anne Marie, what's your average trading contracts per day? Do you got an average?
I have to tell you, I am very much about how I feel in the morning. And so I will always start with 1 and 2 lots. I have a very bad habit. I'm going to be totally transparent. I tend to add when price action is moving against me versus adding when it's moving in my favor. And
Uh-oh,
so
you know
that-
what
You're
we call that here.
accumulating
What do we call
You're
that?
accumulating an inventory in a zone.
That's a nice way to put
Right?
it, John.
And
Yeah, thanks, John. If
And your
that was me,
fingers
John, would be like,
get
let's more
chopped
on
off.
trade.
If that was me
Like,
doing
well-
it, John, what would you call it?
Yeah, what would you call it if I was doing it? Come on.
You guys
Stop me,
would do a
John.
moron trade.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. So listen, I know it's a bad habit. It's a habit I've had for really close to a decade, and I'll tell you why I have a tendency to do it. But now I cap how many. I say, all right, you're not doing any more than 8. You're done. 8 is it, because if it gets into this place, then you'll be out, $1,200 at one clip, and then, So that's usually my thing. But what I'll say to myself is, okay, this trade is setting up. I could be wrong, but I'm going to put in one lot here, and I'm going to see if it holds. And if it doesn't, I'm going to look at my 30-minute chart and I'm going to go, wait, I know you're trading off of your 3-minute chart here looking for your higher lows, but does your 30-minute chart still say that's the place to buy? If that's the yes, I'm going to double in. I'm going to take another one. And then I'll take another one and another one and another one. So what will happen is I'll keep my stop at the very same place that my first contract went in. I will not lower the stop, but I will increase the risk because I'm adding to the trade. But I'm not increasing the size of the stop because that's where I know, hey, if it loses this level, you're done. So sometimes it comes in and sometimes it comes in and clips me, and I'll be down like $1,000, and then it'll come back up, and I'll go, oh, there it is, and I'll get in with the same full size. I'll go, okay, that's the number. So I'll get in with 5, and then I'll let it run. And if you're in the queues and you've got 5, you could be up $1,000 in 3 minutes. Yep. Easy. In 1 minute, you could be up that. It just moves very, very quickly. And that works for me because I have the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel. And so I just want to look and go, okay, here's my trade. I'm going for it. But yes, I have a bad habit of doing that. So what ends up happening is sometimes I get these drawdowns that I have to work against. And so what I'm trying to do is refine that process individually. What I'm trying to do is say, wait a second, you're getting in because you're afraid it's going to leave you. Is trend really telling you it's going to leave you? Or can you wait 30 more seconds before you click the mouse? And so that is continually something I have to say to myself over and over and over and over and over again. And that normally keeps me on the green side of the day. But to be very frank, I would say maybe 1 day out of 4, I'll have an immediate drawdown and I'll have to claw back all day, which feels great. But that's all kinds of emotional energy I could just, not spend.
And on those days when you are frank, you see profits, you see positive days.
I wear pants. I do not wear pants.
We just call you Frank.
I do not wear skirts on the days that I'm frank.
Frank Marie.
What did you say about positive or negative?
Do those days end up positive or negative, more or less?
When I'm frank, positive usually, but sometimes it'll be positive $3.12. I just want to get that green when I literally have hit myself in the side of the head with a Go Devil.
That's where I'm at right now, Emery.
So what?
You know what a Go Devil is?
We got to put that in the glossary. What's a Go Devil?
The chat, fellas. What's a Go Devil?
Go Devil.
Chat stream. I can't see.
I know what a
chat.
dust devil is.
Tell me.
Like a vacuum cleaner.
Okay, so
Blue
a Go
Devil
Devil
here in DePaul
is a special kind of hatchet with a weight that sits on the inside of the blade. It carries tremendous power. You can split very hard wood with a Go Devil.
I'm going to get me one on Amazon. Am I the only country
person does? Oh, that's right.
Michael.
I grew up actually in the woods.
What?
About splitting wood.
Yeah, I know a guy who does that. He has to do it every year. He lives in...
No, stop. No, my God. No.
Well,
No.
He lives in Heaney.
Yes,
he lives in Heaney, Colorado. And come on, guys.
Anne Marie. This is
all right. I am down. I was down 3,200. I'm down $700.
How about it?
Wow.
That's how you buy it.
God
Yes,
bless it. This
yes,
is a
yes,
tough
yes.
trade.
Okay,
You're a
the
real
actual
star.
name for the
Yeah.
Go Devil is called a splitting maul. Man, is that going to be a good trivia question? That nobody's
Nothing
going to
like
get
the
that.
Darth Maul.
They call them wood devils, go devils, block splitters. Yeah,
Finger
used
taker
on
offers.
very heavy wood. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Knee removers.
Emery,
I
you're the
love
best.
him.
You're the
He's the
best.
best. Absolutely.
Yes,
My
there's
brother
a lot
is
of,
actually a champion wood splitter. He's also a dog
there's a lot of
whisperer.
love.
What?
Wow.
I know. It's crazy.
Oh, I love you so much.
What do you want me to
Let
say?
me tell you something. I have a very funny story to tell you while we're
Give it
watching
to
Another
the
one.
markets go
Cool.
sideways. So my brother is actually a dog whisperer. People pay him to go, hey, could you come visit with my dog and tell me what's wrong with it? Right? And what he might need. So he trains dogs and he does all kinds of stuff like that. So that's his love. It's not, he owns a business, but this is his other business that he just loves. Okay. So he says to everybody, listen, you are going, I can help your dog get to where it needs to go. So, and he has done absolute wonders with some incredibly terribly misbehaved dogs. He's so good at it. So my daughter, one of my older kids, my eldest daughter, she buys this English bulldog. He's silver, very beautiful dog. It becomes somehow incredibly possessive of her to where it starts attacking people that try to sit near her. So she calls her uncle up and she goes, Uncle Phil, you gotta come over here and help me. And he's like, no problem. I'll get over there. So he's got this big fenced in yard. And my brother's very athletic. Everybody in my family is super athletic. He's a really athletic guy. And I say he's 50 at the time this happened, right? So he comes in with the dog, he's got his regular whatevers in there to talk to the dog. He says 2 words to the dog, and the dog starts running for him and just savagely gets him by the pant leg, and my brother scales over this 8.5-foot fence that they have he just scales over it, and he looks at me and my daughter. He looks at me and my daughter and he goes, yeah, you're gonna have to put that dog down.
Was the word so castrate?
Crazy. Oh, you know what? He was past that because he was about 4 or 5. And once they get past that age, even if you clip the berries, it doesn't help.
Oh, God.
It absolutely does not help. So, yeah, it was just unbelievable. That's the most, my brother was ashen when he got up because that dog would have absolutely mauled him.
Oh my goodness.
It was just, it was, I guess for somebody that's a super dog lover, that does not sound like a funny story. But as my brother, who was the champion dog whisperer, to go, yeah, you're going to have to put that dog down.
Yeah,
it was it was so, what's the juxtaposition of those two things? Just, I was like, oh, well, it's really bad. So we actually found a home for him out in the wild with this guy that trains.
The Unabomber.
He takes care of pit bulls that, have been used for dog fighting or whatever. And that's where he lives today, actually. He's about 6, 7 now. 7
He's retired, kicking back, fishing. There you go. All right. That was a good story. All right. Hey, I hear something in the distance, and I'm going to bring it forward. Oh my goodness, look what's going on here. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
All right, you got 5 minutes.
remaining. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining.
Okay, we are posting in the chat the link to the form. Yes, if you are making a sandwich right now, please come back. Save
Drop
that
the
panini
sandwich
for later.
yeah.
A
Drop the
sandwich, as we call it here in Chicago. And you got 5 minutes, inside of 5 minutes.
5 minutes remaining.
So let's get that filled out correctly. You got 5 minutes, so you don't have to rush. Okay, you got 5 minutes. Take your time. And we're going to get that up and ready. Here we go.
Sweet.
Now, remember, there's going to be multiple. All right, this isn't just one, boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
We've got multiple times throughout today. We're going to be telling you same thing. We're going to have the bell, sirens, 5 minutes remaining, and you're going to be doing the same thing. So each time we do this, just continue what you're doing for this first time. Capiche? All right, I hope so.
How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? So just kind of looking at the markets here, the initial balance that we have in the S&Ps and I believe in the NASDAQ is the largest initial balance that I can even see on my platforms.
Huh.
Of course, that's of course created by the volatility from the CPI, but it also indicates it's probably going to take a lot more energy to extend outside either side meaningfully. So if we do start to extend the range to the downside and it does not come back, that's something you're going to want to go with. If we leave a failed auction below the initial balance, that's something that we can look for a pretty sizable rotation back higher, and the same for the high. We leave a failed auction above. If we take out the high of the initial balance and we come back inside the initial balance for any amount of time, that offers decent range bound opportunities, and acceptance outside this initial balance, again, is going to take a whole boatload of energy to continue, but that energy may be available for us. So I'm really just trying to stay patient now. I'm down a little bit. And just going to be kind of hawking to see what happens at the extremes of this initial balance should we get the opportunity. So I'm going to be just kind of waiting to see if we get any range extension and how good that range extension is.
Yeah.
Does it bring volume? Does it stay? Does it hold below the initial balance? This is really the kind of thing that I'm thinking about, at least in the meat of the day here. I mean, we're coming up with 10 o'clock. We got an hour and a half of the market's already kind of done. You guys got me looking at a 5-minute chart, which is something very new to me. But that's really kind of what I'm looking at is, do we hold the single TPOs that we see right here, this little area right here where there's one little bar, nothing has come back to it, nothing happened above it, or nothing happened before it, nothing happened below it. This is an interesting area for an opportunity, and the low is also an interesting opportunity for some sort of an execution. Again, not trying to figure out, I'm not trying to predict, I'm not trying to say what's going to happen. Just looking at the market generated information can give us at least an idea of what we think the market might do at those levels. And of course we'll be watching the tilt. We've got one of my favorite market indicators now, Anne Marie, with us, so she'll tell us what to do then.
Hey, real quick,
Really heavy.
Real quick, I just want to say, for those that are very confused here, the link is at the top of the chat. Scroll up to the top. People are saying, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We don't want you to miss it. Scroll up. You're going to see Eric has posted that first bell-to-bell form. Click on that link. Scroll up. All right. We're not dropping it in the chat. It is already posted and pinned up top. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Well, no, the tilt is heavy on both sides on the short action. I think I'm going to look for Michael's trade in the NQ again, the one at the very the region near the
Heavy short.
near the 830-ish level.
That's
Maybe it'll
very it's getting cheap down there.
yeah, and it's right at the edge of that opening range, so it would leave me a good risk event if it comes down there and doesn't swivel in front of me, right? Because we've got I mean, it's what, 73% now. So
Yep.
something's cooking.
I can smell it in the kitchen. Somebody's making cinnamon rolls. Mm-mm.
You trading over there?
All right.
You're on mute.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to
Are you talking
the one
to
that's
me?
on mute over there.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm long from 48,
There you are.
and I'm out.
You're out. You're flat there, Michael, huh?
Back.
I was in on that pullback down there on that little
What a comeback.
down $700. I know. I got to cut. I know.
Why do you do this to yourself? You're a good trader. Why do you do this to yourself?
Because I didn't choose the role of being an actuary or like a bookkeeper or a landscaper. I chose the role of a trader, and that is a long and love-hate life that I've lived
Isn't it?
1997. 1997. One thing I've only done in my entire life, besides run companies, two of which I failed, but one of which did pretty well.
All right.
Yeah. And
All right, Michael, you gotta cut here soon. I just want to say thank you for being with us here
Absolutely.
today.
Tons of fun.
Still got a full day ahead of us. You never know, you get back in again. But
5 hours left.
hope to see you.
yeah, 5 hours left. Eddie, I gotta go to my day job right now. So I have a very important top of the hour phone call as CEO of Topstep, talking to some other CEOs. So let's go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Michael. Good luck.
I'll see
Tell
you
them
guys.
that we said hello.
Bell to
Nice
bell, baby. I
comeback,
might be
Michael.
back on too. I might be back on with you
Always
guys
like
later.
this one,
So we'll
Michael.
see.
Awesome.
I know.
Okay.
Later,
Nice
dude.
comeback, buddy.
Thank you.
All
All
right.
right. I'm gonna step away just for a few. I'll be right back myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Take your time, Eddie. Take your
Sit in
time.
my seat, Johnny, would you?
Of course. Of course. Nobody will sit there. We may put a seat filler in there so that, if we're on screen, the seat's not empty.
Yeah, like
We
the
got-
Oscars.
Yeah. Hey, right. We got you.
Just sit
Hey, Marie, still on?
No, it never filled me. I'm waiting down
Never- oh,
at the
What was
at the
got it.
40, the 39 and 40 level. So it jumped in front of me.
what was the tilt
Understood.
at, Anne Marie, when you're trying to get your long in?
It was at 72 in the NAS. And so they clearly, when Michael had that buy, he's
Yep.
got such an interesting feel for the market.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, like I mentioned, I try to listen to everybody that's vocal about what they're doing and try to get a feel for how it is. And Michael's the kind of guy that doesn't put his toe in the water. He just goes splash and then says, wait a second, it's 50 degrees out here.
Yeah,
I
and he
better
runs
get
out.
to the sideline. Right. But that initial jump gives him, and whether it's 2 or 3 trades or whatever, it gives him a feel of the market where he's usually able to claw himself back. But it's just his way. He just goes in full bore and then gets information from that and pieces it together. And so that feel that he's got where he goes, you know what, I'm going to go back in here. And he stepped in early, seeing that region and just going for it. Whereas sometimes I will just sit back and go, you know what, I'm just going to I'm just going to wait on this. And it's
Same.
because I have the bad habit of sizing when the trade is not in my favor. And so that's just an interesting thing. I love watching you guys trade. I love listening to it. Sometimes I get caught up in the hype of everything and I will overtrade and then go, wait a second, that's not why you're listening. You're listening to get a feel for how they look at flow, how they think about what's happening to price relative to the important things they're watching. And once I bring myself back to that, the rhythm and flow of everything is just, it's really helped my trading days overall. It really, really has.
Awesome. And, that's important to remember, everybody. We're not trying to tell anybody how to trade. We're not saying trade with us. It's company. And like Anne Marie, she says it's helping her trading just by, having a little bit of company, looking at what she's doing a little bit more seriously, with a little bit of company.
Agree. That's what we're all here for.
Well, company that is really understanding what's happening to price. That's
nowadays, I think trading can become quite lonely. The journey can become quite lonely as people are working from home, trading from home, from their home offices. It's becoming rare, less and less. Trading in the pits, you always had hundreds of people around you. When I first started trading, there was a trading gallery around me. We were in an office, and trading has become much more lonely. And before TopstepTV, you're just kind of just a lone wolf in these markets, and it can get, you can overtrade, you can get FOMO. But we have us, people like Anne Marie come in here. The community loves you, and I think it helps you sit on your hands or see things much more clearly when it comes to trading.
100%. Yeah.
Overall, it's been quite a
100%.
benefit for everyone, myself included.
Andre, we got liquidity in the S&P is 47.84, 646 on the bid.
Huh. Okay. We do it now or later?
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, should we do it now or later? You said 84.
I missed the pit. There were always a lot of people around to laugh at you.
That's yeah.
So here we are. We're right at the low of the initial balance.
Yeah.
Which,
Where did you say that liquidity was?
He said 84.
And the S&P it's down at 84, 47.84 even. There's 650 on the bid there.
Nice
and I don't see a whole lot of liquidity above the market anymore. We've been looking at liquidity above on all the way up, and now we're looking at liquidity lower. We've got it's 47.84 liquidity. We've got 47.75 liquidity, and that kind of runs us out of liquidity there. I'm thinking about looking for a cheap short against the low of the initial balance here, but the liquidity down there is kind of inhibitive. We're short 60% in the S&Ps as far as tilt is concerned.
Yeah,
68% in the NASDAQ. Getting a little bit tilty there in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Anne Marie, did you get a fill on that bid, or are you still looking for it?
I did.
Okay.
I'm long at that 40.
And I'm gonna jump in.
Actually, 41 is where I put it.
I'm gonna try and jump into a bid here, a cheap long here in the S&Ps. 47.90. I'm long. It's not that cheap. It's been cheaper, but
where do you think a good stop is?
We're gonna head down
there?
to that liquidity though. Pardon?
At 84, you think we'll go there?
684.
So how can I get that up on my Topstep X?
You'd have to contact support. Tell them you want level 2. It's something.
Okay, gotcha. That's how it is. All right. Yeah, I'm good.
Because on Topstep X, I mean, there's 100 prices both sides.
I have it on. Yeah, I have it on my other platform.
Got it.
If I can interject, just to get it straight, I've got a lot of questions here in chat. You got your name on the form, all right? So we have closed that since, and got to get your name on all of the forms we will have today. and shows us that you were here bell to bell. People get their names on the forms, all of them shared today. You will be emailed within a week with a code for the one free reset. Now, this is the first time we're doing this, so this is a one-time deal right now. We're going to look into it and see how it went. Yep. And, of course, also, you'll get those codes by next Thursday, by January 18th, end of the day. So just mark your calendars. That's the time that you need to check your email.
Yeah, I like that 47.90 long. Looks like it's.
Hey, Eddie, have we said how many? Are we keeping that to ourselves? The check-ins they got to do throughout the day.
We're not going to let you know when, but we will have those. Okay. I myself
he was
don't
saying
even
how
know.
many of them.
I don't know either. Actually, no, I don't.
There's going to be 86 of them. No, I'm just kidding.
86. That's a lot of check-ins.
We want to make sure you're here every minute.
No. Every minute.
It's like in high school. 86. Roll call.
Roll call, and military too. You better show up. You don't want to be AWOL on this one. That's for sure.
It's a reasonable number.
Yes,
I figured it was. Top is a very reasonable place.
85. Gosh darn it!
Damn it!
Hope you didn't miss it. As a matter of fact, I did see some people in the community saying, "Hell, I was actually making a sandwich."
Really?
Yeah. How's everybody doing?
How's everybody doing?
I just said that. Let's keep it moving.
All right.
Anne Marie and Andre.
Yes, sir.
And Eddie.
Yeah.
Typically on a day like today, I will probably not trade until much later in the day. And I probably should have done that today because, well, I mean, the first trade had a good profit in it, but I was looking for a directional day right off that open, which didn't happen.
Yeah, so was I. I was looking for a direction.
You guys find yourself that when you see the type of volatility, though, that FOMO starts creeping in? Because I was sure feeling it this morning. Yeah, me too. Okay.
Absolutely.
I want to make sure I wasn't alone there.
That's why I had the $900 swing to the downside. Because I was just, oh no, I can't miss it.
Yeah.
You know, John, when the CPI came out, I know we had the CPI. It was a 0.2 expected, 0.1 prior, coming out 0.3, and then the year over year 3.2 coming in at 3.4. It really didn't seem like that big of a move, but can you explain if it was? I mean, I'm sort of in the dark on that. It didn't seem like it was that big of a difference here. And of course, the CPI month over month came in as expected.
Well, I mean, it was a 35-point move on the 5-minute chart. That 730 bar was, it's pretty substantial. It's not like past CPIs where it's just gone and just keeps going. So, I mean, I think that the implication and Anne Marie, check me if I'm wrong, is unemployment is not slowing down as quickly as the Fed would hope. And that's what I think we're seeing coming into the marketplace now. And so I think the implication, of course, is going to be that the Fed is going to slow down a little bit on any rate cuts. I don't think they're going to raise rates. No, but I think it's just saying that inflation has been a lot stickier than they were hoping.
So, I
think you're right, John.
Thank you, John.
I would say that it's probably a little, I'd say it's probably a little more simplistic at this point, and here's what I mean. When we run into numbers beforehand, right? We have, it's the buy the rumor, sell the news.
Buy the rumor, sell the news, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I suspect that this was a buy the rumor, sell the news. I suspect that they had such a solid run-up, their thought was, no matter what the CPI number is, we're covering. And let's flip in the other direction, particularly because we had the call color into play.
Yep.
That 4,800 call that's supposed to expire at
Right.
the end of the month that nobody wants to see get clipped, or nobody that's, got a $400 million bet on it, which is usually what they have sitting in those. It's about anywhere between 200 million and 400 million that they're trying to collect out of the market every month, whether it gives it to them or not. And so
Yeah, me too.
I suspect they
Yeah.
they just said, hey, let's just take some profit and then let's just run it over.
Awesome.
And the
Hey,
others
hey,
took
hey,
over.
birthday girl. I was going to say, we were going to say here at Topstep, refresh your platform. Right? Just Simon says, Anne Marie, birthday girl, refresh your platform and see what you have now.
Refresh with which platform?
Topstep X.
Topstep X.
Ooh, she's got it.
I think they gave you level 2.
You got a little birthday present.
Well, let her get the surprise. Oh, come here. That's so sweet.
We love you.
Oh, I love you so much. I love you.
There you go.
That's
Happy birthday
awesome.
from Topstep.
Well, thank you very much.
We got volume. We got volume building down here, John. What's that telling you?
Yeah, the liquidity is lower.
Yeah.
I'm not real pleased with this position, but I'm going to at least give it the opportunity to play out.
Yeah, it's not breaking the low.
We based down here earlier. If we can put a base down here as well, then I could see us getting a nice pullback to the upside.
Yeah.
But I think eventually the low is going to get taken out, and we're going to go to that liquidity.
Interesting.
Sure does, John.
Go ahead, Andre.
Oh, I was saying, the liquidity place where it's been, it's probably hitting at 75% clip lately. It's,
Right.
Sees these big orders, and the market just it's just a magnet.
Mm-hmm.
John, I learned a lot from you, man. I learned a lot.
Anne Marie, you sharing your platform?
No, I'm not sharing the platform. I'm not.
We wanted to
sharing
see
the
your
platform.
present. Okay.
Let's see the present.
All right. Jack, rumor has it we've got some stats that are hot right now, ready to go. You got some stats for us, Jack?
There it goes.
Yes, and Hoag in the background, if something's going in the market, let us know.
There it
Yeah,
goes.
we just took out the lows.
Look at you.
Just got out of that short, and now I'm trying to catch this move to the downside. I'm not going to risk a lot.
Beauty. Holy smokes.
Well, we got 77 liquidity. We got 75 liquidity.
60, 84s.
Holy smokes. Yeah, flat again there.
Well, I need this market to stay below the low of the initial balance, which in the S&Ps is 47.86 quarter. In the NASDAQ, we took out the low of the initial balance. The low of the initial balance is 16.824.
Look at that.
Son of a
Nice. Hey, I'd like to say a happy birthday also to our very own Vanessa.
Yes.
That's a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Vanessa.
What a day.
She helps us here in our chat. I'm sure she'll be on today, unless she took the day off. Okay. All right. Happy birthday. Thanks, Aisha.
Wow.
But I was way late getting into this and getting out of that short or out of that long, but
Yeah. Focus on the
we're
Check
seeing
it
some
out. We are in
taken
quite
out.
a yeah.
Yep. 75 is the next major liquidity
Yes,
level.
I'm seeing that same number.
right?
Mhm.
And then
Yep.
Yep.
below that, looks like it's kind of running out, but we'll see when we get there. Dre's in.
I'm in short. Always late.
Wow.
Well, short is good if you're a jockey.
What was that guy? The guy
77,
who the guy who rode for
Shoemaker? Willie
Secretariat?
Shoemaker?
Willie Shoemaker.
a well-oiled machine.
Did you know? Here's a little useless trivia. When he was born, he was born premature, but after his birth, I'm not sure if it was a grandmother or mother. This sounds wild. To keep him warm, they put him in the oven. I swear to God. Look it up.
Oh my goodness. Their
Well,
own
obviously
incubator.
they had it on warm,
Oh my
not broil.
gosh.
But
All of these amazing trivia
kept them
events
alive.
today.
Kept them alive.
Shortstop. Sorry,
Look
sorry,
at
Robert Flag.
that.
Those 75s.
47.75. Yeah.
Big
Look
order,
at
big order.
that.
And
Ooh.
we'll see if anything else comes up below that.
Holy moly.
Damn. I just got news here. Mick has gotten another 100K club trader. And speaking of Mick, I think we've got the shoulder tap coming up in about 15, 14 minutes. So I can't wait.
So wait, Mick is a skateboarder or a skier?
Skier.
Skier.
Skier. You're the skateboarder.
I was
John
a
is a skateboarder.
Correct.
I'm a skier as well, but
Yep.
Mick is the ace of the skiers.
Interesting.
Hey, man.
Well, he went to school in Telluride or Durango,
Oh, well.
one of the two of them.
That helps.
He was a college
Nice.
baseball player as well.
Really?
He's a slugger. Yeah.
Interesting.
I can see that. You know, Mick's, I mean, he's really in shape too.
Mm-hmm.
I can see his face on a baseball card. Mick got
Okay,
Said he'd
so
break a
we
hip if he was on a
just
skateboard.
tested the open of 2 days ago on the NQ, and that number was 16,786 and some change or something like that.
Opening.
That's 2 days ago. That was the open of the
That would
day,
be-
and I see buyers
That would
trying
be
to stick
regular.
their
That would be
nose in.
overnight. Overnight?
Globex open.
Globex open. Okay.
I'm sorry to say that those that have missed this first form for bell to bell, I'm sorry to say, honestly, as a friend, you are SOL. Tough on luck. Yes, you got to make all three.
Where's that 500 lot? 75s?
Yep.
Yes.
75 even. Mm-hmm.
Market loves these. No. I don't get it. It just is.
For Anne Marie, JP's talking about Anne Marie single prints below in NQ. Like get light.
Oh, yeah. Really? Where into?
Where do you got those, JP?
67?
So the single
Maybe.
TPOs from Monday go down to 752. Here it is.
Whoa.
So there is
Yikes.
fair value gap. They call it an ICT, but there's the top of it.
Yikes.
773 down to
I might need to get out of this trade then. Looking for a
See what it looks
little
like.
bounce.
we do
Right.
not have in the S&Ps.
$500 a lot, man.
Yep.
Do you think it's ever spoofing when they do that? Do you ever see
Hasn't been
spoofing
lately.
like that?
Yeah, they
They'll
do
just
do
come
that.
right in.
Yeah. But the liquidity that we've been watching, for the last couple 3 weeks, it
Mhm.
if you watch the time and sales, you can see they actually trade out
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listening to you, they certainly have, right? Every time you've called it, it's just come right down into it.
Wow.
We got an update on P&Ls here.
A minute.
Well, I'm currently short.
And
I'm short. Yeah.
if you got a position on, that's fine.
860 is me.
Okay. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Oh,
You're welcome.
Yeah, that would be
see
one
what
thing. I know we see a lot of size on the dome, depth of market, the ladder. And you sort of wonder, is that stuff going to trade? And I tell you, it's really, well, here's a 200. We got some big trades here. Watch that time in sales, and you'll see if it was a spoof or not, like Johnny said. So we do watch that. And that size does trade there.
On the cookie
There's
jar.
no liquidity above. I mean, you've got to go a long ways away to find liquidity up above. We got right within 2 ticks of that 75 level.
No kidding,
Turned
man. No
around.
kidding.
Turned around.
Fake.
And there's no liquidity down below that either.
Well, our good friend Kiwi day trader VIX is pushed up. DXY is up, trying to hold above yesterday's high of the day. If it continues, NASDAQ ES could fall further. If they start to consolidate or fall, beware of the pullback. Beware of the pullback.
I think we could still get this 47.75.
I'm thinking.
So if you ran into a short when this short started really collapsing,
Right.
well, how do you figure the target for yourself when you go, hey, I'm going to take this? Because, I remember you were on group coaching the other day, and you were just singing a song that I knew really well, being the trader that, when you're learning and you hold your shorts for too long, your brain starts going, if you get $50, I'm getting out of here. Right.
Yep.
And so
Right.
that sort of works against you in really grand fashion. And I know it works against me, but I sit in a market like this where I'm used to the quick snap trades. And I find that if I try to hold on, that I see profits slipping away from me. So when you get in and you are taking a move down, what are you balancing in your head that goes, okay, I'm going to sit tight here, or I'm going to take the quick strike, or what do you do to get through that mushy space that your brain gets into when you're trying to figure out whether you should hold the trade for a longer run or you get sitting in a quick strike?
So a lot of it's about, of course, market state.
Right now.
We were looking for a directional move to the downside. We got stopped out on my first trade. We got a little bit chopped up, but the extension below the initial balance, I'm trading level to level, or at least I try to, and I always have. It's a little, people are probably tired of me hearing this, but this is like a third iteration of my trading career. There was pit, there was screen, and now there's screen in front of everybody. So that has really kind of shortened up my profits because, I feel like if I take losses, I'll be judged, and I really shouldn't care about that, right? And what you think of me doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to me. But I'm trying to, give good examples, show good trading, and all that stuff. And sometimes it's just you're not trading well, and we have to accept that. So if we are to accept below the initial balance, and again, it took a lot of energy to bring price down to this level, which is the reason why I believe there may be more to the move. So what I'm looking for is level to level, the low of the initial balance, probably to the low from Tuesday, or the point of control from Monday. Now that would trade level to level, but we have to leave single TPOs and keep those single TPOs below the initial balance right here in the S&Ps for this trade to remain valid. and I was really slow getting into this trade. I was slow getting out, slow getting in. So I missed the best trade location, which, that happens when the market moves quick.
Yes,
if you're not set, there's the quick and there's the dead. And today I'm the dead.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny, come on, baby.
No, it's okay. I'm fine with it. I'm not, there's nothing that is going to happen today that I'm going to do to myself that is going to change anything in the bigger picture of things. It's, it's just, you want to trade well, and that pressure is sometimes a little difficult to deal with.
It happens to all of us. I mean, even the best.
Andre, how do you
5 minutes.
how do you work through that battle?
What you were exactly talking about is exactly what I was just going through. That mush, that Greg, because I just pretty much gave back the day and then some on that trade. I was late to the shorts, and you see your profits running away from you. So it's like, how much heat do you take? What's your pain point? Eventually, I just stuck to my stop and let the trade play out. I know that its day isn't over, so to speak. So I was gonna keep grinding it out. But it was funny, as you were talking about the scenario, I was going through it word for word, exactly what you were going through. I got short at the bottom, but hoping that 500 lot would get filled. It did not. Stuck to my stop, and we'll just keep trading it out and keep sticking to the process. But it was quite ironic. I'm like, is Anne Marie watching my trade right now? Because that's exactly what's going on.
It happens to me. It happens to me. Well, my kids think that, they could never get away with anything when they were teenagers. I could always go, "Where are you going?" Look at me right in the eye and tell me where you're going. So it was a secret power.
Hey, we got Jack. Before we cut here, we had some goodies from you, Jack. If we can blister through it, as you say.
Yeah, let's do the fastest minute in trading right here. Hot streaks.
Hot streaks. Crash. All right, future hot streaks. Felix. We're missing our 23-day hot streak. Somebody's up. Right. Felix with 20, Matthew 20, Brian K 18, JS 18. Wow, this is a tight race here. George R.
Tight race. And since we're blistering, we got yesterday's best as well that we can show real quick.
KO.
Oh, wow.
I love that drink. That drink is the best. KO. KO.
Wow, look at that.
Coca-Cola.
Hans, Ezekiel,
nice.
And Chris Berman is with us here.
Hans Gruber.
There you go. Yesterday's best, 22K 15. Great job. Great job.
And we'll show the top 10 during shoulder tap.
Awesome,
Get to you guys.
I just flattened out because we are going into shoulder tap, and I want to be able to focus on what we're talking there. So I will try and recover any losses that I have later on. Down 725 right now.
Yep, I'm right with you, Johnny. We'll get it back, baby.
All right. Anne Marie, thank you very much for being with us here. And we will see you next time. And of course, Andre, John, you guys are going to be with us again here. We're going to take a few minutes here, and we're going to come back here with shoulder tap and the mighty mustache. Yes, the Mick. We'll be right back.
Anne Marie, happy birthday, Anne Marie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, everybody.
Nice
Thanks
trading.
for my present.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back.
Crossing my fingers, not going to give any of it back this afternoon.
There you go.
All right. See you guys. Take care.
Buy that one and that one. all of it. I need it all. Do you want it though? Where do I begin? I see the hate, they don't wanna see me win. Bank deposits, I got more coming in. Top down, throw the money in the wind. I don't want it all. Heard he scammer, had to switch up the accounts. Moving paper, gotta call it my account. It's all in, I can't have it coming out. Been through the struggle, I can see another drought. Yeah, it's not a purse, it's a merch. 6 figures was a gold, now it's 9 or a hearse. Put it work. Used to pull up, not swerve. No time for the snakes, time to put them in the dirt. That's word. I gotta get it, it's in my DNA. You only see the highlights, don't know what it takes. Last year stressing, got no sleep. Now I'm right between the courts, side of nosebleeds. I see the hate, they don't wanna see me win. Bank deposits, I got more coming in. Top down, throw the money in the wind. I don't want it all. Heard he scammer, had to switch up the accounts. Moving paper, gotta call it my account. It's all in, I can have it coming out. And through the struggle, I can see another drought. Yeah, same circle, still the same gang. We just get to it, we don't gangbang. Lost some friends, said the same thing. Keep a low pro when we maintain. Find us in a loss somewhere, kicking back. Find you on computers, type it Twitter facts. You lose a follow, throw a Twitter rant. I lose $1, bet I get it back. Like a boomerang. My girl likes diamonds, big one shining on a ring. I got 3 daughters, you could bet that they gon' get the same. But they got more, I'll be damned if they sell it for change. They won't sell out a thing. I lose it all, you bet I get it back by any means. I trust in God won't be $1 that can make me change. I got that power, I could get anything. I got that power, I could get anything. Where do I begin? I see the hate, they don't wanna see me win. Bank deposits, I got more coming in. Top down, throw the money in the wind. I don't want it all. Heard he scammer, had to switch up the accounts. Moving paper, gotta call it my account. It's all in, I can have it coming out. And through the struggle, I can see another drought.
All right, and welcome to the shoulder tap segment. It's me and Mick today. How you doing there,
What's up, John?
Mick? Mustache is
I'm
looking
great.
good.
Thank you very much. Yours is as well. The beard, very full. You look like a wise owl, Hoag.
Ooh. Well, all right. That's good. What's going on? How are the traders doing today? I was talking this morning on the opening call about how days with, important numbers tend to be kind of polarizing. Traders do either really well or really bad. What's it looking like?
Well, you called it right there. We've got quite the blend. It's a mixed bag today. We've got a lot of people up big money. We've got a lot of people down big money. So a lot of red on the board and a lot of green. And, there's some days where you just don't see the big P&Ls like the 5-figure days and whatnot. These number days tend to produce those. And we've seen that today. There's bigger P&Ls on both sides of the board. But, I got a little red behind me in the background. But yesterday was a really good day. We called up 7 traders from XFA to live. I'm going to talk about a few of them today. And we only had one off. No, it's not. But it's definitely up there on the higher end. I think we've had 13, 14 in a day before. And then we've also had some weeks where we've called up, I think there was one week where we called up 39 people.
Wow.
From XFA to live.
Okay, so
Yeah. I remember.
Record,
Usually what I see when there's higher numbers of call ups on the week, I'm like, you could correspond that to a chart and you'll see a nice trending equity index or something like that. There's always a correlation there. It's the people that, are riding out these trades that are doing well.
Mm-hmm.
The chop and slop does not help get people called up to live. It's catching the trend. So that was exciting, and only the one off board. So it tells the group, I was talking about it a little bit yesterday. It tells the group that traders are trading well. And I've got a few of them I want to talk about with you.
All right. Excellent. What you got for us?
Before we dive in, though, shout out, happy birthday to Anne Marie. Hope you have a great day. I enjoyed listening to you on the segment right before I hopped on. Always have it on in the background. I've got some other shout outs, though. Amr up 5,100 in his live account. Saeed up 2,900 in his live account. They're trading equity indices, NASDAQ specifically. And then Danny Trades, happy to see you back in the market in the live account. He's up $1,000 today. Been quiet this year. He hasn't been trading. I know him and his significant other announced they were having a baby girl right around New Year's Eve. So shout out to him. Happy to see you back in the market and, putting up some good numbers. So before I go into the trading cards, we do have someone in an XFA, Boise, up $31,000 riding out something in the NASDAQ right now.
Wow. Jeez,
31 grand. That is, that's one of the biggest P&Ls we've seen on a single trade. One of the biggest, not the biggest, but over $30,000 on a single trade. That's really, really good. So nice. I hope they keep riding it out. I hope it keeps working for them. Before we get to the trading cards,
thank you, by the way.
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday. All right, I got a chuckle out of this yesterday when I was doing the XFA to live call-ups, because one of the traders I featured yesterday, John R., he must have been watching, and I must have made him a little upset. So he got called. He was one of the guys that we called up from XFA to live yesterday, because I was kind of talking about his high-risk trading. Sure enough, he made 14 grand yesterday and hit the $50,000 cap. So he had taken 10,000 in payouts in his XFA, and he'll be starting in the live account with $40,000. So I got a chuckle out of that, John. If you're watching, I'm happy for you.
Nice job.
Keep monitoring that risk. But yeah, 14 grand, really awesome. So I was telling the risk guys yesterday afternoon when we were looking at the accounts, I was like, Rizzo really stuck it to me. After I talked about him. So that was funny. And that $14,000 winning day he put up yesterday, that was one of 7 5-figure winning days that he had put up in his Express funded account. If anybody out there is doing the math, 7 5-figure winning days, but he hit a $50,000 cap. If you were watching yesterday, you'd recall I mentioned there were a lot of $3,000 daily loss limits that were hit on that account. So big risk, big reward. Another shout out goes to Piranavan. Piranavan, definitely someone we have on our leaderboard. I talk about him. I know you guys talk about him. He's trading in a live account. He's also got an XFA. We called up his XFA to add that to the live account yesterday. He made $14,500 in his XFA yesterday, and he made $15,000 in the live account. So that's a $30,000 winning day for him yesterday. So for those of you that aren't exactly familiar with this, on the funded level accounts, you can have one live account, 3 XFA accounts. You can have them all simultaneously. So a total of 4 funded level accounts, but we only give you one live account. And how it's going to work for Piranavan, who got called up yesterday, we're going to take his ending balance of that Express funded account, and we're going to add that to his live account balance. So he's sitting pretty healthy, definitely, fattening up for the winter in that account.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very well.
All right. And like I am too, I think, which I got to change. Let's pull up the card for Matthew. Matthew is a trader that we called up from XFA to live yesterday. He's trading out of Canada. And I'll say, as we get this card up here, this is one of the best trade reports I've seen. I love, John, this, obviously the winning day percentage, winning trades. This is great risk reward ratio. This trader, Matthew, he grounded out in this account. He was grinding it out 35 days in this XFA before getting called up. Average daily P&L, $308. So, I'll keep saying it. I love these traders that are not big swingers. They are looking to hit singles, taking bites out of the market. He's right a little over half the time, but he's able to, through his risk reward of, making 400 on average per trade and only risking 220 on average per trade, that translates to 91% winning days. So he's only right half of the time, but I love his trading. And he's got good hold times too, trading on a shorter time frame. But he's spending almost 3 times as much time in his winning trades as he is in his losing trades. I want to see him take a payout.
He's done some considerable work in the micros as well. And, he's got an $83 average winning day in the E-mini, in the E-micros NASDAQ. He's also trading the E-mini S&P and the NASDAQ. But this is a grinder. I love this guy. Not over trading. Great hold times. Wins twice as long as his losses. Reward over risk is good. This is my kind of guy.
Yeah, it's our kind of guy too. So I think they'll do really well in the live account. And I'm happy you mentioned what he was doing in the micros. John, you missed it yesterday. We had a guy that I had on the trading card yesterday, and I was talking about his mini trading and his micro trading. So he was trading the E-minis on a very short time frame, definitely using one strategy for the minis, and then he was using another strategy for the micros. And I kind of like this a lot because his hold times on winners and losers in the minis were like 2 minutes each for the wins and the losses. His micro trades, the P&Ls on his micro trades, trading like one contract in the micros, were equal to the P&Ls for the mini trades. So if he was making or losing anywhere from like $200 to $300 on his mini trades, but then he was making or losing, $200, mostly making about $200 on the winning trades in the micros. And he was trading a completely different strategy on the micros. His hold times were over an hour in the micros, where his hold times in the minis were only like 2 minutes. So I kind of, painted the picture, catching a piece of the trend for the day, these longer hold times. I talk about it a lot. It's where people are going to really take, bites out of the market. Now he was trading micros, but he was taking the same size bites out of the market as he was with his minis trading. So I told him,
right?
Yeah, I told him, stick to the micros strategy and try and implement it on your minis trading if you can. Right? But that's a big jump in risk. So that'll be
it's really smart. It's really smart. If you're trying to, if you're a shorter time frame trader and you're trying to learn how to trade a longer time frame, trade the longer time frame in the micros. The risk is less. You might find you're really good at it, and that's a great suggestion. If you're doing it well, move it to your minis. Do the same thing. Great idea, man.
Certainly. Preaching truth. And yesterday,
absolutely,
in line with micros to help grow to a larger time frame or a higher time frame for your hold times, we were talking about practice accounts yesterday. Someone had submitted a question about that. If they're not trading well, what do they do? And practice account's an option, but also, you can use your practice account if you're someone who's looking to move to a higher time frame for your trades. Try those things in the practice account. It's a very, very difficult and uncomfortable transition going from short time frame scalping to longer time frame holds. So it was one of the biggest challenges in my own trading. But anyways, let's go to Boris. Boris is another trader that we called up from XFA to live yesterday. And it's another great trade report. Unlike Matthew, who we just talked about, who traded 35 days before they got called up, Boris got called up in a short 8 days. So that, when I talk about days to getting called up, which I think I'm going to start peppering in a little bit more because I think it's good information.
Sure.
You're going to see a correlation between winning trade percentage and how short it takes us, the risk team, to call these traders up. We're much more inclined to call someone up in short order if we are seeing smaller position sizing, so fewer trades per day, and higher winning trades. I really like the winning trades metric. So I'm just sharing that here. And Boris is doing killer work on these stats. This is a beautiful trading card. And, it's a beautiful trade report I was looking at too. 84% winning trades, 88 winning days. He's only doing 7 trades per day and 1 to 2 contracts in those. I also, this person is catching a piece of the trend because they're spending over an hour in their winning trades on average. Guess how quickly they're cutting their losses.
I
Those losing
see.
trades.
8 minutes.
Yeah. That is impatience with the losers and extreme patience with the winners. I freaking love it. And so it's great. It's great. I always say catching a piece of day traders, catching a piece of the trend for the day is where I've seen the most success and the most profitability. So really happy for Boris. He's going to do really well in his live account if he can continue on with this type of trading.
And what I'm really impressed with is his reward over risk ratio. He's making 500 on winning trades, losing 200 on losing trades. That's better than 2-to-1 reward over risk, or risk reward, whatever you want to call it. And he's still, in this account, 83% winning trade.
Yeah, I mean, you could only have 50% winning trades, and if your risk reward's 2-to-1, that account balance is growing. But good risk reward, high winning trade percentage. That's where you get that average daily P&L that's on the larger side for some of these trading cards that we show. Granted, it's only over 8 short days, but it's a recipe for success and quick growth.
Wow.
So
he's doing great trading.
Yeah, he's doing everything right. He's doing everything right. And we did look at, some of his old trading history. He's only been with us since June. We liked the other stuff that we saw because we will go back and look at some of the, the other history, of these traders, because we don't always have, people ask, what do you look at when you are calling people up? We look at everything, and there's not always the largest sample size in one specific express funded account trade report. So we go back and we look at some of your other stuff. So for some people, your history might come to haunt you in regards to getting called up to live.
Right. And what did Boris's history look like? I'm sure, did his trading combines look like this?
Some of them did. Definitely the most recent one that put him in the express funded account. What I saw was, there weren't a lot of resets. I always like this too. You can hit one of your profit targets in the trading combine in as short as 2 days. I talk about sample size. That doesn't give us a lot of information. I'm happy that, we did trim that, days traded to pass the trading combine, but, 2 days of trading, 2 days of good trading doesn't give us a ton of information on any of these gals or guys that are, in the trading combine. So, we have to look back. And what I like to see is, we talk about the people that grind it out a little bit. I like seeing someone who is trading their strategy in the markets. Basically, the duration of the trading combine, it tells me they're thinking more so about finding good trades as opposed to hitting that profit target in 2 days or as quickly as they possibly can. I know everybody wants to, move from the combine up, but it's a lot of times it's the people that, pass that in 2 days that don't have the best stuff as those that, are just methodical. They're like, if it takes me 2 weeks or 2 months, I'm going to just trade my trading and see what happens and, earn it. So those are the people that last longer in the express funded accounts and take more payouts. And those are the people that last longer in the live accounts and maintain these accounts for, over 200 something sessions, people that are keeping their live accounts for longer than a year or multiple years. It's those people that really just, grind it out and are not looking to make a quick buck. I could name some names that I've talked about in the last couple of weeks that are on the opposite of that, but I won't go there today. Today we're talking about good trading and positive trading and people who have, great opportunity in front of them that I think they'll take advantage of. With that, I'd like to pull up the third trading card for today, Charlie Y. Let's take a look at what he's been doing.
Charlie Y. All right. Why? Because. All right, Charlie.
Because we got good stuff up here.
Because we got good stuff. All right, let's go.
Yeah. So Charlie's trading the NASDAQ, the S&Ps, and the crude oil. I kind of see like you know, most people that are doing the equity indices, you know, if there's another product that's, you know, popular, it's kind of the crude oil. Oh, when you and I started working together many, many years ago, when I joined Topstep, I remember most of our traders were trading crude oil. It was like 75% of the volume that we were doing was all crude oil. It has completely switched to predominantly equity indices, specifically the NASDAQ and now the S&Ps. But Charlie's doing really well in all of those products. So great winning trade percentage, great winning day percentage. They're trading 2 lots. They're selective. They're only doing 7 trades per day on average. And nice hold times here. An hour and 11 minutes on average on the winners. They are being patient with their losing trades too, though, unlike the first person I spoke about, Matthew. So holding the winners for about an hour and 11 minutes, and the losers, they're staying in them for 55 minutes. So they're patient with both the winners and the losers. And that's not a bad thing, because if you are trying to catch a piece of the trend for the day, you have to have a certain amount of patience to watch that market go in your favor, go against you, trade around your average price. So the time spent in those losing trades doesn't really indicate that they were losers the whole entire time. They could have been in their favor, out of their favor, you know, above or below average prices. So I like the high time frames on the holds. You know, maybe there's an opportunity there to trim them down a little bit. Maybe there isn't. I didn't look that closely at those hold times in particular. But risk reward, there could be a little bit of improvement there. You know, it's a little better than 1-to-1, but not by much. You know, trading their 1s and 2s, you know, they're taking $320 on the winners and only risking about $290 on the losers. So, you know, as long as they can maintain the 73% winning trades or somewhere around there, they'll be in good shape. So yeah, is there anything else on this guy that you see? I have one other thing I want to talk about, but I'd like to give you the floor, John.
Yeah. He's a good risk manager. I mean, it's a 150K account, and you know, in this account, I mean, the biggest losing day, I mean, we're looking at, what was it, $582. But what I love about him is when he gets down and he's able to pull himself back to break even, that's all he's trying to do. There's a day here he's down $1,500, back up to 143, calls it a day. Didn't overtrade, didn't freak out. You know, and another day, you know, he's down 1,000, comes back to basically break even, down $37, calls it a day. I don't know if he timed out, you know, if the markets were closing, whatever it was, but from what I'm seeing here, this is something that, I mean, you're down $1,500 and you get back to break even. It's like making $1,500. You don't have to make that back the next day. That is to me, you know, is smart trading. When I'm down, you know, if I get back to break even, I'm at the very least taking a break, and then I'll seriously consider waiting till the next day to trade. I love this.
Yeah, both those things that you mentioned were things I actually wanted to talk about. So for the viewers out there, good. No, totally. I love it. It's even better that you brought it up. You know, it's kind of good minds think alike. You know, I talk a lot about, you know, areas for improvement, you know, don't risk as much on a daily basis, you know. So for Charlie, someone who can risk up to $3,000 in a day, like Hoag said, his biggest losing day was $580. That's what he locked in on his biggest losing day. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. That's so good. Tells me Charlie's got his own risk parameters, personal risk parameters in place, and I think that's a completely necessary thing for everybody out there. Just because Topstep says you can lose 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 based on our loss limits for these account sizes doesn't mean you should be doing so. So I really like that a lot. And what you talked about with him being down a little bit and, you know, bringing it back to break even. Charlie, you're holding on to a horseshoe here. You know, we all, when we're down, want to get back to zero and whatnot. It's worked out for you a couple times. Don't count on it happening all the time, but I know you got 73% winning trades, so I'm not telling you you're completely lucky here, but do be conscious of that, because chances are, when we found, and this is, I'm saying this from experience, and, plenty of losing days out there. When you find yourself down money and you want to trade just to get back to break even, you are probably trading your P&L in one way, shape, or form. I can't say that that's what Charlie is doing here, because he's only taking 7 trades per day. So he is selective with his trading. He's only trading when the market, he's probably only trading when the market's giving him opportunities. But, trying to come back from being down to break even is a super slippery slope. And Hoag mentioned a couple examples where it worked for him. I kind of think, maybe 1 to 2 times out of 10 does that actually work out for you. So something to consider. Hoag, Hoag, I don't think you really probably are, I know you're really solid with your setups that you're taking. Do you probably at one point in time in your career, if you were down, tried to bring it back to zero on the P&L side of things? Is that something you ever, are tempted to do, trade that P&L to get back to break even?
Well, I mean, that's something everybody is tempted to do at one time or another. You always want to try and get the money back. But the important thing to remember when you're trying to do that is not to trade because you want to get the money back. It's you have to trade because the market is offering you a highly probable situation. So, if you start revenge trading and over trading and just chasing money, that's when things tend to go really bad. But if you wait for the right opportunity, I always say you got to let the opportunities come find you. Because if you're going to go look for those opportunities, especially when you're down money, you're going to have a rough time with it. So, but even after 30, 31 years, Mick, we all fall back into the old habits from time to time. When you catch yourself doing that, you got to say, what am I doing? If I just calm down, I know over time I'm going to be fine. We're going to make money, and just try and recognize when you are down money, whether if you are just trading to make that money back, or if there is a real legitimate asymmetric in process, in strategy trade for you. Those are the ones you want to.
Yeah. Well said. I know personally, one of my turning points or pivot points, since we're talking about trading, one of my pivot points in my trading career, where I started to see performance become an increase in performance, was when I started getting better at taking losses. Call a losing day and move on because I didn't see anything else. When I started, at 20 years old, I couldn't accept losses. I was a young, cocky kid, and trading certainly it's hard, yeah, but trading certainly humbles you. One of the big pivot points for me, though, was getting better at taking losses. I'll share a quick story. I've shared it on here once before, but a while back, so it's time to mention it again. I was sharing an office with some guys from the wheat pit years ago when I first started, and I wanted to get the heck out of the house and not start being around people that were much smarter than me and more successful than me. So that was a good move.
Sure.
And being this young cocky kid, when I was having a bad day, I shared my emotions by dropping F-bombs and stuff, maybe more than once. And the guy I was sitting next to, one day he hit me up, and he asked me when I started dropping this, when I dropped an F-bomb, he knew I was pissed off. He goes, what's your P&L? And that was in the middle of the day, morning, afternoon, I don't know. But after the close, he asked me again. He goes, what's your P&L? And I told him, and it was worse. I noticed that over the course of my next, losing days, where he heard me drop F-bombs, he started asking me where I ended up on the day at the end of the day. And he asked me one day before the session opened, he's like, have you noticed a trend in, my questions to you about where you're at when you're getting pissed off versus where you're finishing the day? And I go, no, I hadn't really, Brian. He's like, every single day I find you swearing. He's like, you're always down more money at the end of the day. He said, why don't you hop on the train when you get pissed off and start swearing. He didn't want to hear me dropping F-bombs. That puts everybody on edge. But he's like, every time you get pissed off, you're losing more money. So he's like, once you find yourself pissed off or you're down money, move on, get out of the office, don't bother me. And that was another kind of a turning point too. I noted what he brought to my attention was the emotions didn't help my trading. It hurt my trading. And so I tried to work on, I did a couple things to work on that. So that's just one way it worked for me. I'm sure there's a lot of other people out there, smacking mice on the desks, or, dropping F-bombs or cursing at themselves. If you find yourself doing that,
you gotta know when you're making emotional trading decisions, because you're not making good trading decisions, right?
Yes. And absolutely. And something that helps with the removing the emotions from your trading is framing out the trade. If you know where you're getting out, if you're wrong, it makes it that much easier to move on. I didn't do that early on too. It was, oh, I'm down a bunch of money, I want to get back. What's another 1,000? What's another 1,000? And then at the end of the day, you're sick to your stomach because you didn't have a plan for that trade or that day, and your account takes it on the chin.
Yeah, it is easier said than done. Mick, we gotta end the segment here.
I'll get out of here.
Always appreciate your wisdom and your mustache, and have a great rest of the day. I hope everybody with the family is doing well, and
likewise.
God bless you, Mick. You're doing so much to help these traders. I know we all appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day. So stay tuned for the Power Players segment. We have Jenner coming in to join Andre and Eddie for that segment. And Mick, any last comments?
No. I hope all you traders out there, go forth and profit. I stole your line there, John. But trade well. And, I gave you a couple examples today of, stuff that hurt me early on, and, find your own pivot points, try and get better. And I'll leave it at that. You guys have a great day.
All right. Thanks, Mick. And stick around, everybody. Power Players coming up. See you in a minute.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Yeah, show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me.
Welcome back to the Power Player segment here in a wild market day. Currently, we're down pretty big. We're seeing some big downside action in both equity indices. Personally, I've been going through a 12-round bout with this market, but enough about me. We are joined by a Topstep funded trader, Jenner B, and as well our favorite Eddie Horn. Jenner B, how are you doing today, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's just that today's not the day for me in the markets.
I hear you. Go on, tell us about it. Let's get right into it.
Well, I saw a continuation to the upside. That's what I thought. I thought they were just gonna trick us out by just pushing it up and up like they like to do on those slow grind up days. And
right here, I know right, we're talking about right. What market are you talking about?
Oh, ES. I trade ES.
Yep. All right, we got the chart. We got the chart up right here. We're looking at that right after the CPI number came out. We saw that move to the upside, and sure enough, we came down, slammed it. Go on. So you thought there was gonna be continuation to the upside. What happened?
Yeah, it opened right in the middle of the range, and I figured it was going to go up, and it took a minute. I went in profit, and then that was just it. I had to cut my losses, and that was it. And then let me see. Once it started rushing down hard, I got short 5, and there was kind of a little bounce, and hit max loss right there. That was it.
All right, well, let's get right into it. First of all, thanks for your transparency and your honesty. How do you deal with days like that? So have you been watching the markets ever since? So your day's been kind of cut a little early. So are you still watching the markets? Are you still watching the charts and seeing how the day progresses, even though you can't actually trade today?
You have to, because otherwise you're not going to learn anything for the next day. You got to see what happened here, where they bounced at, where they want to go, and where you think the larger orders are coming in, because that's going to play a part tomorrow.
Absolutely. So yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say, Jenner, you've been with us before, and I've said hello to you before, and we've talked before. Cool. Tell us about yourself and what led you to this career in trading.
So the pandemic came, the market dropped, and I figured I would just go long and take my money out and pay my car off once I doubled my money, and I did that. The thing is, I never quit, and I've blown up 4 personal accounts since then. And actually, before I blew up the last account, I started with Topstep, and I actually traded futures for a little bit before that. And I just never quit, and I'm here today. And my plan is to keep trading until I can make this a full-time thing, just because it grabs my attention, and I'm present with the market in here. And so my normal day job is being a carpenter, and I kind of like being a carpenter, but at the same time, it's just not what I think I could get out of being a trader. So I'm a trader now.
There you go.
Awesome.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard is right. How did you find Topstep? You say you got into pandemic or around the pandemic. How did you find Topstep, or did Topstep find you?
So I listened to all kinds of podcasts of big traders getting funded, and a lot of them would talk about prop firms, how they would be in the prop firms, and they talk about these $50,000 swings, and so I always thought about it. I just never wanted to try it until I had enough experience to not lose too much money at it. And so the time finally came, and I started looking around, and I just started Googling prop firms, and I read through all of them, and I just figured, by the sound of it, Topstep was the one that sounded most legitimate to me when I was looking on the web for which ones would take me to where I needed to be.
Awesome.
That's right.
All right, well, let's get into it.
Right.
So you said you had a struggle today, and you know, hit your loss limit. What are you going to do tomorrow moving forward? Are you seem like you got a pretty level head about you. You don't seem to be too fired up, too distraught about it. I know I'm a bit more passionate. Something I'm always fighting with is my emotions. How do you keep your emotions in check, or is it something that you're constantly working at after a day like today?
Well, you can't tell right now, but I'm actually sweating. The markets are a real intense thing for me. That's
Well, you said
probably
because you're
why.
on TV. Is that because you're on TV? Because you didn't trade so well.
The pressure.
Well, probably because I came back from my morning jog just now too.
Well,
But
okay then. All right, so you're jogging, you're
but I think
exercising. That's okay.
all of it is factoring in. So yeah, I hit the loss. I went out. I ran. I had a free reset from a while ago, and I decided to use it because I'm so close to blowing the whole account that I figure if I lose those couple hundred tomorrow, right, just from the market opening and from just from the volatility, if I blow my account tomorrow and can't trade the rest of the day, it's just gonna ruin my whole mood. So I just decided to take my free reset that I had. If I didn't have the free reset, I probably would have tried to play through it, but that was 11 days in this combine.
11 days?
I've been funded 4 times. I've taken 2 payouts. I had
Nice. How much?
5,400 in payouts.
If you don't mind us asking, how much were those payouts?
The first one was $1,000. That was in July.
Awesome.
The one after that was 4,400. So I am part of the 5K club.
I love that. I love that. Oh, you can say 5K club. You got to get that hat. We'll send you out that hat. Make sure to reach out. But yeah, so all right. So you've tasted the sweet nectar of trading. You've taken a couple payouts, but you also felt what the struggles can be. So what goes into your decision making as to whether or not you're actually going to use your reset or not? Or you're going to still hold on to it? Like, I know you touched on it, but what's your thought process?
I actually used it. I actually used it, and I took a few trades, and now I'm done for the day because more losses. So that's I'm done for the day.
Well, it's a fresh start. It's a fresh start. Mindset clear, new slate. I mean, sometimes, when you get close to that, breaking that trading combine, you were $200 close, sometimes we got to challenge ourselves, see if we can distance ourselves from that. But, since you had it, use it, and you're on a new road right now.
Yeah. A new road.
All right, well, just wanted to
something.
Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
Could you walk us through your typical trade day? Now, obviously, you're a carpenter. You've got that other job. A lot of us do have other jobs and then find time to trade, which it can be heavy, but if you manage it correctly, it can be very profitable. As we saw you reaching the funded level 4 times, so you've got that down. But getting up, what do you start looking at first? And run us through your day.
My day, I wake up 5. Well, I'm here in California, so the market opens at 6:30. So I wake up 5:25. I hook up everything. I trade on a gaming laptop, so I have to hook that all up. I have an external monitor. So it's kind of an intermediate. I don't know what you want to call it, a rig. Okay, so so I set it all up. I got the charts open and ready to trade at 550, and I'm looking at the charts. And the first thing I do is I like to trade the oil open. So I trade that until the ES opens. Once the ES opens, I go in on that. I do my hardest not to take a big loss on oil, and it's just so volatile that it's kind of hard not to go for bigger profits on oil because I am kind of newer at it. But as long as I can keep those losses in control, I have room to trade, and that's really what we're looking for as traders is room to keep trading. Because if we come too close to that daily loss limit, if you're not trimming your position size, you're going to be bumping against that max loss, and then you can't trade. And then what are you a trader for? Your trading is done.
Right. Well, you want to make sure that you've got a clear road ahead. Mindset is good. Focus is good. Discipline, patience. Do you use a journal, Jenner?
Good question.
Every now and then. I try, but sometimes it's hard. I get real busy around here.
Okay.
I got a mom who's kind of sick right now, and I gotta help her out a lot. So I try.
All right. As long as you're moving
All right. Hey,
forward. As long as you're moving
real quick update here. I know about 20 minutes ago, Fed's Mester started speaking. I think we saw some market movement from that. Some of the comments coming out. March is too early for me for a rate cut. I think we'll need to see more evidence. But as we see continued disinflation, we will have that conversation again. As Fed speakers always do the best, talking out of both sides of their mouth. Also, Fed's Master said we will not see 2% inflation in 2024. So you think that'd be a little bearish for equities. With that being said, we're starting to see some buyers come in equities as we see here in the chart. With that being said, Jenner, so you're saying you are dealing with life outside of trading, outside the markets with your family members and stuff like that. How are you able to compartmentalize that, if at all, and not let that affect your trading, or not let your trading affect your personal life?
Well, you're probably asking the wrong person, because I'm just the kind of person that just naturally focuses in on whatever I'm doing. So I guess for every person that wants to build a strategy to not let outside things affect them, it's going to depend on who they are. It just depends on what works for you, just like in trading. If
So do you think that is something that can be worked on? That's just something you're born with then? Because I think it's something you can be worked on. I think it can be worked on, that you can. Obviously, life events are going to happen. You're going to have bad trading days as well. But I think it's something that can be worked on. We put up a wall and we keep the two things separate as best you can. Obviously, sometimes it's not, it's not foolproof. It's not going to be 100% of the time. But you're able to just really hone in and focus on it. I believe some people can't. And for those that can't, I think some of the tips that can be said is, you got to understand that trading is trading and life is life. And life is more important than just trading, and there's more to life than just trading, so to speak. So that's good on you for being able to do that. I think that's easier said than done for a lot of people.
Yeah, family first, man. It's what it's about. Trading will always be there, Jenner, and you're making the right moves. Jenner, let me ask you about risk. Obviously, risk is a big part of success. How do you manage your risk in trading?
How you manage your risk? You get in at good locations, like Hoag says. Try to get cheap trades. You do that, you're already 50% ahead of the game. If you get cheap trades and you make sure your profits are bigger. Now, I'm real bad at this because I'm a scalper. I scalp the hell out of the market, and I make a good bit doing that. Switching to longer term holds is something I'm working on, but in terms of managing your risk, you don't let your losers get too big, because when you do, all it takes is a couple of losing trades to get you.
Right. You got a personal loss limit that you add to that?
I don't. I just go at it. I don't. It's bad.
Right.
Sometimes when TopstepTV first started, I used to like to comment little comments, and I used to say, "Don't trade like me" after it, because I really, no one sees the market the way we do. Like, you see the market in your own way. So even if I'm great at the market, if I tell you what I'm doing and you copy it, who knows if you're going to win doing that?
Well, you seem you've got the right recipe, the right formula. Yeah, Andre, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we're starting to see some sellers coming here in the S&Ps. Not sure what's triggering that, but or about this might be barcoding range bound for the lunch hour trade. So for those that are up on the day, you might want to consider maybe taking a break, resetting the old mental before we get into what's going to be a crazy afternoon trade. Just a tap on the schedule, what we got coming up for the rest of the day. Keep in mind, we are in the middle of a bell-to-bell day. For those that caught the form in the mornings, please stay tuned, maybe very shortly. Another form will be going out, and stay with us in the afternoon. And we're going to, if you're able to fill out the form all 3 times today, we will hook you up with a free reset. So be sure to tune in. Again, it's a bell-to-bell day. It's our first time doing this, so bear with us. But we think you're going to like how it all works out in the end. With that being said, after this, we got Top Quiz. After Top Quiz, of course, everyone's favorite segment, Group Coaching with Hoag and Dolby. After that, we will have Back to the Futures, myself, Hoag, Eddie, and Rips. I know Rips has been trading it up a lot. He was received very well a couple weeks ago. So he may or may not be trading with us this afternoon. And of course, we got Power Hour with Jack, myself, Hoag, Eddie, and Rips again. So Hoag get a whole lot of Rips today. Anyways, Eddie, I think you had a question for Jenner.
You mentioned risk, and then you said you're a scalper. I myself, I tend to be a scalper also. What's your go? What I mean by that, when do you determine when to enter? What are you looking for as a scalper, and for an entry?
Well, if I see volume bars building up as it's going one way, and it's ticking up as it's doing that, that might just get me in for a short move up, right? I'm picking on the delta. If delta's positive and it's going with it, or negative and going with it, then I do that. If there's a divergence, then I might just do that. And I'm always taking like a couple ticks at a time. Like I would never recommend anyone trade the way I do, because it's just insane. Even Coach Robert. I remember I had Coach Robert as a one-on-one coach a couple of times. He used to tell me, I can't even tell what the hell you're doing. Actually, it made me feel pretty good, because we're trying to beat the rest of the players, right? The algorithms. The people with big money are programming the algorithms to take our money and fake us out of trade, so that way they can come in with the bigger volume and offset their loss by just the volume coming in and taking out whatever they've got in, right? So this is kind of a mind trick. They're going to push market one way, but then as soon as you get in with that, right, even if delta was going your way and it picks back against you, because they wanted to pick up all the liquidity and go right against everyone else who got in, because they all saw what you were seeing. If you're doing it, chances are there's about 10,000 people that did exactly what you did, right? So they're going to fake out all those people, and then they're going to push back in. So that's what nifty about this tilt thing that you guys got on Topstep too. Yeah, I mean, that's what I got to say about that right now.
Are you finding Are you finding any value out of tilt? When you look at tilt, what do you gather from that? Because I know it's been a hot topic for the last couple months in the chat on the TopstepTV. People are looking at tilt in different ways. What are you gathering from it? What
I
do you
don't look
see
at
from
it, but I hear the Topstep guys talking about it, and it can paint a bigger picture as to what the rest of the people in the market are doing. And that's about all that comes to mind right there about that.
Fair enough. For those that are
Jimmy
asking,
in the chat. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Jimmy in the chat was asking, how many trades do you do a day? Do you keep count, or do you have a certain monetary target? Once you hit that, I'm good to go.
Who, me? Do I have a monetary balance?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many trades do you do a day? Do you have a certain amount that you want to trade, or is it, hey, you know what, I hit this
80.
money mark?
Sometimes I go right up to 200. I remember before there was a limit of 200 in Topstep that I try not to go past, but I do kind of trade a whole lot during the day.
All right, so you got Evil Knievel trading here, but it's working.
I'm gonna say again, don't trade like I do.
You got it. Well, it works for some. This is a crazy business, and whatever you can sort of hook onto, don't let go.
It takes a certain type of person to be good at it. But some people make a killing. Some people just lose everything. But that's what we're kind of learning to do, is be professional gamblers. If our reward is much larger than our risk, and we walk away when we're down, and the market is just not going with what comes to us, then it's just not our day.
Well, you know what, Jenner? I kind of want to push back on that. I don't see it as gambling. I think gambling is when you don't know your risk and you don't know when to walk away. Typically, what you see with the gamblers, say you go to a casino, you sit at the poker table, and you never walk away. You can walk in with $100 in your pocket, you piss away the $100 right away, Then you find yourself going back to the ATM for another $500. You piss away that $500, go to the ATM for another $1,000. That's gambling. That's not controlling your downside risk. Whereas the trading, we know what our risk is going to be. We stick to what that risk is. And like, for instance, like you today, it's over for the day. So you're not going to blow out your account. You're not going to blow out your savings. You're not going to blow out your kid's college fund because we have a defined risk and we have a defined downside limit to what we're willing to risk for that day. Whereas gambling, I think you're just willing to piss it all away in one fell swoop. So I think I would push back on necessarily it being gambling, professional gambling. This is trading with defined risk reward, chart recognition, chart patterns that experience does lead into a lot of this informed decision making. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But I should have added before I said gambling was that I've read books on how these how professional poker players go about studying how to play, and the way we pull money out of the market kind of goes the same way in the way that they're trying to look for their edge. So you're right. It's not gambling when we're looking and the market wants to go one way and you go with it and you make your money out of that. Is because you made an educated guess, and maybe not even a guess, but you were going with what the market was doing, which wouldn't necessarily be gambling. But
yes,
you're trying to find your edge and take money out of the market.
For instance, we see a hot CPI reading coming today. We know that's going to keep interest rates, higher for longer, and that was backed up. Williams touched on it yesterday, 2:15 in the afternoon, Chicago time. And then we had another speaker come out, Mester, about 30 minutes ago, kind of speaking on that too. In the market, knowing that a hot CPI reading would keep interest rates higher for longer, will then in turn make equities sell to the downside. That's kind of those if-then scenarios playing out with measured and calculated approach as to what the market will do next based on experience, based on repetitions, based on screen time. So, in the terms of making money, losing money, I can see how there's a false equivalency there. But at that point, I think, these are calculated risks that we're taking here in trading. But it's okay. I can see how it can be confused.
It's like saying if there's an uptrend, get in on pullbacks, right?
Right.
Because it's headed that direction.
It's to a point here, Jenner. I want to ask you about, since you really don't have a set strategy, it's sort of improvised attack when you can.
No, that's my strategy. That's my strategy. I go with what direction the delta is taking us, and if I see larger orders coming in, and we're coming up to a large liquidity area, then that's where we're headed to.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected. Let me just ask you about, we talked a while back. I was coaching you too also. But looking at your trade report, you had some highs and lows. And you seem to have gotten a good grip. Obviously, you were funded 4 times. How were you able to make those adjustments as you went along?
The adjustments to be at least profitable
Successful
enough to get myself funded.
Correct.
Cutting losers. Cut your losses quick. If it pulls back against you, even if it's just a short blip, you take yourself out before it takes you out. There's only so much we can lose.
So it's either a yes or a no right away when you put the order in. If it's a no, I'm out. I'll try again in another area. If you see the yes, then you're going to say, okay, I'm going to continue to let this order grow. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Add to winners, cut losses.
Oh yeah. Hey, real quick update here. We're still seeing a lot of sellers coming in crude oil. Selling pressure came in about an hour ago. We just keep seeing these downside moves on the 5-minute chart. So something to keep an eye on for all the crude traders out there. Let's keep going around the world real quick. S&P 500 seem to be stuck in this range for the time being. Wouldn't be the worst time to go make a sandwich, although if you're going to make a sandwich, keep your ears open. Wink, wink. Catch my drift. Let's see. Take a look at NASDAQ real quick. Again, getting a little barcoding action here. Last hour, things seem to quiet down. Seems like the action right now is in crude oil. We'll take a peek at gold.
Oh yeah, crude
Chilled out.
oil is the way to go.
Yeah, let's take a look at crude real quick. We got sellers. The sellers selling started here at 73.74 ish, and we're down to seven. Damn, we really are down 72.50s. So hang on tight there, all you crude traders. Hopefully, you caught the short to the downside, and you guys are up some money today. Another quick in about 10 minutes. In about 10 minutes, we have Fed speaker, everyone's favorite. Hold on.
That
You guys
that
hear
down
that?
move in crude came off
Hold
of
on.
a
Hold on,
resistance.
Jenner. Hold on, Jenner. Hold on. Something just popped.
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
Hey, we got another bell to bell here. Sorry, Jenner, but we have just posted that in our chat. So, like Andre's saying, hey, if you're making a sandwich, get over here. All right, it is pinned. Now, remember, it is pinned on top of the chat. So we're gonna get that pinned up there right away. And remember, fill that out completely. Keep the same information if you did the first bell to bell. Keep the same information on the second one, okay?
Yep.
So there it is. Thank you, Topstep, for posting that. So scroll up in the chat,
There it
YouTube.
is.
You got it up there, all right? Thanks, Andre.
Yeah. So we got it up there
Cool.
for now. That's bell number 2 of the day. I know there will be another bell today, if not 2.
And
so make sure you tune in.
And Andre, how long do they have?
Yeah, if you believe they have 5 minutes to fill out this form, and then we're
5
closed.
minutes
And we
remaining.
close it down. But it looks
5
like people are
minutes remaining.
use my name. I wouldn't use my name. I don't think it's going to go through. But what you got to do, make sure you keep the information consistent from form to however many forms else come throughout the day. I think you guys can probably gather how many more are coming. But yeah, we're going to reward all our Bell to Bell Club and a Bell to Bell crew. Stay tuned through Power Hour, and we're going to trade this sucker, make some money. But yeah, we got 5 minutes left on this form. Right before we drop the Bell to Bell form, I want to say in about 8 minutes, we got everyone's favorite Fed speaker, Barkin, speaking. After that, at high noon Chicago time, we got our 30-year bond auction. So we got
Big
some more.
number.
Yeah, big number. We still got some more stuff down the pipeline. I don't think this trade's dying by any means. So so far so good. We live for this volatility. It's been rocking and rolling today. Hasn't been easy on the heart, but hell, man, this is the days we live for.
You got it, man. All right, so fill that out, and we still got Jenner here. Jenner wanted to ask you something also about some risky decisions that you've taken. Have you ever taken a trade deep into negative, held on to it, and let that ride back into positive, or the opposite?
Oh yeah, I used to do that. I used to do that all the time when I was a newer trader with Topstep. Oh, especially when I was a brand new trading on my personal accounts. I used to just add to my losers, thinking it would come back, because equities have their what do you call it, their levels where all the funds are buying at, right? But the problem with that is I was doing penny stocks, right? Not exactly penny stocks, but more speculative, like $20 companies, right? Like Virgin Galactic, for example. That went all the way up to like I think $60, but then came all the way back down to like it's trading at like $4 now. I don't know where it's at today, but it did that.
Okay.
Well, it looked
Andre, you had
Jenner, yeah, I don't know if you remember right before we dropped the bell to bell, you were touching on something about your trading. Do you remember what you were gonna tell us? Sorry, we interrupted you there.
No clue.
Nice, man. I feel you. So, all right. So your trading's done for the day. Will you be trading tomorrow, or are you gonna call it a week?
Actually, I got in on a short on crude because it was dropping too hard.
So you're back in it.
Oh,
What
there
are you
you
short
go.
from?
That's a
Hey, let's
scalper.
tell it. Yeah, what are you short from? Tell us. We'll post it up here in the across the overlay here. What are you short from?
72.39.
72.39, catching the down move. All right, Robert, if you are there, Jenner is short. How many? 1, 2, 3. How many are you short?
2.
Short 2 from 34.
Yeah.
Get in there. So, all right. So, what's your stop? What's your What's your stop? And what's your profit target here?
I took myself out. I don't use hard
yourself
stops.
out?
I just yeah.
I
It
guess
went too
that
far
was
against
one of
me.
the no trades. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Jenner, what's the best trade you ever made?
The best trade I ever made, like
one trade.
Okay, well, in my personal account, way back when, I heard on the news that Kodak was
I remember this. They were getting out of the
was
photo or the film. They were going to make. It was during COVID.
yeah, they were going to use their
Yeah.
their vats to start producing
They were going to fight COVID
medicines
with
or
their.
something.
Yeah, I remember
So
this. Go
yeah,
on.
I bought like 100 at $4, and I was up like, ooh, I don't know how much I was up. I was up a good lot, but trading was halted, so I ended up making only like 2,300 from it, but it could have been like a $10,000 winner.
Could have been. How about your best trade ever in futures? Did you trade the ES? You
Best
trade
trade
the
in
crude? In the combine.
Let me see. That was, I remembered I was getting ready for work, and well, I don't know. There's a lot of times when it's just dropping like a rock, and I just get short and stay short, and I'll be like short 7, and it just makes me a whole bundle. Those are like the best trades when it's dropping and you get in, and it just keeps
When you
dropping.
see that, I mean, are you using a stop, or did you move your stop to break even, or if it's moving really good for you, do you lock it in money? Do you do any of those?
I never use stops.
Okay. Okay.
All right, folks. So that's all she wrote for form number 2. For those that have gotten forms number 1 and 2, stay tuned to form number 3. If you are logical like we are, you can only imagine when form number 3 will be dropped on you guys. So please stay tuned all day. We're really liking. Or form 4,
number
4, or 5, Eddie.
Or maybe form number 5.
Or form number 5. That's a lot of form. That's a lot of form filling out. But yeah, please stay tuned all day, and we're gonna hook you guys up with the reset. We're starting to see the sellers coming in crude again. We're trading 72.41.
Oh yeah, I'm back short.
All right, what are you short from this time, Jenner?
It's, hold on, the thing is in the way. Let me expand this. 72.46.
We are from what, 46? Okay.
Yeah, 72.46.
46. Cool. We'll put that. I'll put that up there on the overlay. If Robert is there, he's short from 42.46. So we are breaking currently in the money. Hopefully we can catch that move to the downside and see how that plays out. But yes, so we're still going to be interviewing you here, Jenner. So we're going to need you paying attention to the interview as well as the trade, if that's cool.
Yeah.
All righty, cool. We got 13 minutes left, or sorry, about 8 minutes left here. We got Barkin coming up in about 3 minutes. So Jenner, you've been fun with us a couple times. You're currently in a trading combine right now? What size combine are you in?
150K.
Is that your typical go-to?
Biggie. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, let me ask you, Jenner. You watching Topstep TV?
Yeah, every day. At first, I wasn't, because I think when the Topstep TV traders were newer, they were having like, you know, a time getting used to the program. But now you guys are better. It's actually helping me now, because at first it wasn't, as you guys were adjusting to the Topstep TV thing. But now you guys actually do help me.
How do we help you, or how does it help?
Well, Hoag comes up with his inputs about what is it, like like the closing and balance and all those technical things. Like some of those things I don't know how to put up on my charts yet.
What's your favorite segment of Topstep TV?
What is your favorite segment, Jenner? What's your go-to segment? Are you a bell to beller or what?
Yeah, I have been lately, especially now during the holiday season. There's not a lot of work for carpenters during the holiday season, so
yep.
So I've actually been trading full time for like the past 3 months.
Nice, you love it. So okay. I've always wondered this about West Coast traders, and I got a brother who lives out in the West Coast. He's in finance as well. So you're pretty much done by what, 1:00 in the afternoon? Then you have the whole afternoon to yourself.
Yeah, that's it.
Hell yeah, man! What do you do with your free time when
you're done trading?
With my free time, I like to go to the beach. I got into skimboarding recently, so
where do you go? You go to Half Moon Bay over? You go to Half Moon Bay over there?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I go
man.
to Half Moon Bay. I catch those waves. They're not ideal for skimboarding, but I like running. So being able to sprint with that board and throw it down on the sand and jump on it is a real exhilaration for me.
I was just I was just over at Half Moon Bay on January 1st. Spent my New Year's at Half Moon Bay, so I'm very familiar. Saw the skimboarder, saw the surfers there. It was very cool. Very cool.
You probably saw me if you saw a skimboarder because there's not many skimboarders out there.
Were you there on January 1st?
Oh, January 1st? You know what?
Yeah, this January 1st, like 10 days ago. That's where I spent my New Year's Day.
Oh, New Year's Day, no. Mm-mm.
All good, my man. All good.
It's actually warm enough out here to go to the beach during the winter, so.
Yes, it is.
So I was there like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Are you still short in your crude position right now? We got you on the overlay here. I want to make sure.
I feel comfortable about it because it's holding this area. It's accepting what do they call it? I'm not very good with words or talking. A lot of the times words escape.
That's why we have you here on TopstepTV, my man. It's all good. With that being said, we got 4 minutes left. Let's see what everyone's favorite Fed speaker Barkin is saying. Nothing yet. We'll definitely keep you updated on what hits the wire.
I'm way in the money now.
Starting to see some sellers in crude. Let's go, Jenner. Get that money. I know the chat could not be happier for you right now. They all want to see you make that money, get that scratch.
Hey, Trey?
Yeah, keep on breaking, baby.
Trey, I think we got time for one more question. Usually with the funded trader, we have that fun question.
Everyone's favorite trader.
Let's fire that up. All right,
let's do
Jenner.
it. Hit him, Eddie. Hit him with the good stuff.
Jenner, I've got questions 1 to 20 here. Give me a number, and I'm going to ask you that question.
Your mic went out. Okay.
Baby.
Okay, 1 to 20. I heard that.
Yes, pick one. Give me a number.
Pick your favorite number between those.
1 to 20, 18.
Money.
18. Okay, I'm going to ask you this question. Here you go. Pretend you're a CEO. What 3 concerns about a firm's future keep you up at night?
Ooh.
Say that again. There was a little choppiness to the audio.
Okay, choppy. Okay, pretend you're a CEO. All right. What 3 concerns about the firm's future keep you up at night?
Topstep or any firm? Like
any firm. It's called Jenner Inc.
I'm buying stock in Jenner Inc. I'm telling you that right now.
Risk is the main thing. It takes money to make money. That's the number 1 rule. And I guess picking the next people to do business with. That would be it. Oh, keeping your employee base, because I work as a handyman contractor sometimes. Sometimes I have 1 or 2 guys working with me. Having guys ready to work is the most important thing. How can you grow your business if you don't have people to make the movements for your business?
Right people in the right places. Exactly. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
good answer.
With that being said, I think with that being said, the pleasure's all been on this side of the table, Jenner. Good luck on that crude trade. We're going to be following you. We're going to make sure that crude keeps going lower, get you paid, put some money in your pocket, and pass that next combine. Nothing coming out from Barkin.
Oh, yeah. Sell.
Hell yeah, man. Just like Kramer said, sell. With that being said, nothing coming out from Kramer. We got the bell-to-bell form closed. We've got 2 done. Next coming up is Top Quiz, everyone's favorite segment. After that, group coaching with Hoag. And we got Back to the Futures. And we got Power Hour. Full day. Tons of shit coming out. Jenner, thanks for joining us. And we will be back shortly.
There you go.
Good job, Eddie.
You take care, man.
Later.
Yes, take care.
Hello, everybody. Sorry for the
Hi,
brief.
gang.
What up, Vanessa? It was a little quiet there for a bit, but we're gonna put an end to that right now. Welcome to Top Quiz. 4 multiple choice questions, and if you answer 3 or 4 right, we're gonna raffle off. What the hell? There's a lot of you here today. We'll do 50 free combines if you get 3 or 4 right. And because Vanessa asked today only, I will also give free resets to the top 3 finishers. Now, here's a note
Hey.
on that. And the reason why I don't do that often is because a lot of that's based on speed. You get more points if you answer the questions quickly, and that's how the people end up in the top 3. So it's not fair to do it every time, but today is a bonanza. So hope you're happy. Vanessa, how are you doing?
Dandy, per usual. How are you, Jack?
I'm doing great. I switched from the snow background to the pool side, but you can see I'm wearing a hoodie, so I am not actually there.
So you
All
sit
right.
on a throne of lies. I get it.
I do. I do. All streaming is lying. It's just what it is. But anyway, remember, it seems like a lot of you already got like 1,120 people in here. This can only hold 2,000 if we ever get to that. Remember to answer the questions on your device. If I said combines, I meant resets. It is resets today. We'll give out 50 resets, including the top 3 finishers. If you want to go for that, you have to answer the questions quickly. But remember, if you get 3 or 4 right, you have a chance. So, Vanessa, with that, we saw some interesting names in here. Looks like
Yeah.
Jenner's joined us. Thanks again, Jennifer Prez. We got the Jenner fan club. All right. Wait. Okay, Kyle Toth says, wait. Okay, we'll wait a few more seconds for Kyle to get in there. And what do you say? You ready to get started?
Is Kyle in here? Is Mr. Wait in here?
I don't
Hopefully.
know. I'm just gonna assume that Kyle is Jovan right there. All right, let's do it. No more
Done.
waiting.
Here
You've
we
had your
go. Here we
chance.
go.
Let's start the quiz. This is visual today for 2 of them, so remember to look at your screen. You'll see what I mean right about now, and I hope it works. Question number 1. The candlestick circled in this image is known as what? Is that a hanging man, a shooting star, a doji, or 3 white shoulders? Vanessa, any
I'm gonna
thoughts there?
go triangle.
I forget. Triangle is hanging man, and that is correct. That is a
Yes.
hanging man there. Yes, indeed. Remember, there will be one more question like that, and of the options I put in there, hanging man is correct. All right. Let's see who is on the leaderboard after 1. Magcoa, AGD, the legendary Joe Poos, Bofa D's, and Wazoo. All right, you ready for number 2 here?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go to question number 2. What film had the highest worldwide box office gross in 2023? Was it Barbie, Oppenheimer, Super Mario Brothers movie, or Fast X?
I'm gonna go with Oppenheimer. Beckman.
Oppenheimer did make close to $1 billion. However,
Oh no.
Barbie made
Dang it!
$1.4
It was
billion.
between those 2.
Super Mario Brothers was the second highest grossing movie of 2023. All right,
It
let's
was
see who
cute.
knew that.
It's a
You're
good
1 for
movie.
2. We're still good. Hero Fuel, Goat Hogue, Jack's Cornhole finally made it. Sound the alarm. Eisenberg and Ben, followed by a bunch of digits like a Twitter bot. Well, good for you, Ben. All right, ready for question 3?
Let's do it.
Let's send it. Question number 3. The candlestick circled in this image is known as what? Is it a morning star, an inverse hammer, a shooting star, or a doji?
I want one of them to be a shooting star, but I think it's a doji.
Well, enough time has passed that you can't affect it.
Square.
And yes, it is indeed a doji. And those are some pretty high stats there on that doji.
Yeah, good job, everybody.
1057. 1,057 of you got that correct. So good job. Y'all know your candles. All right. Going into the home stretch.
Ooh.
Arrow Field, My Cornhole, Carson Bond, Richie Rich, and Dead Bear. Do I have to send this person a reset if they finish in the top 3? All right. All right. Let's go to the final question. Get ready. It's from
Right.
earlier in the news.
Oh, no.
What will Mark Zuckerberg be feeding his new herd of super premium Hawaiian cattle? Chestnuts and watered wine, grass and coconut water, oatmeal and peanut butter, or macadamia nuts and beer?
Square. Macadamia nuts and beer.
Well, Vanessa, you
Come
would
on.
be in the running for a reset today. It is indeed macadamia nuts and beer.
I think I actually saw a headline for that somewhere. Thank God.
Yes, that was the headline today. That was a very, strange guy. All right, well, let's see the final podium here, which will include Richie Rich is one of our winners, Herofiel, and in 1. Oh, yep. There we go. I got I have your email now. Hope you use that reset. Hope you use that reset wisely. All right. Cool. Well, thank you guys and gals for playing Top Quiz today. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll be right back with Hoag for group coaching. And then we got RIPS for Power Hour later. Lots of cool stuff going on. So hang right in there. We still got another form coming out at some point. At least one. To claim your free reset for Bell to Bell today. So let's do it. We'll see you in a few. Thanks again, Jack
Have a great
Scornhole.
day.
Bye, Vanessa. You're the best. Bye. everyone.
Good afternoon, traders. It is that time again, noon. It is time for group coaching. We like to call it here at Topstep, Let's Crush 2024, something we hope for all of you. This is me. If you don't know me, my name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. In February, it'll be 41 years of futures industry experience, probably about 32 years as an active trader. After trading on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, I migrated to screen trading in 2009. That was certainly a challenge. And since 2011, I've been with Topstep and hopefully helping to increase your knowledge, experience, and performance as a futures trader. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there is a lot of risk in futures. We know this. These are leveraged products. You do stand the risk of losing more than your initial investment in that case. We should only be using risk capital to trade with, which to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. You're succeeding in the trading combine, getting funded here at Topstep, you're not going to have to worry about putting up that risk capital. We're going to be doing that for you. Remember, this is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product ever on this channel. And it also states that there is a considerable limitations to simulated performance results or hypothetical performance results. And to me, the biggest limitation is the fact that there's no consequence, no rules, and no accountabilities. It's not until you get a little bit of skin in the game until you're going to find out who you actually are as a trader. I want to welcome my good friend, Dolby, who's going to be helping me with the questions today. Dolby, how are you?
Doing fantastic, Hoag.
Get rid of this. We can watch the charts while we're doing this. And all right. Yeah. How you doing today there? You said you fantastic, I think is what you said, right?
Doing good. Doing great. Going through some of chat's submissions that we requested a while ago for kind of feedback on our program. So that's been pretty fun. Yeah, there's about 400 submissions, 3 different columns, so about 1,200 data points. And me and the ambassador team in Discord are crushing through that. So once we get it organized and sorted, we'll start going through it and finding out the cool ideas and try to implement them into TopstepTV.
Awesome. Well, that's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing those as well.
Yeah, shout out to the Discord squad for helping me out. They might be listening right now.
All right. Well, first off, before we even get into the questions, I do want to mention that nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. We've got a lot of questions that came in today. We're going to do our best to go through all of them, but I'm going to be very honest. If there's a question that I can't answer, I'm going to be telling you. I'm not going to try and cheese it. We have to be very honest in futures trading, and I'm going to be painfully honest with everybody. If there's something I don't know, I love that because it gives us both, all of us, something to learn together. And so why don't we jump into the questions, Mr. Dolby?
And we got a ton of them, so let's try to get through as many as we can today. This one is from Josh. I use the volume profile, but the point of control changes if I move from 30-minute to 15-minute. Can you explain?
Yeah, that is a flaw in the trading platform, probably, because no matter what time frame chart you're looking at, the single price with the highest volume should not change. Should not change. I have noticed that myself on certain trading platforms. Just be aware of it, and you can probably look on some domes as to what that actual price is. You could probably see it on the chart too if you expand the chart. A lot of volume profiles will show you the amount of volume on each price. It's something I've noticed as well. Even electronic trading, even every trading platform, none of them are perfect. Just something to make sure that you are aware of, Josh. Thanks for the question. If I could fix it for you, I would.
Thank you, Hoag. Next question. How would you set a stop loss and control risk reward? Or what's your methodology, or what would you recommend to maybe a new trader?
Okay. I love this question. New trader, experienced trader, expert, many-year trader. There's several ways to think about placing a stop. One of them is a fixed or a default stop. Okay, so I'm going to take a long, and I'm only going to risk 20 ticks on this long. All right, that's all well and good. It seems consistent, but the one thing you're missing in keeping a static or a consistent stop like that is the market information, the market generated information. In the right environment, a 20 tick stop may be enough to help keep you in trades. But in a volatile situation, a 20 tick stop might be a little bit too tight because the market is, likely to go a little bit further and a little bit faster in volatile situations. So you're going to be, in certain situations, probably stopped out quite a bit and possibly on good trades. Okay. So the way I look at stops and the way I look at opportunities is I'm looking at where price has to go in order to invalidate the trade. Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes not so much. There's no right or wrong way to really do this. It's just in looking for the asymmetric probabilities or asymmetric opportunities that we're looking for. I want to risk 100 to make 300. So if, let's say, for example, I'm looking at a potential short, and I'm not looking at this, not suggesting anybody do it, but I'm looking at this high here being able to hold as the high for a period of time. Well, if that's the case, my stop, if my hypothesis says that this high is going to hold, let's just call it 47.98, and now we're at 94. Well, if I'm going to use a 2-tick stop or a 2-point stop or a 3-point stop in a static manner, it doesn't give me enough room to stay in the trade to the point where I believe that the trade has failed. I'm going to have to move my stop outside or above that level. I'm looking for this level to hold. If price goes much above it, it might be telling me that the trade is going to be wrong. So I'm going to have to put my stop above that level. And then once I've determined the point of invalidation or the failure area, if price goes to this level, the trade is probably wrong. I'm gonna set the stop there, and then I'm gonna see if I can't get into that trade as close to that stop as I can to help me limit risk. So, when we're looking at setting a stop loss to control risk, there's the static stop. I'm only gonna risk 20 ticks on every trade. In certain market states, it's probably going to work for you, but failing to recognize a more volatile market state, you may get stopped out more often, and again you may get stopped out on some decent trades. So use your stops based on market generated information, whether it's off your charts, whether it's off the profile, whatever you're getting your information. Price has to go to a certain level to invalidate the trade. Look for that level, place your stop, try and get into the trade as cheaply as you can, and then see if the trade works out in your direction. By the way, this is not a short that I would be looking for an opportunity on. We're in the middle of the range. We're coming off the lows pretty hard here. This has been kind of how the market has been responding to breaks in the market. Every break has been getting bought. So, if I'm going to be looking for opportunities today, it's probably going to be closer to the extremes because that's going to give me the opportunity to limit the risk. So with, not knowing your experience level and your knowledge of technical analysis or profile or whatever you're using, take a look. Where does price say that this trade that I'm thinking about taking is wrong? Put your stop there and then try and get into the trade in the best location based on that stop as you can. And maybe you'll find some better success, hopefully, getting some winning trades on and not getting stopped out of good trades. I think the static stop has a tendency to get stopped out before the trade. has an opportunity to play out fully. All right.
Awesome. Great question and great answer. This next one's going to be from Kemry Riggins. I am going to paraphrase this a little bit. So I have days where I have gambling mindset sometimes. I was $400 away from passing the 150K trading combine. I don't wait for setups. I scalp. My average trade time is 20 seconds to 2 minutes. And I never hold on to my winners. This morning I got out of a long for $500 profit. It went up another 14 points. I took my profits before the halfway mark on my take profit. So yeah, lost $3,000 in 30 minutes yesterday trying to trade some BTC news. And just need some help. Almost passed the trading combine and then blew up an account 3 days later. I've been there.
Okay. So, Kemry, the most important thing that I'm getting from your question is the fact that when you start getting close to being successful in the trading combine, your mindset changes. Your mindset probably changes from looking for good opportunities, looking for opportunities that are within your trading strategy and within your process. Trades that you've hypothesized that are starting to prove correct, and then you're able to take advantage of those. You're getting to kind of a glass ceiling, right? So you're getting close to the trade, to succeeding in the trading combine. You're probably a little excited. You're going to do it this time. Let's just go get that $400, and then we're going to be moving on to a funded account. It's exciting, and I get that. And it's it's similar to setting a specific financial or time-based goal into your trading, because the market might not be big enough for you to get that $400 today. Your strategy may not be aligned with the market state for you to get that $400 today. And then when you start having losses off of that, you're like, man, I was so close, and now I'm even further away, and now I'm upset, and now I'm just going to start doing things that are probably outside my strategy, outside my process. And most of the time when we do that, we're not making cognitive decisions. My suggestion for you, Kemry, is to forget about the fact that you're trying to get to your profit target. Think about the day. Think about each trade as an individual opportunity. Look for risk. If you start to get upset, just make sure that you walk away. You can always come back. Maybe the next day is a day that you're going to be either more accurate with your context, or your strategy, or the strategy that you've chosen to trade that day will be more congruent with the current market state and context. Don't get upset when you don't reach a specific goal that is in a specific time. It is something that I wrestled with for a long time. Standing in the S&P pit, I'm looking for 40 ticks a day, and I can't tell you how many times I got 38 ticks. All right, I'm up 38 ticks. My clerk says, "Hey, that's your goal. Let's just go. Let's just either that or just walk away for a little while. Let's go have lunch. Let's do something else for a little while. You want to come back later? Let's do it." And I said, "Nah, just give me a couple of minutes. I'll pick up that extra couple of ticks, because that made me feel good about reaching a specific financial daily goal." Well, if that next trade is a loss, I'm up 38 ticks. Now I'm up 28 ticks. Now I'm pissed. Now I'm like, I should have just walked away with 38 ticks. Let me see if I can get it back. The next trade, if that's a loss, and the next trade's a loss, now I'm probably back to break even, and now I'm really tilted. And I've blown up thousands of dollars on, I've created thousands of dollars on losing days, because all I was trying to do was get that last couple of ticks. So to make $50, I've lost thousands of dollars, because I had that goal set in my head that I had to get to in order to feel successful that day. 38 ticks times $25. I mean, we're talking about $950 in the S&Ps. a hell of a good day. Why couldn't I just accept that and walk away and be happy with it? No, I had to get that last couple free ticks just so that I could say I reached my goal today. And, how many times that has cost me. And it's so similar, I think, to what you're experiencing, Camry, in the idea that we're trying to get to the trading combine goal. And, as a company that evaluates traders, we have to have a goalpost for you to get to. And in some ways it may make it more difficult that we have that, but we have to have some sort of goalpost with which to gauge traders. And Camry, you can get through this. Just forget about the profit target, take the trades. And if when you get close to that profit target again, put it out of your mind. Look for good trades that are in your strategy. And before you know it, you may look at your P&L and you may say, wow, hey, look at that. I did it. Get out of the market and then get into the funded account. So, it's sometimes that financial goal has an opposite reaction. You want to get it so bad. If it doesn't go well, you double down and you continue to try harder. And sometimes in trading, trying harder just has the opposite effect. I hope that helps everybody, Camry, and I really appreciate that question. It's a really important question. And so just trade what you see, trade your strategy. And if your strategy is good, you will get to that goal. But try not to strive for that goal. It's almost like, when I say, if I go looking for trades, I can find a million trades, but most of them are probably not going to be that good. It's when the market comes to me and whispers, hey, this looks like a good spot. It's cheap. Let's try this. It's the ones that yell at me like, you got to get that money. Let's go get that money. Let's go. When I end up in trouble. And that's impulse. When you're trading on impulse, you're not being thoughtful or cognitive in your trading. But when you have some experience and you get that intuition whispering to you, those are the things to listen to, not the things that yell at you. So I hope that helps, Camry, and I hope that helps everybody.
Oh, that was great. I'll throw in my 2 cents. Rule number 1 about passing the trading combine: don't think about passing the trading combine.
Right. Exactly.
Little Fight Club reference for you. Moving on. Seb has a question. Where is the best place to start learning TPO for a new person?
Well, if we can post the link to the market profile, what was it called, Colby? It was a masterclass, market profile masterclass.
Oh, your 101 series?
Well, no, it was just it was a one-off. It was an hour long about really the basics, the construction, the vocabulary, and some of the nuances of the market profile.
Let's see.
If we can post that.
Let's have a mod. Yeah. Hey, Cameron, can you hop into the Topstep YouTube and find that class and then post the link in chat? That would be fantastic. But we can move on while that gets pulled up, because this is actually going to be okay. Continue.
Yeah, over and above that, my good friend Jeb, was it?
Seb with an S.
Seb. Okay. This book, Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton. Now there's an abridged version. There's an updated version of this book. You can get it on Amazon. You can, anywhere that they sell books pretty much. But this was the book that was introduced to me by a friend of mine, and it basically saved me from having to change careers at a very vital, tough time in my life and in my trading career. It is a textbook. It is not a page turner. It's going to take you some time to absorb the information from that book. And that is the first step. The next step would be Jim Dalton's next book, Markets and Profile. Now, the masterclass you're going to watch, hopefully you're going to watch, is going to give you the basic of the construction of the profile, a little bit of the auction theory about the whole auction profile thing or the whole market profile thing. And if you think that that is going to be something that is going to speak to you as a trader, then you take the next steps and you get that mind over markets and profile. I'll give you a little hint. You look online far enough, I believe that there is a free downloadable version of the original text of Mind Over Markets on there to help you get started. But the first 100 pages of this opened my eyes to how markets really work, and I hope that it works for you and helps you again.
Yeah, and then we do have that. Perfect. Danielle posted that the market profile class at the top of chat, so it's really, really good. And then actually, our YouTube has a lot of evergreen content and educational content. I think they're all saved in a playlist as well. So if y'all have some free time, feel free to peruse that library. There's a lot of good stuff in there that's still very, very relevant. Moving on. Dr. Scruff has a question. Can you explain to us what the premise behind the initial balance is and how to use the tool?
Okay. The initial balance, according to the text of Mind Over Markets and the original text of Market Profile, which I believe is Markets and Market Logic by a man by the name of Pete Stottlemyre. The initial balance is it's kind of a pit-based idea where when you look at the range from the first hour of trade, and the initial balance is typically going to be the range for the first hour of the trading session. It can extend beyond that if the market is creating a larger range as that first hour comes to an end. But most of the time, we're going to be looking at an initial balance that is the range for the first hour of the session. You're going to look at the overnight session, the beginning, the 5 o'clock p.m. Central Open. There's an initial balance there. What we're really talking about most of the time is the regular trading hour U.S. Open. In gold, it's 7:30 to 8:30. Equities, it's 8:30 to 9:30 is the initial balance. Crude oil, it's 8 to 9 is the initial balance. So once the initial balance is established, and this comes from the trading pit, the initial balance kind of gives the local traders, the pea shooters like us, the individual retail traders, even professionals, professional speculators, gives them some sort of reference as to what might look too expensive and what might look too cheap early in the session. So, the initial balance is really one of the first daytime references. We can always use references from past days and past information on the charts. I mean, when you want to learn something about a market or how markets work, you look left on the charts. You can see where what it looks like when there's a key reversal. All of those things are available in the past. What you're trying to do is try and figure out what is happening today. So the initial balance really gives us the first reference as to what might be viewed as too expensive and what might be viewed as too cheap. Now, I did a back test or a back study of how often the initial balance remains the high of the regular trading hour session and or the low of the regular trading hour session. So I only looked at 30 examples, which is statistically significant. That's kind of hard to say. And it came somewhere between 65 and 70%. So 65 or 70% of days keep one side or both sides. Rarely is it both sides, but it'll keep one side of the initial balance as the extreme of the day. Now, that is over 30 experiences, over 30 instances. There's probably periods of time when it's more than 65 or 70% where one extreme of the initial balance remains one extreme or the other. And there's periods of time when it's probably, maybe 55 or 50% of the opening of the initial balance is one extreme or the other. But the whole idea of the initial balance is It is the range, the early range for the day. Too expensive, too cheap. Watch those extremes for opportunities. When you guys hear D talking about a failed auction, she's talking about when price extends, let's, for example, say above the initial balance, but doesn't maintain price up there. It comes back inside the initial balance, leaving a potential selling tail. That is a failed upside auction. Of course, we don't know that until later on if that tail remains, but it's something that we can lean on to look for opportunities. One other thing about the initial balance that I just want to say to you is the wider the initial balance as far as price ranges are concerned, the more energy it's going to take to extend and accept outside of it. The smaller the initial balance is, the less energy it's going to take to extend and stay outside of it. Here is an example. Here we have the profiles. Okay. So here's today's. The blue line, the dark blue line, represents the range for the first hour of trade. It is the largest initial balance that we have seen for quite some time. Here's yesterday's initial balance, the day before that's initial balance. Here's a big initial balance down here, but the market would not show acceptance outside of it and came back inside the initial balance eventually. Another small initial balance. This one traded both sides of it. Small initial balance, traded both sides of it. Small initial balance, traded both sides of it. Very small initial balance. Another small initial balance. This was the holidays. So, of course, we're going to see some smaller initial balances. So today's initial balance is the largest we have seen in quite some time. Okay. Look what happened. We said there's going to be a lot of energy that it's going to take to maintain price below this level. It did for a period of time, but once it failed, you see the market is starting to rotate back higher. This is now excess at the low. We have excess at the top. We're looking for opportunities, probably more likely at the extremes today than anything else. I don't know. We'll have to see what we have to look at in the power hour at the end of the day. But these are just nuances. They're not trading opportunities. They're opportunities to hopefully correctly estimate the current market condition, market context. So the initial balance is always something that I'm looking for. If you're looking to start trading based on market profile information, a lot of folks, I think, have better results when they first start to learn the profile, waiting until the initial balance has been established and then working the extremes of the initial balance. That's just something that it took me a while to figure out. Boy, I'm really having a hard time that first hour of trade, but I do much better after the initial balance. Well, I decided to wait until after the initial balance and then just try and teach myself or help myself learn how to trade the first hour of trade. Before until the initial balance was established, and then I would find better trade locations that way. Great question. Hopefully this is going to help. And there's a million ways to skin a cat. I hate that kind of colloquialism, but
My cat's not listening.
So. Sorry about that. Okay, good.
One of them's going to the vet anyways. They don't know that. Next question, Janish. You might be able to do this, so we'll see. Can you explain why does price tend to reverse from the previous wick, so-called the wick test, which is a trades by Matt strategy, and what is the technical explanation for it?
This is something that I've heard him talk about. I've seen him present it, but I don't feel necessarily qualified to present it to you. Jenish, the next time we have Trades by Matt on, we'll ask him about it. And I mean, he's explained it to me but this is a pretty thick skull, and sometimes it takes a few times for things to get into it. And I'm sorry I can't answer that question. It calls it the Wick test. There are people that have other names for it, but again, we will try and remember to ask Matt about it. And Jenish, when Matt is here, probably next Monday, I think. You can ask him in the chat. We'll try and pick that up and have him go through that again for you. My apologies again.
Yeah. Also, you can subscribe to him. I mean, he's on social media all the time, so he might even have a little video on the Wick test strategy. So search him up on YouTube. He's probably out there with the video. This is a fun question. Hoag, what trading books would you recommend the most?
There's so many of them that are so good.
Top 3?
I'm going from most recent to oldest. Jared Tendler's book, Mental Game of Trading, is an excellent book. It's not necessarily about trading technicals, choosing trades. It's more what's going on in your brain. A great book. The book that I read before this was The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hoagland. I don't have the physical book. It's the first book I bought on Audible, and I kind of prefer having the physical book.
I would agree on that one too.
Yep. The Brett Steenbarger books. What is it? The Trading Coach and Trading Coach 2.0. Excellent books. Again, a lot of that is the psychology of things. We cannot forget Anne Marie's book, the Trading Book. She's got some really good, concepts and ideas for not only technical but also psychological and emotional ideas in this book. One of my favorite books is The Disciplined Trader, anything by Mark Douglas. There's Trading in the Zone and The Disciplined Trader, fantastic books. This is one here that Enhancing Trader Performance, and which is another Brett Steenbarger book. Brett Steenbarger is probably the foremost known trading psychologist. I mean, he's been on the payroll of some of the biggest prop firms and biggest banks, and so anything that Brett Steenbarger does is golden. And then there are a number of books that don't really have anything to do with trading. This book here, Positive Intelligence, this was actually given to me by our CEO and founder, Michael Patak, does a really good job of, in layman's terms, find ways for you to talk back to and disqualify a lot of the internal negative dialogue that we all seem to have inside of us. And talking back to it and silencing it as much as you can. They're called saboteurs. There's the judge, which is your biggest saboteur. That's the one that's always haranguing you that you're not good enough, smart enough, thin enough, pretty enough, don't have enough hair, whatever it is. The judge is the one, but it breaks it down into other areas of your life. If you're an overachiever, if you're a people pleaser, if you're a procrastinator, which I've historically been a professional procrastinator, but it teaches you to talk back to them and to silence them, because most of the things, pretty much everything that those saboteurs are telling you about yourself, you can disprove. You can tell it it's a lie, and the more you talk back to it, the softer the voice gets until maybe you can't even hear it anymore. This is a book called Positive Intelligence. If you go to positiveintelligence.com, there's a whole website about it, and it's maybe a little cultish, but I really appreciated the way he broke it down to the layman's terms. And what you're really trying to do is you're trying to amplify your sage. Your sage is the one that's telling you that you're good, that you can do these things, and then silencing the saboteurs, the judge, the hyperachiever, all of those different. And you can name them. You can. There's even a test or a questionnaire that you can answer, and that they'll give you your PI number, your positive intelligence number, and that number is not static. You can improve it by doing some of the exercises in this book. Then there's, anything. This has nothing to do with trading, but it has everything to do with your mindset and what you think about yourself. I started trading for a prop firm, and they had these two counselors. I don't know, they weren't PhDs, but they were psychologists, and they actually did write a book called The Inner Game of Trading. Now, it's a little bit dated because everything they talk about is based in pit trading. But they do talk about, the syntax of successful trading, winning states of mind, successful trading. They have motive and motivation. It's a good book. And then the second half of it, they talk to, some legendary professional floor traders. If you know who Leo Melamed was, he created the international monetary market, basically created Forex trading. Jack Sandner is in here. He was the chairman of the CME. There's some really good traders in here, but they're talking more about what it's like to trade in the pit than it is on the screen. But there's still some good things in there. Rob Capel and Howard Abel. I hope, I don't know where they are now, but I hope that they're doing well. We're talking 30 years ago. They may not be with us anymore, but their book remained. And then, Michael talks about a book called The Road Less Traveled. And, anything that will help you find yourself is a good book, even if it doesn't have anything to do with trading. So, I've never been a voracious reader. I don't read novels. I don't read anything that I can't learn something from. So, I've got my little library. Some of them are up here. Some of them are in the family room. And, I read things that I can learn something from, something I'm interested in. And of course, trading interests me. The last book that my mom gave me, God, I was a confused teenage artist, and it has absolutely nothing to do with trading, but it's called Centering. You see the potter's wheel there. The title is Centering in Pottery, Poetry, and the Person. And one of the things that I say at the beginning of each, session here is stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. If you're going to be a trader, you want to trade as close to center as you can. Centering means calm, serene. If you were to throw a ball of clay onto a potter's wheel and spin it, it would look like it was wiggling all over the place. So before you do anything with it, you have to center it, and you spin the wheel, and you move your hands, and you try and get it so that the ball of clay looks like it's not moving, even though it might be spinning at a very high rate of speed. That is centered. Once that ball of clay is centered, then you can begin to make something beautiful out of it. And I feel the same way about trading. If I'm centered, I have a much better probability of making something beautiful happen in the markets. It takes concentration, it takes knowledge, it takes experience, it takes intuition, it takes all of these things. but you can know everything that there is about trading. But if you're not coming from a place of being centered, you're going to do things wrong. You're going to get upset. You're going to do all the things that we all do. And we all, even, coming from centered, you can get off center. You can get angry. You can get over your skis excited. You can, think that you're the worst trader ever, or you can, think that, boy, I've really got things now. I don't even have to do the homework anymore. And that lack of humility will come back and bite you in the ass. Every time I have said, well, I've got it now, I know exactly what to do, I've been whacked. The market will humble you. So it's a lot of information about a lot of books. Point is, they're all going to help you in some way. And, there's a lot of reading out there. These happen to be some of my favorites. And then, of course, anything about technical analysis, good technical analysis. Steve Nissen is probably the candlestick trading expert. So there's tons of it. These happen to be some of my favorites.
That's a excellent list. And I wonder if we can maybe down the line get like a little Topstep library made. I know we have that glossary. Wonder how much harder would it be just to add in some book links. And then I'm surprised I didn't hear this one from you or in chat. Reminiscences of a Stock Operator is probably my all-time favorite trading book. Would highly recommend it. It's a fictional tale of an early 20th century trader and kind of his ups and downs as he trades. Really, really good. Super easy to read. It reads just like a story, and you can just kind of cruise right through it. I think I ended up highlighting like a third of the book. It has like really nice little nuggets of information. Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. Yeah.
There's a couple of books that I keep just because they're sentimental, like Modern Commodity Futures Trading. My dad got me this book. That's my dad's handwriting. That was my address at the time. I was living on Diversey, and that's his handwriting. So I have to keep this. But is it meaningful for a day trader on screen?
Yeah,
maybe not so much.
Yeah, we can keep on going here. Recommend reading that. Yeah, I mean, some of those trading books can get pretty heavy. So
yes,
if the melatonin isn't working or the Ambien, you might want to grab one of those more technical trading books, and that might help you go to sleep. So that might be a translation here. So everyone is, I think, talking well, but why is it so hard to manage a loss when you're in the trade, and how do you get better?
Well, for you, Raj, I would recommend the book, The Best Loser Wins. You're going to take losses. You have to manage those losses. You have to take reasonable risks. And if they're upsetting you, you might want to think about changing your mindset when it comes to losses. I had big expectations today of having a good trading day. I'm down money, but I'm not upset about it because I know over time I will come out on top. It's been 32 years almost that I've taken huge losses. I've had huge wins. If you've done it as a trader, it's probably happened or I've done it. And I'm still here, So I know over time that any losses I take, I can get back. And think about, those losing trades as perhaps bringing more information or getting more information from the market instead of internalizing them as the market attacking you. The market isn't attacking you, and you don't have to take losses. You don't have to do anything. If you don't want to trade and you can't take the losses, then what are you doing here? Taking losses is part of trading. Point is, you want to take small losses and look for bigger wins. And, it's Raj, it's something that we all wrestle with. Nobody likes to take losses. talked a little bit about the idea that most of us aren't wired to trade the right way. We don't want to take losses, so we default to, I'll just wait. The market will make me whole again. And what ends up happening, inevitably, is that we continue making bigger and bigger losses, and then we finally get to a winner, and we're so excited about it. We take that winner at a small win, so we have big losses, small wins. It's not until you can rewire your brain to say, okay, I am cutting losses, and when I get something good on, I'm gonna let it run. But you're going to have trades that you let run that are going to come back against you. And this is all things that we have to deal with, Raj. I'm hopeful and thinking that keep at it, accept losses before you even take the trade, and then look for the next opportunity. Try not to get off centered. Try not to get tilted. Try not to get upset. Don't get your switch flipped to the dark side. Try and stay centered. Raj. I'm hopeful for you.
This is a good one. Robert Brooks, how is hosting Topstep TV affected your trading?
It's affected my trading more than I thought it would. I kind of feel like it's the third rebirth as a trader. There was the pit birth, and there was screen birth, and now there's Topstep TV birth.
Is that why you look so young now, Hoag?
Pardon?
Is that why you look so young now, Hoag? You've been reborn 3 times?
Yes, right. Right. So it's what was I going to say?
I got you off track. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
How has Topstep TV affected your trading?
Okay, there's a couple of things that I can I've got a finger on already, is dividing the attention, which there are times when I'm like now, I mean, I'm kind of truly focused on you, and making sure that I have the best possible answer that I can. And of course, nobody knows everything. We remind everybody of that. I certainly don't. But while I'm doing this, it's not fair to you that I'm constantly looking at the markets or managing a position or something like that. So there are periods of the day when I'm really not, when I shouldn't be trading, because we all of us here want to be the best presenters to you. We want it to be interesting, informative, and helpful to your trading. So that takes me out of possibly some opportunities throughout the day. That's one thing. I've always been a longer time frame trader. Michael is pretty short time frame. So it's got me kind of looking at shorter time frame charts, which is new to me. I feel like I have to morph into a shorter time frame trader, which is something that I'm not used to, and something that I'm going to continue to work on and to learn about. The one thing that has affected my trading is you're always iterating as a trader. And in this new iteration, if I'm going to be looking at shorter time frame charts, I have to go back, review some of the information, maybe, and definitely continue to learn more about certain things and chart times, different charts, different setups, because I've been trading off the profile in a 30-minute chart for so long. Now I'm starting to look at shorter time frame charts. And one of the books that I think is really going to help me, which I've read and I'm going to read again, is Anne Marie's book, because there are some really interesting things about different ways to set it up, different things to look at, and this is something I'm planning on reading through again. So pit trading was one thing, learning to trade on screen was another thing. Now changing the time frame that I'm trading in, on screen, is feeling like another iteration or another birth of who I'm going to continue to become as a trader. And I try not to talk about it. We all have periods of time. Hell, I've had years where I didn't make money, but I've had years where I've absolutely killed it. And, I should put up another dad wisdom. One thing dad always told me is, when things are going well, make sure you put it away because nothing lasts forever. There are going to be lean times. There are going to be lean times. I asked him, I don't remember if you guys saw this dad wisdom yet, but I asked him one time, I'm like, I was a runner and, trading on the trading floor was fun, man. There were a lot of fun people. There were a lot of characters down there. And I said, Dad, why is everybody in trading such a character? I mean, they're all funny. They all like to have a good time. And he looked at me really seriously and he said, son, hard times breed character. And that's all he said. These people, traders, have been through so much in their lives and in their trading that they don't seem to fear anything anymore. And I try not to fear anything too. But Robert, what a great question. I appreciate you asking, and I hope that you enjoy the growth or iteration that I continue to try and work on screen.
Yeah, that's a great. I've been really enjoying your rebirth and growth into this a Topstep TV trader, and just watching you still do it with some discipline. It's really awesome to see. Here's a super fun one. Hoag, you're new to trading. What would you do with a $3,000 payout? This is from Godfrey. Godfrey, I can tell you what I did. I bought a new trading computer, reinvested
Nice.
in my trading. Yeah, what would you do
Nice.
with $3,000, Hoag?
I would take 1,000 of it, put it in my tax account. I would take 500, put it in savings, and I would take 1,500 of it and find something fun to do with it. Take my wife out to dinner, take my family out to dinner. Buy myself a new toy, something like that.
Nice.
If I needed it for bills, that would go for bills. But one thing about it is, if you take a $3,000 payout, and this is something that a lot of traders did on the trading floor, including myself, you would take money out of your account every 2 weeks, provided you made money that 2 weeks. So if you made $1,000 that 2 weeks, you would take half of it out, $500. You'd leave half of it in there, because at the same time you're trying to pay yourself out of your trading account, you're trying to build the equity in your trading account, right? So, let's say you made 10 grand in 2 weeks, you'd take 5 grand out, leave 5 grand in there to try and build the account. There has to be some sort of limit to how much you have in the accounts. When Andre was working at a prop firm, if the accounts were too swollen, they would tell everybody, "Hey, trim the accounts today. Take some money out. Take some money out, because you're going to be more risky the more money you have in your account." So there's a kind of a delicate balance that you try and find. But for 3 grand, yeah, I'd put 1,000 away for taxes, and put 500 in savings or an investment or something, and do what I needed to do with the other 1,500. Great question, guy.
That was a great question. We don't really talk about what to do with payouts, and I think that little nugget of leaving a little bit aside for taxes is a great idea, because you don't want to spend it all and then get hit with a big fat tax bill. We got about 5 minutes left. We can do one more question here from Kelvin Tan. Why is it that every time I pass the trading combine, I can't trade successfully until I get my first payout?
Well, if you succeed in the trading combine, you must be trading to some sort of degree of success if you're getting your first payout.
Yeah, you would think. I think there's some difficulty going from the trading combine to the funded account. Really, it's such a different environment. I remember, going through that. I think we as traders, especially from the trading combine, we place a lot of emphasis on passing, and not so much on a consistent plan that you can take from beginning
Right.
to end, right? Because
Right.
you don't want to be thinking about the trading combine as your sole focus. You should be thinking about your strategy, your trading plan. Then if everything goes right, then you should be getting a payout. But right, you don't want to make it your primary goal is to pass. That's not the goal. It's
Right.
to be sustainable.
Right. I mean, really, the goal should always be to improve as a trader.
Yes, exactly.
Just like Stevie P told me, he's like, I didn't come here to make money. I came here to learn how to be a good trader. Money is a byproduct.
Exactly. Money is the byproduct of, the trader being disciplined. It's not the end game or the end goal. Same with, getting funded. And yeah, I think we were talking about yesterday. It's like what, be careless but not careless. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Carefree,
I think
that's a great saying. Yeah.
Carefree,
Yeah, that's a great saying.
Yep.
It's a great saying.
Hey, folks, we gotta get going here. So
they're flashing the lights again.
Yep. Give me the here's the dad wisdom for the day. And it kind of fits, right? The beatings will continue until morale improves. And sometimes that's just what it seems like. When things aren't going well, you gotta pull yourself up and dust yourself off and put a smile on your face and keep moving forward until you find your way, until you find the way to succeed. And I called my dad and I said, boy, I'm really having a down draw. I'm thinking about quitting. And he says, well, you can do whatever you want, but I can tell you right now, the beatings are going to continue until your morale improves. Think about changing your mindset a little bit. And that was something that these two, Bob Coppell and Howard Abel, taught me too. If you're trading unhappy, you're going to be unhappy. If you're trading happy, you're going to be a much better trader, because happy traders make better traders. I hope you guys are all happy traders. Stick around for Back to the Futures. We've got Andre, we got me, we got Eddie, we got Rips, and we're going to see what we can rip up for the rest of the day. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Dolby, thank you so much for joining.
As always, and chat, always a pleasure. See you all later.
switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that say stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'm a flick up. Bill, I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up. Look, straight from the mud like Ruby. Straight to the stage, they love me. I understand they hungry, but please don't hate, that's ugly. I've been sliding, shaking, moving. I've been popping in my city. Shawty say she love the way we do it with me. I be too turned up to ever give a yeah. I ain't come to argue, let a please, babe. They been talking pennies, I need bigger bucks. About to catch a flight, I need to switch it up. Got that black boy joy, might do my dance on him. Take no disrespect, might put my hands on him. Hit this chicken, now she wanna marry me. But she gon' need some closure.
Welcome back to the Futures. We are joined by a very, very special guest. Rips is in the house, back by popular demand. I know you were with us probably late last year. Big hit with the fans. We're also joined by Eddie. We're also joined by Johnny. And let's rock and roll, man. Rips, how's it going? Tell us a little bit about yourself. For those who haven't met you or seen you, please, tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been trading here now for about a decade. And I've been trading futures on Topstep for the last I started in July with the Topstep program. And it's been just a wonderful experience overall so far. And I've had a really great time trading with the program that you guys have set up at Topstep here. And I ended up getting into a live funded account, I believe. Boy, it must have been maybe 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. Ended up getting into a live funded account. And I've been trading that alongside some XFAs as well. And I share my trades every single day. I trade live on YouTube every single morning at the Market Clubhouse YouTube live stream and have a lot of fun doing that. And love sharing any kind of trading tips and tricks that I've picked up along the way in my 10 years of doing this. And just love trading. I'm a guy who loves to trade.
That's awesome, man. Okay, well, let's jump right into it. How have you been trading today? The markets, we've been in for a wild ride right now. We're starting to see the S&Ps creep back higher as we had a nice little sell-off this morning. Afternoon, we're creeping up. How have you traded today, and what's your outlook on the markets so far?
So we traded live, like I said, on YouTube this morning. And during the live stream, we had a couple rough trades to start us off here. CPI print, I was long into the print, just one single lot. I had a stop in place. I knew the risk that I was assuming when I was taking that trade. And so we ended up getting stopped out on that one. But then I flipped short. We caught that move to the downside, which was really, really nice. And ended up getting chopped a little bit apart there towards the lower end of the spectrum. Had the market kind of waning up and down and kind of wiggling all about, doing the hokey pokey. And then finally we got the control over the market. We finally caught some rips to the top side there, and then that huge flush to the downside when those 30s broke. So we ended up banking $7,100 live on the YouTube stream this morning, which was really, really fun. And then I continued trading in some of my more accounts after I got off stream, traded in the Discord that I run. Traded in there and had some really great trades, got our profit up to 8,100. And now I'm sitting up on the day right now, just moving and looking at my profit and loss here, 10,000. So I just crossed the 5-figure mark there.
My goodness.
Damn it.
Well done.
So it's been a great day. It's been a fun day. A lot of opportunities. I love CPI day.
This is going to be a fun afternoon.
Nice work.
I agree. I agree there. Okay, so you're up about 10 Gs. What's your mindset? I think you're going to be joining us for the rest of the afternoon, correct?
That's right. Yeah, we're going to be doing this segment, and then we're going to be doing the power hour, see if there's any opportunities for power hour. Right now, we have Barkin, who's speaking right now, so he's getting wild. I'm giving you a run for your money, by the way, there, Eddie, on your soundboard.
Hey, Johnny, Johnny, what are we thinking now for the rest of the day? We're seeing the markets and the S&Ps bottomed out around, 70, 72s, and we keep creeping up higher above that 4,800 level. We're trading around 4,805 in the S&Ps. I mean, we're closing the gap. What do you think? What's your take here?
Well, I mean, I've been in the box for 2 hours now because I wasn't able to engage during group coaching and all that. So I missed the bottom. But here's the profile.
Let's take a look.
If you want to take a look. So the initial balance was really wide. It was one of the widest initial balances we've seen in quite some time. And we talked earlier, Andre, about the fact if the market extends the range below the initial balance, it's going to take a lot of energy in order to keep it heading in that direction. Well, we had some energy for a little while. That energy kind of waned, and I'm thinking this market is probably going to rotate, back to the high from yesterday. Right now it's already moved back to value high from today. So, the rejection down below there with this wide initial balance is just, what are we looking at as far as delta? We're looking at 3,500 positive delta. So we don't even have that to kind of lean on. So I'm just going to stay patient. I'm down a little bit still on the day. So
yeah,
I'm going to just take it and look to see what happens tomorrow, or maybe we'll find an opportunity for us during the power hour. But right now, where it is, I'm not that interested in doing anything more.
That's fair enough. Yeah, we're gonna show. Yeah, we got to remain disciplined. Can't overtrade. Rips. We're talking about this morning. I know I felt a sense of it. FOMO. When you see the markets, ripping around, going higher and lower, and the volatility, you see the volume coming in. Sometimes you feel like you're chasing, and I was guilty of chasing the downside move in the S&Ps. I got caught selling lows, had to puke higher. You know how that goes. How do you deal with FOMO? How do you handle, not chasing the market, knowing that you are potentially missing out on an opportunity, but how do you handle that? How do you deal with that?
That's a really good question. You have to remind yourself the markets are open all the time, especially when you're trading futures. It's a product that's open 23 hours a day. So there's rarely a time when the market's not open. We're blessed as futures traders. We're blessed to have that market, blessed to have that opportunity. So having that in the back of your mind it can give you some solace if you're sitting there and saying, you know what, I feel like I really missed the move. Just remind yourself, say, hey, the markets are open for most of the days, almost every single day, save for Saturday. Markets are even open on Sundays. Like I said, we're blessed, right? The markets are open. So finding solace in the fact that the markets are going to be open all the time, reminding yourself of something like that, and knowing that if you're trading something like the NQ, what product were you trading today, Andre?
Yes, S&Ps.
Okay, so you're trading the S&Ps. S&Ps give some great movements. It's not as volatile as the NQ. I prefer trading the NQ because, I talk about this often on my live show and in my room. I talk about often how, the NQ will give you multiple opportunities that you could take 3 really terrible trades in a row, and then you get one trade. As long as you're managing your risk effectively, you could take one really good trade and make up for those 3 bad trades. And generally, the NQ does give you those types of opportunities. Yes, sometimes it will, but it depends on the day. Like a news day like today, the CPI day, you're going to have that opportunity. But just reminding yourself and taking a step back and say, you know what, for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to sit on my hands. Another thing I tell a lot of the people that, I mentor people here in the Market Clubhouse, but a lot of people that I talk to, I make them do this shot clock. So if you take a really bad trade and you're starting to feel FOMO, we all have our phones, right? You pull out your phone and you put on your 5-minute timer. That's your 5-minute shot clock, and you're not allowed to take a trade until that 5-minute shot clock goes off. Now, that does 2 things here.
I see. I see you nodding your head. Johnny, I see you nodding your head. What's going on there?
I like that idea. I think it's a smart idea. You start to feel a little bit of FOMO. You got to put yourself in the penalty box for 5 minutes.
I like that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it does a couple different things, right?
Yeah.
So you have the 5-minute shot clock, and it forces you to do a couple different things. Number one, you're not going to jump into a trade willy-nilly right away. Even if you miss a great opportunity, you have to stick to your discipline plan. You have to stick to that 5-minute shot clock. Number two, it's going to keep you in trades for longer, because a lot of amateur traders, people who've been trading for 3 years or less, they all have the same problem. They let go of their winners too quickly. They're not holding on to their winners for too long. So if you know that every single trade that you're going to get out of, you have to put on a 5-minute shot clock, well, guess what? You're going to hold that trade for longer, because you know the moment that you exit that trade, you can't jump right back in.
I like that, Rips. Good stuff so far. Yeah. Absolutely. That's this. Sometimes you got to sit on your hands. Hey, in the meantime, while we got Rips on here on the fan favorite, let's get those likes up here on the channel. Smash that thumbs up button. Subscribe. Sound off in the comments. Rip, I'm sure you say that all the time on your channel, so you know how that goes
every day.
Thanks for joining us, though. So you're trading NQ. You're up 10 G's right now, and we're thinking, we got the close coming out. Do we set that shot clock right now, or is the shot clock turned off because we haven't made a trade in quite a bit of time?
Shot clock's off right now. So if you see a good setup, you want to jump in right now. Market is grinding higher. We talked about this actually at the top of the call that I was on, when I was doing the stream this morning. I go live every single morning at 8 a.m. But we were talking about it this morning, and I thought that the market would grind higher. My timing was off, but it still doesn't change the whole thing that I was looking for today. What I was looking for was for big, strong bids to be solidified. And that's what we pretty much saw between 8 and 10 a.m. today. Well, I guess we're talking, what time is it? So 8 would be 11 a.m. Eastern. So 11 a.m. Eastern to about 1 p.m.-ish, maybe 2 p.m.-ish. We had a lot of bids solidifying in the NQs, in the S&Ps. So that's originally what I was looking for. And I wanted to see, are there people that are taking the counterparty to these people who are shorting this market here? And usually when you get down in those gullies, those deep gullies like we had today in the CPI, you can see my chart is shared here on screen. When you're in these deep gullies like this, you're looking for a lot of bid support to step up. And if we have that, we have the counterparty to this trade for everybody that took this short. We had a lot of folks that were covering into this bounce here, covering into this bounce. But this is where I'm interested. This is the gully that I'm interested in. And what I want to see is a nice break above this level. Unfortunately, we're preparing to go live here on TopstepTV, so we're not able to take a trade and add to our 10G total on the day. But still, this is the kind of trade that you're looking for where you're going to have a confident reversal, having a breakout, a break of structure, something to the top side here where you can confidently take that long. The only thing that is waving my caution flag right now is this descending trend line that we perked above twice today, but we're now kind of auctioning under. We have a clubhouse level here at 945.5 that we've been pushing up on. If we auction above that, we go above that, we auction back down, we find some interested bidders, I'd probably be looking at taking this long. However, if we come to 945 and we find some sellers there, very aggressive sellers, there's a good chance we're just retracing to the top side for another move lower.
Love that. Johnny,
The
what are
RIPS
you
is that
looking at?
945 level, just basically settlement.
Yeah, it's around there, and we've had a lot of transactions in that area over the last couple of sessions. So it's an area of interest. We've had a lot of buyers, a lot of sellers, a lot of transactions going off in that area. So I'm definitely interested in that. It's a cautionary area where I'm using that as confirmation, because if we auction above it and we come back down, we retest it, all of that turns back into support. Guess what? We're probably going to take a leg higher. Next target on the top side would be 74 and 93.5, and then all the way through 17,000 up to 17,013. That's where I'm looking at.
Understood. Okay, now I see you're looking at Bookmap.
Yep.
How did Bookmap help you find that? If you found that bottom, how did it help you find that bottom?
So let me pull over into the Bookmap full screen here. So you can see one of the beautiful things about Bookmap is, I used to just trade off of a dome and time and sales, and you'd have to commit a lot of that to memory. You can use a footprint chart. You can use, the old school TPO charts people still use them, right? Time, price, opportunity. People still use that. But this is a kind of an amalgamation of all of these different charts that are it's a beautiful thing. It allows you to kind of commit less to your memory because it's just resting on the chart here for you. Now, these bubbles right here, you might say, well, what do these bubbles mean? The larger the bubbles, the bigger the volume. And they make sort of this pie chart here. The red represents bid side activity and the green represents ask side or offer side activity. And so at a moment's notice, I can look at this. Yeah, exactly. The delta. And you can see this, that they were swiping down into this area and you had some big players that were stepping in here. This is about 1,000 contracts that were stepping in, supporting the bid there. They let it go a little bit, but then look at this. When you have this flush down, you have a big flushacito to the downside here. They absorb that liquidity and they jettison it to the top side. So that to me shows me that we had a lot of panic of people who were covering this move to the top side. And that's where I start to get interested. Show me a retest of the lows, show me it bottoming out, and let's see a break of structure to the top side.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, just to reset here, everyone, we got a bell-to-bell day today. We've had 2 forms out already. There probably is going to be one more next coming hours or so. So make sure to stand by, fill out that form, and get your free reset. We got Power Hour coming up next. RIPS will be with us. Don't forget, we got PPI tomorrow. We also have Speaker Kashkari tomorrow. So there's more opportunity tomorrow. RIPS was just saying that. How do you deal with FOMO if you feel like you missed the move? Hey, I missed some of the move. The markets are open 23 hours. We got PPI, like I said, PPI. Kashkari speaks tomorrow. So that was really good stuff. I got a question for you here, RIPS. You might have kind of answered this. How do you see aggressive buyers and aggressive sellers on Bookmap? Is that what you're kind of touching on right there?
Yeah, yep. I mean, so if you have, this represents the amount of time that is passing in this, right? So let me move this over here. So when you have, this is obviously the time that's going from left to right here. You can zoom into this and you can see the aggressiveness. Obviously, we're consolidating a little bit here. Let me just go to Bookmap only here. So we were consolidating a little bit here to the downside, and then you can see this is a violent move to the top side. And there's not violence without disagreement in price. You're not going to have violent moves that just come out of nowhere. There's no reason to have a violent move to come out from nowhere. It just doesn't exist in the markets. So there's a huge disagreement on price, and that to me represents a panic. So that to me is not where I'm usually taking a trade, but it's where my eyes come out and say, okay, this is an area of interest. Obviously, people were scared and we skittered up to the top side here. So let's see if we retest those lows and we still find those firm bidders, because all this is saying to me is that when the price broke below that, there was a buying frenzy. And there's a buying frenzy for twofold reason here. Number one, you have shorts that are covering this huge move to the downside. How do shorts cover? They have to buy back in. That's the only way shorts can cover. The second is people are looking at this as a buying opportunity. The price is the cheapest it's been all day. We're at the lows. People are interested in buying it here. When you see an impulsive move like this to the top side, that's where your caution flag goes out. Start looking at the market, start forming your thesis. And my thesis in a trade like this is when it rips up to the top side, are we retesting those lows? Are they holding? And are we going for a break of structure to the top side there?
Right.
Man,
So
Rip's not gonna lie,
basically
you're
your risk is below that low. When we put in that low and we had that buying panic come back in, any attempt to go back to that level gives you the opportunity to limit risk, and you look to buy it there. You might want to wait, I guess, until it holds, but there's your risk.
Exactly right. And that's a textbook trade right there, where you just put your stop in place and you take your hands off the wheel and you just let the market do its thing. You don't try to get in front of things. You're looking for this being a low of day confirmation because we had sweeps to the low. We had a big impulsive move to the top side. You leave your stop in place at the low of day or just a few ticks below it, and you just let it work. It's a hands-off type of trade.
Yep. I might have to think about getting a Bookmap, because I've seen it, I've looked at it, I've used it. It is a great tool.
I've been using it probably since 2017 or 2018. It's been a long time since I've been using it. And I've easily booked 10,000 hours of screen time. I stared at this thing day after day after day. And the great thing about Bookmap, the great thing about it is that it has a built-in recording function, so you can go back and rewatch your day. With the gift of hindsight, you can go back knowing exactly what happened at that moment in time in the market, and then rewatch what it appears and looks like in Bookmap. So if you have a big flush coming and it's going to be a big break of the structure to the downside, you go back and watch those moments in the market. You can slow it down to half speed, a quarter speed, whatever you want. You can zoom in as much as you want, zoom out as much as you want. And it's an amazing tool to learn with. You're not going to get great with it overnight. It took me probably about a year to be very proficient with it. It throws a lot of false signals where you think that you understand what you're reading, but you just don't. And you have to pair it with other things. You have to pair it with a knowledge of market structure, with auction theory. It doesn't just work on its own. So it's a great tool in the right hands for sure.
Love it. Love it, Rips. Rips, not going to lie. Rips, you're natural at this, man. The people love you. It's great having you on here. Yeah, you got this shit down. Hey, question from you, from one of our good friends of the show, Dante. Rips, what is your clip size? You have a default order size. What is your starting position size?
Well, it depends.
Size up.
It depends. That's a really good question. So, I mean,
question,
if you're going to take something like, if you have a really good setup, let's just say you have a setup like that, really primo setup. You want to look at what your dollar amount is that you're risking. And then how many ticks are you risking in your stop? How does that coincide with the number of lots you're going to take? Furthermore, are you looking to add into the position when it becomes a winner, if it becomes a winner? That's the questions you want to ask yourself before you're planning this trade. So for something like that, I'd probably look at taking 3 lots long, looking to scale up to 9 lots if I'm trading a 150K account, but I'm only adding as we're getting confirmation on that. And as the trade is going in my favor, I'm aggressively moving my stops to area of the structures that we're clearing on the way up.
Okay, so you're moving your stops. You move your stops into. Outstanding is right, Eddie. I love it. So you move your stops into what, break even? You're locking in profits with those stops, with the trailing stop?
Yeah, so it depends, right? So if it really is contextual, there's not one size fits all when it comes to trading, right? So you want to be consistent in your trading. You don't want to be trading a 9 lot position and then a 1 lot position and then a 4 lot. You want to be consistent. You want to find consistency. So if your risk per trade is something like $300, $400, $500, something like that, you want to calculate how deep your original stop is going to be, and then put on your original risk that's going to respect that stop within your loss parameters, right? Whatever your R is, your risk is. That's usually what you want to start with.
Can you be a little bit more specific about that within your risk parameters? For those, speak to me like I'm a 5th grader, if you will.
so imagine, right? So imagine that you want to risk $200 on a trade. If you're trading one lot in the minis, the NQ minis, that's 10 handles. So you can take 10 handles of heat. So you need to find an area of the structure where you're going to take an entry where your stop is only going to be 10 handles away from your entry, which is a pretty tight stop, right? Generally speaking, I run a 60 tick stop, but I don't leave it on, right? I run a 60 tick stop and then I move it pretty much right away to an area of the structure that makes sense. But if you're going to look at that, I'm risking $200 on a trade, you want to take one lot, move your stop down about 10 handles, which is going to be $200 worth of heat, and then put your trade on and let it work. I mean, it's just as simple as that. And then when you start to add to that, you have to understand that if you're adding a second lot into that, you're essentially doubling your position size, right? From going from 1 to 2 is a 100% increase in your size. So you have to calculate that and move your stop effectively. So once you're in the profit, you're adding in a second lot because you want to be adding to winners. You want to be aggressive when the time is right. When you're winning, you want to be adding. When you're losing, you don't want to be adding. So when the price is going in your favor, you're moving your stop up, you're trailing it behind your entry. And generally speaking, a lot of people give me the question of, how do you end up coming out of a trade? How do you pull out of a trade in futures? Generally speaking, you really don't want to be pulling out of a trade by layering out on the offer. Let's just say you're long. You generally don't want to be layering out of a trade on the offer. Instead, you want to be trailing your stop behind so that you can get the maximum excursion on your trade. Yes, you're not going to stop out at the maximum value, but you're still going to have the price come back down and stop you out, where you're going to probably get a lot more ticks than if you did try to get in front of your orders, right?
So RIPS, when you're talking about trailing stops, this is something that's always been a particular challenge to me. I always seem to trail my stops a little bit too close. The market always seems to come and get me and then keep going. How do you handle your trailing stop?
So it's trade selection is number one, right? So if you're buying in areas of the trade where you're looking for a breakout of consolidation, for instance, those are going to be good setups where you're going to be able to get a lot more movement, right? And if you have enough room to the downside, your original stop can be in a place where you're probably going to be able to take a little bit of heat on the trade and let it develop. Okay, now it's in the profit. Now your trade's moving. Now you want to start trailing it. What I generally suggest that folks do is they start with a 15-minute bar chart, right? And on a 15-minute bar chart, let's go ahead and bring up Ninja Trader over here. I'm going to go to the 15-minute here.
Love it.
Here's on a 15-minute chart.
RIPS is cooking right now, folks. RIPS is cooking. Let him go.
So let's just say that your stop was down here originally. Somehow you got this entry right here, right? Somehow you're in long here, your stop's here. The moment that we clear over this area of the structure, this is a prior wick, we started topping over it, we start to push. That's strong. Don't move your stop yet. Wait until we actually get a break of structure above this prior area here. So before we had this impulsive move to the downside, which broke this prior structure, what we're looking for is to break above this. The moment that we have a candle close above that, we look back 2 candles and we move our stop here. So we'd be trailing our stop to the next hourly low. And we're doing this in slow motion. Yes, it's going to be a little bit arduous. It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but you need to find comfort in the uncomfort as a trader. If you're feeling too comfortable in a trade, you're probably not on the right side of things. If you're uncomfortable in a trade, you're probably in a winning position and you're thinking, I got to get out of this thing. I got to get out of this thing. That's when you want to relax the most.
My man. Hell yeah, man.
So, yeah, a lot of folks like to trail their stops like 1 tick below the one previous bar. You're looking at it on basically on a 15-minute chart here, right?
Right. So this is a 15-minute chart, and this is where you can start. If you're having a lot of trouble with this is where you can start. You can even drop it down into the 5. If that's too difficult, you go down into the 5-minute bar chart like this. This indicator that I have in my chart, this is just a custom indicator. This is hourly high, hourly low. I get this question all the time. People are always commenting either on my Instagram or my YouTube. Cool. What is this indicator? Is it Bollinger Bands? This is just hourly high, hourly low. Very, very simple. And I use this because it's very good to be able to track the kind of range that we've had in the last hour or so, right? So it's a great way to have this quick visual, just how when I'm glancing at Bookmap, I'm able to see that, right? Like right now, we're looking to have a breakout into the 50s and 60s here. We're trading 44s right now. I want to see us break out above this where we've been kind of ranging for this hour. Very, very tight consolidation. And again, this is a great view because if we're breaking to the downside here, very, very obvious. Now, back to the trailing question. Again, if we're breaking above this, go back a couple bars, just go to the bottom of the wick, tuck it down a couple more ticks, and there you go. You just let it ride and let it go. You will get stopped out often, but that's trading. Everybody gets so obsessed with trying to get the top tick of the range or the bottom tick of the range. It's rarely ever going to happen. You get paid where you get paid.
Love that, RIPS. Hey, real quick.
Instead of
the theme of the week.
Instead of like,
go ahead, Daddy.
sorry, instead of
No, Johnny, go ahead. Go
one
ahead.
tick
You were
behind the
cooking. I
previous,
just need to reset.
instead of one tick behind the previous bar, you're looking really from you want the market to move to a previous area of consolidation, and then to break out above that consolidation before bringing it up to the base of the previous consolidation in short time frame. Basically, right?
Exactly right. Because I mean, this is a question that you know the answer to immediately. Do markets move in straight lines?
No.
Of course not, right? Markets never move in straight lines. And so if we are trailing our stops too tight, you're almost certainly giving yourself a bad beat, right? Because you're going to know that, markets are going to do loop-de-loos and just up and down and up and down. You're trailing too tight. You're going to get caught up in that mess where if you're patient and you're waiting for the next leg, well, then you're going to capture it. If there is no next leg, you just get stopped out. And that's the way it is. Sure, you're going to see yourself up maybe $1,000 and then stop out being up only $700 or whatever, but at least you're going for the next leg up and the next leg up.
Got it.
It's
Nice.
trying to find, you want to find comfort and solace in the fact that you're rarely ever going to be stopping out at the top of whatever your excursion is on your trade. It's very rare
Well,
unless
we're never
you're
gonna sell
just,
the high tick.
you have a great read on the markets.
Yeah, we're never going to sell the high tick. We know that.
Exactly right. And that's something that newer traders struggle with. I mentor a lot of folks and they have a lot of the same struggles, and it's great to mentor people because it helps my own trading as well. But you get that question a lot. That's people just can't stand the fact that, oh man, I was up $1,000 and I closed only up 500. And it's like, well, how much did you make if you wouldn't have taken the trade? Would you have made the 500? Of course not. No. So you have to find solace in, the fact that you're making money, you're doing the right thing here. You're not always going to end out at the top of the range here.
Right.
Correct the mundo.
Rips. All right. So the theme of the week at TopstepTV this week is journaling, right? We're trying to hammer journaling, use your journal, journal entries, review your journals. Do you journal? And if you do, what do those entries look like and how do you use it to your advantage?
I mean, I think journaling is one of the most important things that you could do as a trader. And Google makes a great application called Google Docs. And it's free. You take a screenshot of your trade and you just start journaling. You start writing down your emotional state, start writing down what was your entry, what was your exit, what was your thesis on your trade, what was the result of that trade, how did it all work out? That's what you want to be doing. You want to be journaling, actively journaling, and do it while it's fresh in your mind. You go back the next day before you're about to trade, you read those journal entries, and you start to develop this pattern of, reading your wins, reading your losses. Often, I like to put myself up before a trading day and go over the best trades that I took in the prior week or in the prior session or whatever the case. And I'll read through those things and it really pumps me up and it motivates me and it reminds me, okay, I can do this. I can take really, really, really great trades. And, the night before, maybe that's where I'm going back and studying. These were my bad trades. This is where I have room for improvement. But the day prior or like the morning prior, that's when I'm just really pumping myself up, looking at the best trades that I took in the last few sessions. And it's cathartic. It's cathartic because if you have bad trades, you can go and complain to your wife or your significant other or whomever, and they're sick of hearing about it. Or you complain to your journal. You get all of your emotions out there. You get it all out on the page, whether you're writing out physically or you're typing it into Google Docs or whatever those, there's tons of trading applications out there that have trading journals. And you do that, it's very cathartic. You let go of that stress from the day. You let go of all that pain that you had from a bad loss, and you get rid of that crazy euphoria when you've had a huge win.
Huge.
We need therapy.
We all do. Hey, Rips. Okay. A couple days ago, I had a pretty bad trading day. Got my ass kicked a little bit. And I guess I'm looking for advice from, seasoned traders like yourself. How do you handle a big down day and how do you come back from it? And what's your strategy going into the following trading day, trading a couple of trading days? How do you come back from what inevitably will happen in everyone's trading journey, a bad trading day?
Well, I mean, it's inevitable. We're never going to swing the bat and hit 100%, right? It's inevitable. The worst is when you have a multiple string of losses, and that's going to happen. You can have multiple back-to-back losing days, back-to-back losing trades. You can be in a funk for a hot minute. I was on tilt for a very long time early on in my career because I was just doing knuckleheaded things in my trading. And for me, give us
an example. What does knucklehead look like for Rips?
Knucklehead looks like for Rips trading on a Friday, 10 minutes before equities are closing, and you're trading a small cap that has absolutely no liquidity, and you're holding 50,000 shares with no way to get them off your books. That's knuckleheaded behavior right there.
That's
one prime example.
It's like singing
so
in
what
the
do you do the
shower.
following Monday? You've got all weekend to think about that. I was being a knucklehead. So what do you think about it? What do you forget about it? You just leave in the past. How do you approach that Monday or even the Sunday reopen?
Well, it's interesting. I talk about this whenever I'm talking about trading psychology, but the day will always come, right? That's one thing that we forget as traders. We're so caught in the moment, right? We're very hyper focused as traders. If you're ever recording your screen, you'll be bewildered by how short your trades actually are. When you're in the trade in the moment, it feels like you're there for hours and hours, and it's really only a 5-minute trade. But the thing is that we forget that as traders, the day is going to come, the sun's going to rise, no matter what you think. You may feel like garbage on a Friday afternoon because you did some knuckleheaded trades, but come Monday when the markets are back open, that's completely washed away and you're ready to trade again. At least for me, I was always feeling better and refreshed after some time away from the markets. If it was ever like I took a really bad trade on a Tuesday or Wednesday, I generally take the rest of the week off. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, just don't even trade it. Wait for the feeling to subside, because what I used to do when I was really tilty on trading in my early years of trading, I would go back to the market with anger, with frustration, and I would try to force my will on the market, and you just dig that hole even deeper and deeper and deeper. And that's one of the worst things that you can do as a trader. Taking time away from the market, you'll always come back feeling refreshed. So time away from the market, taking a break from the market.
That's good stuff.
Hey, real quick, digging that hole.
Absolutely. We pinned Rip's YouTube channel to the top of the chat, or to the top of the chat here. Please go check it out, subscribe. Give this man some love, dude. You're killing it. We love having you here. Please do not be a stranger, man. This has been good stuff. Are you going to be looking to are we making some trades this afternoon? Hopefully we will.
Oh, I love you so much.
And for those that keep asking, no, the final bell-to-bell form has not been posted yet. Stay tuned. We got about 90 minutes left in the day. So as you can imagine, guess what segment it's going to come out in. So Rips will be joining us. Anyways, we got markets trading creeping up a little bit higher here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, let's take a peek. Yeah, keep catching a bid here. But yeah, that downside move this morning, Rips, did you trade the CPI number? I think you said you held the position into the number. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I was, I hate holding a bias, right? But you have to look at your risk and reward, right? So I originally put on a trade. I was long one single lot in the NQ, and I put my risk down. I put my stop loss down at about $500 or $600. I was willing to risk $500 or $600. Why? Because I knew that if it was a print to the upside, if it wasn't such a negative print, the market could have skyrocketed on that. And I will easily can see myself at least minimum making 2-to-1. 2-to-1, probably about $1,200, 3-to-1, $1,800 easily, right? I think that on a very favorable print, getting 200 points is not unlikely. On one lot, 200 points is $4,000. So I thought that my risk reward was great. If you were asking me, would you take the exact same trade again? The answer is yes. I already journaled this trade in fact, but the answer is yes. I would take the exact same trade.
Tell us what this journal entry looks like.
Was just show us what the journal entry. I would have to go get the journal. Okay, fair enough. I could talk you through it. Sure, it just goes. I write out what's my risk reward, right? What's the trade that I took? What was my emotional state, right? That's it. And then there's a question I always ask myself: would I take the same trade again if I was presented with the exact same circumstances? That's where I get completely honest with myself, right? If I'm completely honest with myself, I'm in a good spot with my trading. If I'm lying to myself, I'm not in a good spot with my trading. So would I take the exact same trade again? That's where the honesty comes out. In this case, it was yes, absolutely 100%.
Awesome. I love that confidence. It's conviction. It's sticking to your plan, sticking to your trading strategy. Not, like you said, we're not going to bet 100% in this game. We're going to have losing days. Eddie's, where are you? You're on another lane with that.
Good. Yeah. Too good, matter of fact.
Awesome,
through, man.
Yes, you do. Rips, are you more of a trend trader or counter trend trader?
Well, at my core, I'm a momentum trader. I like trading momentum. I like to get my hands dirty when I'm trading the markets. I really do like to catch a piece of the trend, but there's certain days where you're not going to get that. So if there's a time where I'm locating certain areas of the market structure where I can clip a couple points, if I'm looking for maybe 5 to 15 handles and I can size up into that move with confidence while keeping a very tight stop, that's generally like that's how I would prefer to trade for most of the time. But I would love to catch a piece of the trend most days. The problem is that a lot of the time you're not going to get such a clear-cut trend on most days. You're going to have a lot of ups and downs. And so trying to catch pieces of those trends or pieces of that market, that's what I'm looking for.
Love it. A question. I haven't seen this in chat. Just out of curiosity, what's your pre-market routine look like before the opening bell? You know, wake up, shower, eat breakfast. Like, what's your pre-market routine look like? You know, before the opening bell.
So it's different now because I'm up very early now.
Tell it how it used to be.
I used to wake up probably around 7 a.m. market time, so 7 a.m. East Coast time. I usually would wake up around 7 a.m. and then get all of my stuff done pretty early. And when I say get my stuff done, I would, I do a lot of kooky stuff. Like I go outside my backyard. I like to be one with nature. I like to be outside and just get my head super, super clear. I like to visualize my day ahead of itself. I like to visualize winning trades that I'm going to be putting on. I like to visualize what that feels like. I like to really manifest those things. And that's, some people don't agree with that. There's some woo-woo aspect to that. But I believe in that wholeheartedly. I think that if you can manifest and project yourself of where you want to be, you're more comfortable in assuming that position when you're given the opportunity. So for instance, if you're in a trade and you haven't sort of prepared your mental state for accepting that you could have a huge winning day, it's going to be more difficult to kind of handle that, right? So for me, it's a lot of having that mindfulness, being very grateful for, the opportunities that we have for being traders, being able to wake up every single morning, being grateful for the opportunity to be able to do what we do. I think that a lot of people end up taking that for granted. I know I did early on in my career. I was very, very miserable as a trader when I was on tilt. I'd wake up in the morning and hate trading, and I took a break from trading because I hated it so much and it was brutal for me. But for the time being, it's a great thing. And I'm grateful for the opportunity every single day to come and trade and being able to mentor people. It's an amazing opportunity. I'm filled with gratefulness. So I practice that mindfulness in the morning, get my head prepared, come down to the charts, start charting, looking at what we're looking at for the market structure, looking at how the orders were taken overnight, looking at the overnight session. That's also very, very important to prepare for my day. And then, doing what I do in the morning, which is all about the clubhouse stuff. But just preparing myself mentally, doing a lot of chart work, and then preparing for which ideas that I have, what trade ideas I'm going to be focused on. And then, looking at all of the market structure. I don't just focus on the NQ. The NQ is made up of a lot of different tickers. So I'm looking at all of these tickers. I prepare a morning memo every morning where I go over Apple, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, SPY, triple Qs. I'm looking at all of these things. And by looking at all of these charts, it's giving me kind of a process of, okay, Microsoft was ripping. We've been barreling down in Apple. Apple's due for a bounce. Apple's number one weight in the S&P and the NQ. This is going to affect things. You look at all these things, and this is preparing myself for the day.
Rips, I got to really respect the playthroughs. I mean, we look at sports and we see golfers taking those practice swings. In baseball, I mean, you're going through the motions. Football. That's something that I've been working on, trying to play through, looking ahead. And, instead of being that deer in headlights, if I get to that situation, I know what to do right away. It's not a question, it's an action. And I think a lot more traders should be doing what you just mentioned.
Absolutely. And I think that, there's a lot of folks who are newer to trading. I remember back when I very first started trading, I took my first trade in 2013, right? So this is 10 years ago, almost, it's going to be 11 years this year, right? And I remember when I took my first trade, I had no idea how price was even derived in the market. I had no idea what I was doing, but I got very, very lucky, right? I got very, very lucky in my first week of trading, ended up making a ton of money and then subsequently losing it over the next few weeks and blowing in an account. But I didn't understand all of these different things that make somebody a really great trader, right? There's a lot of things that go into visualizing a win or visualizing a trade like you're mentioning. Being able to walk yourself through that step by step. It's not something you're going to learn early on because you have to actually go through that. You have to learn these trades early on and see what this feels like, see what it's like to be holding size or see what it's like to be holding a winner. We all have different trades in our career. We're all at different paths in our career. We're all at different stages in our career. But, you have to go through these things to realize that this is what this feels like when I'm in a trade. This is the stress I'm feeling. This is the euphoria I'm feeling. And then being able to walk yourself through that. Like I said, touching back on, visualizing my trades and visualizing my day, I want to be looking at this is how I was feeling when I was in a really big trade. I was super stressed out, but I maintained my composure. And because of that, I was able to get a bigger win than I expected. So projecting that thought process in through the day allows me that if I'm confronted with the exact same situation, then I'm going to be able to work through that trade just easily, right? Not easily, but with much more confidence, and it's going to be a lot more smooth.
You know, like they say, Rips, play to win.
Very competitive person, but I want to tell you something right now. I play to win. This is not entitled.
100%.
Hey, Rips, quick question. Where did you get the name Rips from? What's it mean? You sell Rips, or what's that?
So my handle on social media, on Instagram, on Twitter, is @sellingrips. And I like it because it's twofold, right? Because if you're buying the lows, you're selling the rips when it goes higher. And if you want to short the pants off of something, you're waiting for it to rip higher, and then you're selling those rips to the suckers who bought it too high.
My man.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the man, dude. We did see some heavy tilt. We did see some heavy tilt in the ES and the NQ. It was up to 70%. We've seen that taper off to around 50-50. S&P still catching a little bit of a bid. NASDAQ as well. Something we'll keep an eye on. Let's take a peek at crude real quick. Crude is barcoding, as John's brother Rick Hoagland likes to say. So not much going on there. Anyways, Rips, we got about 10 minutes left in this segment. Going into the close, what is your approach? What is your mindset going into the close, and perhaps even trading the close?
So there's a couple different things, right? If you're down money on the day, up money on the day, it's a couple different scenarios that you're looking at psychologically. It's the final hour of trade. Obviously, futures keep trading until a little bit later, but here on Topstep, your trades have to be closed within 10 minutes after the close. So you're really confronted with, after the market closes, that's it for the day. If you're up money, you want to consider, is there going to be a really good setup? Because the last thing that you want to do, even if you've had really great trades all day, the last thing you want to do is end up with a terrible trade, because that's going to set your mindset into the next day. And you're going to be feeling the pain and the weight from that, of taking a trade that you probably shouldn't have taken because you were sitting there, you're up money, and you kind of impulsively took a trade. The other thing is that if you're down money, you want to be looking at the market with the less aggressive eyes of saying that I'm feeling desperate right now. I'm down money. This is my last hour. This is my last chance that I can make it happen. So it's two different type of mindsets that you want to face with the market, but it all comes down to one simple fact. You want to be looking to see if there's an actual setup to take and not be guided by that emotional state that you're under. So if there is a setup to take, great. But again, you really need to temper your expectations, temper your emotions, because if you're going into it with an emotional mindset, you can get yourself into a little bit of trouble. So it has to be a good setup.
I see Johnny, I see you nodding your head over there. What are you agreeing with there about the emotional state?
I mean, he's speaking the truth, man. If you're down money and you're just trading to get that money back, you're trading emotionally, and you're not being cognitive probably about your decision to try and take that trade. It's got to be a good, legitimate opportunity, a good setup. You know, I don't know about you, Rips, but I find that some of the best setups, they come find me. If I go looking for a trade, I'll find them, but they're probably not going to be that good.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, price is going to come to you one day or another. If it doesn't come to you that day or in that part of the session or that hour or whenever you're sitting there waiting for the market, price doesn't come to you, there's no trade. It's no big deal. And like I said at the top of the call, you know, markets are open 23 hours a day, essentially Monday through Friday. There's going to be plenty of opportunities. You just need to be patient and wait for the market to come to you. So don't go into the final hour with those desperate eyes and needing to break even or trying to get money back, or I'm up so much, so I'm playing with house money. These are the type of emotional states that get you into a lot of trouble, especially that final hour into the close.
That idea about trading with house money is so
the worst.
toxic. So toxic.
It's the worst.
It's your money. Your money.
Yeah, people don't tend to really think about that. Oh, it's house money. It's like, well, it's the house coming over to your bank account and they're going to take that from you. No, it's your money. It's your money, and you should lock it up for the day.
It's your money, right? 100%.
Absolutely.
All right. 148. We've got a couple more minutes left in Back to the Futures. Rips, you're the man. Thanks for hanging out with us this afternoon. S&P still catching a little bit of a bid. Kind of go sideline right now for the 5 minutes. Let's see how this trade plays out for the rest of the day. For those that are wondering about the bell-to-bell form, I'll just be frank with you. It's coming out next segment, so hang with us on that. Make sure to fill that out. We'll give you those free resets that you guys so much deserve. All right, Rips. So we're thinking going in this trade, we're not chasing money. If we're down, we're not going to be chasing losers, and we're not going to piss away our house money, correct?
Right. Yeah, so if we're looking here right now, we've been, if we're looking at the candles right now, they're getting thinner and thinner. So that's generally that the market's slowing down right now. That's probably not going to be a great opportunity unless we get sort of either a breakup out of this range or a breakdown of this range. So you want to look for trigger points. Right now you have my screen up. So we're looking for probably a break of this high here to the top side. If we actually get a break of that high to the top side, potentially we could have a sweep of liquidity to the top side. Kind of want to have it come back down and test. If we base out there, there's a good long opportunity. If we're sweeping liquidity high and we're coming back lower, we want to look for a break of this hourly low down here. And if that happens, there's a potential for a short trade. Outside of that, it's been a great day for me. I'm probably not going to take a trade unless we reach one of those two parameters there.
Awesome. I love that. Hey, John, just real quick, Delta check. Anything popping there? We're still around in the 3,000s.
No, we're up to 6,400, but I mean, coming off that low, it would be expected. Yeah, there's no divergence there.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that as Power Hour can go get into that, see that Delta grows. Okay, here we go. S&P's catching another bid, trading 48.15. Take a look. All right, here in the tilt, 69%. Nice. In ES, long. NASDAQ, 70% long. All right, now growing to 71% both. We're starting to see a long bias as the market continues to go higher.
Yeah.
Could this be a
Right
fade? I'm not sure.
Kickoff high here.
What's that level, John?
Right up against weekly kickoff high, which kind of, once we got through with this gyration early in the session here, this is a 15-minute chart, by the way. This is where we really kind of started to accelerate to the downside, was when we showed acceptance back below weekly kickoff low or high, 48.16.
16s. All right, we're right up against it. All right,
right there.
ES growing to 72%.
73%,
but we're continuing to rally here. So keep an eye in slower markets. Perhaps fading tilt might be the play. But
and we're seeing liquidity up above.
Okay, yes, we are.
Again,
what are we seeing, John?
7/4, a little bit more. 7/4. There's some liquidity. 286. 880, 4820. We're seeing some liquidity. 3,000 or 320. I'm sure, Rips, you're seeing that on your book map if you're looking at the S&Ps.
Yeah, so I have Bookmap up on my screen right now, and you can see. Well, let's bring up the S&Ps since you're talking about that. We're talking about this earlier at the top of the call. These bubbles are getting thicker as we're pushing up into that liquidity. So there are some players that are front running this. You can see right up top here, those bars are resting liquidity. So those are up on the offer.
Yep.
But you can see as we're encroaching up towards those bars, we have players that are smart and front running that liquidity because they know that, hey, I'm probably done for the day. I want to punch my ticket, so I'm going to get out of the market here. Or there's other sharp players that may say the market's going to stop rallying here, so we're going to cap on shorts here at this level. But yeah, I am seeing the same thing that you're seeing there.
Yeah, looking at some of these big block orders. Someone in the chat just called out 500 at 48.32 in the S&Ps. We still have some ways to go to get that because we're only 15 points away from that. So
lots of money.
Liquidity likes to get filled in the S&Ps and NASDAQ as well. All right, yeah. Again, bell to bell people. Yes, wait till next segment. We'll get that form out to you guys. You fill it out, and get your reset. Johnny,
I apologize for disappearing for a minute there, and my dog is just freaking out. I don't know what's going on with her. She's barking. I had to let her out. I don't know what her deal is.
There's a blizzard coming our way.
Half the things I'm saying, I'm probably muted because she keeps barking.
No, it's all good. We got a blizzard coming our way, so maybe she's sensing that.
Could be.
Maybe. Snow dog.
Lazy. He's a sweet dog.
Still catching that bid here.
Sometimes very needy.
Hey, Rips, where are you located? Just out of curiosity.
I'm out in California. I'm on the West Coast, so I wake up early. This morning I was up at 1 a.m. And I don't mind because I go to bed early, like 7 or 8 p.m.
NorCal,
no
SoCal,
snow for you.
Yeah, no snow whatsoever. I'm in Southern California, so nice and sunny down here.
Yeah, I'm going to say that doesn't
San
suck,
Diego?
does it?
Yeah, down there.
Good for you, man. Good for you. All right, boys. What do you want to chat? A couple more questions for Rips. I guess he's hanging out this next segment in Power Hour. Rips, yeah, okay. I got a question that I did see in the chat. And I know that John, Eddie, myself, we all are learning to this and we're adjusting to it. Trading live and streaming on YouTube and trading, how have you adjusted to it? How does it affect you? Have you grown fully comfortable with learning how to trade, while streaming?
So I've been trading on YouTube now for the last 3 months. We started in, I think, September, October, somewhere in that range, right? And taking it really seriously there. Before then, I was just streaming into my Discord room, but now I'm doing it on YouTube every single morning, Monday through Friday at 8 a.m. And it's definitely challenging. It's very difficult, right? It's very, very difficult to have on a position in front of 1,000 people that are watching you. And, there's obviously going to be people that are in the chat that are hoping that you lose because, there's going to be haters wherever you go. There's people you put on a position and they're praying that it goes the opposite direction that you put on the trade, right? By the way, I'm looking at this perking up to the 70s here. We have a level up at 74. I'm debating on whether or not I want to take a lot long here. I'm just going to put a 1 lot long here. So I'm 1 lot long here on the NQ, average of, 71 3/4. And my target to the upside on this is all the way up at 93.5. There's a nice push through 75. Very, very nice push here, actually. And I'm going to add to that on that push through 75. We're going 2 lots here.
All right,
I don't know
Robert,
if you can actually see the,
Add
let me
to
see
the
if you
winners.
can get the Ninja Trader here. There we go. There's my position on right there. So looking for this to continue this push up here. My stop right now is at 56 3/4. Interested in adding on this if we actually hold above 75 1/4 here. But yeah, it's difficult to trade in front of people. It's difficult to stream and trade in front of people, but it makes you a better trader because it makes you really be cognizant of all of your actions as a trader. And it makes you, really think about your entries, really think about your targets because you don't want to look like a knucklehead in front of people. So while it's challenging, I think that it's effective in building your skill as a trader.
Agree. Yes. Yes. Doing it in front of thousands of people is definitely, it's interesting, right? You feel the ice on you sometimes, but a nice trade so far. What's your profit target and what's your stop, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm looking for 93.5 to the top side here, but we are running into a little liquidity at the 80s here. Somebody is front running the 80s, obviously. So I want to see if we actually push up through the 80s, and I would add to this if we get a nice pull. Right now, we have a surge from Meta, NVIDIA, and Microsoft here, which is really, really strong, and we have a lot of bid support that's showing up on the NQs for now. So if we draw back to the 70s, I'd look to add to this a 3rd lot, as long as we're showing that strong bid support here.
All right, really quick. All right, with that being said, we're going to wrap up this segment. We got Power Hour coming up here in about 3 minutes. Stick with us. We're going to see how this trade plays out for RIPS. We got the bell-to-bell last form coming at you, so stay tuned. We'll be back for Power Hour. RIPS, stay there.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. We're back for Power Hour. Hoag, Andre, Rips, Eddie is in the background somewhere. What's going on, everybody?
Let the games begin.
All right.
Rips,
Well,
yeah,
I
would,
think they in the
look
chat
at-
were interested in seeing Rip's screen again. Get that trade
I ended
sold
up
on.
getting stopped out on that trade. We just had to pull back right back below 70, so I actually just got stopped out on that trade right when we got back.
Damn it.
Keeps trading right to the settlement in the S&Ps, 48.20 quarter, and then just falling off there.
Yeah, so we ended up getting stopped out on that.
Ouch.
So I want to see, so if we pull back down to that liquidity that is resting a touch below the 60s here, I'd be interested in maybe taking this trade again, but things are getting a little bit heavy here, so we have to be on guard for that. Right now, Google ran into the VWAP. We have Meta that's rolling over just a touch here. Microsoft could be testing the lows here, so I want to see if we're drawing liquidity to the downside here. We have a big volume shelf that is existing between 30 and 60 right now, so if we go back down to that, then, technically it would be interesting to see if we actually hold that. So that's what I'm looking for right now. That's what I'm on guard for.
All right. And for everybody asking, yes, there is a form that will be coming out sometime in this hour, so pay close attention.
Yes. Thanks for your patience. Bell to Bell Club. You guys rule. Here we go. All right, Rips, here's a pullback.
Yeah, I'm looking at this pullback right now. It is actually looking very, very heavy. So we might have some sell side coming in for the final hour here. Again, we are pulling into this big, strong area of liquidity that we've had, this volume shelf, like I said, existing between 30 and 60 here. So if is drawing back into this liquidity and holding this down here, I'm interested in taking a long, but if we are failing through that rapidly, definitely looking at a short, potentially 15-20 handle trade on that.
I'm already short.
Wow,
here. I'm short
that
at
seems pretty
48.15 because
what's your average there?
We could not hold up above that 48.16, which is a kind of a weekly kickoff level. And I'm not going to have much risk on this, so it is a worthwhile opportunity if you ask me.
All right. What do you got?
I'm watching here. If we reclaim 60s, I want to be looking at this prior bar on the 15 minutes. So the high that I'm looking at is 61.5. If we're reclaiming this area with strength, I want to be taking this as another test for the approach up towards 75 here. So seeing if 61 is going to reject. If we get a nice rejection here, I'll probably join your short.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little preemptive, but I mean, that 48.16 was where we kind of launched the downside. We looked above it. We're showing signs of not being able to accept above it. So I'm short 1 point below it, and I'm not going to risk a lot on this trade.
Okay, I like that. Are you in the ES there?
Yeah, ES. Yeah, 48.16 even is a kind of an important level for me.
Yes, it is. 16,
It's really where we started to kind of accelerate to the downside earlier today after the open, and we couldn't hold above it. So we'll see what happens. Again, it's a low risk opportunity.
Right. Yeah, the areas of interest I'm watching right now on the S&P is that 48.09. That's where the 50 EMA is. And so I want to see if we can actually crack below that and meander down towards the VWAP. Right now, Microsoft is flirting with the VWAP. So if we were to break that to the downside and Google rejects off the VWAP here, we could find some more pain.
That would help.
Yeah, absolutely. NVIDIA's starting to roll over as well, too, here.
I seen NVIDIA's making was at all-time highs today. Is that true? Or intraday highs?
I believe so, yeah.
Deadline. Yep.
Yeah, it's wanting to trade up to 600.
Unreal.
So I'm just watching here, just seeing how these orders are getting received, kind of washing between these 50s and these 60s. My mental shot clock is still on here, so I'm kind of pacing myself to take my next entry. Took about a $300 loss on that trade, so that brings us back below the 5-figure mark. We're up 9,700 on the day. We were up 10 Gs.
That's
so
not bad though. That wasn't bad risk to have 4 on.
yeah, exactly. I mean, ended up getting out pretty safely in that one there.
Nice.
Yeah, we were running our stop pretty tight there because we encroached. We're pushing into the 80s, and I want to see that extension all the way up to 93.5. If we don't get that, that's why we're getting stopped out there. So again, we're testing these 50s. NVIDIA is still rolling here. The more times that we come up and we test this 50s and it's holding, the more likely it is that we're going to make another excursion here to the top side. We do have a level here at 45.5, so there's a good chance that we could bounce there as well. Still some sell side pressure coming in. S&Ps are looking pretty weak here, so your trade's looking very nice there, Hoag.
Thank you.
Apple is starting to roll as well here. But there's a lot of bidders stepping up. This is what's interesting to me is there's a lot of folks that are bidding this betwixt 47 and 53 right now. So there's a lot of folks that are stepping into the bid side here. It's making this a little bit difficult for this to kind of roll over here. And again, if we have Google perking back above the VWAP and Microsoft doesn't fail the VWAP here, there's a good chance that this just might continue to hold.
What are you watching those on, like Thinkorswim or something?
I use TradingView for all of my charting. I used to use eSignal. Okay. And eSignal was, I mean, they're great, but it's been around forever. I've been using them for a long time, but their pricing is just out of control. So I ended up getting rid of eSignal and only using TradingView now. TradingView is amazing. So yeah, I have the Mag 7 plus the S&P up over on one of my monitors here. And then I'm watching Bookmap over here. I have a bunch of different charts. I have about 15 charts open here, and I'm kind of keeping an eye on everything.
How many screens you got over there, Rip?
I have 3. So I have a 4K 34-inch that's in a portrait mode over here. Then I have the Samsung 57-inch super ultra wide as my main monitor. And then stacked above that is the Samsung 49-inch super ultra wide. I wanted to do dual 57 inches, but I couldn't fit my camera in as well. So I
got 2 eyeball grips.
Choices. I love the setup that we have here. It's amazing.
That's different.
So again, I don't know if you're seeing the same thing here, Hoag, but the consolidation that we're getting, it just keeps on perking up and then kind of consolidating down here, and these bids are kind of perking up here. So it's a little bit concerning. I just want to see if we can actually break below those 50s without it being just a quick liquidity grab to the downside there.
Right. I'd like to see it take out that 45 level in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the same level I'm tracking, 45.5. That's where so much of the liquidity has been today. So it does look heavy, though. It does look very, very heavy. We have a bidder that's at the 50s, and we keep taking them out, and then they keep refreshing that bid. So, and I want to see if this is actually weak enough to take here. Yeah, we tuck below it, and then they start to firm it up a little bit here. So I want to see if we actually get a weak bounce on this excursion. If we do, probably going to cap on a 2-lot short here. I'm just seeing if we get enough juice to perk back up.
Hey, man.
I'm going to take that short there. So I'm going to move my stop nice. That's cracking lower. Beautiful. Yeah, so we're right at that 45 liquidity that we want to be cautioned for. I'm going to move my stop to 53 3/4. Okay, there we go. That's the breakdown that we're looking for here. Now watching this 40s, the 40s encroachment here. Looking across the board, Google, nice rejection. This is the ES running into the 50 here. Watching for this. So that 45.5 level has been very, very strong. There are some bidders that are stepping up. If that level gives out, we will get some weakness there to the downside. I want to keep my stop pretty tight here.
Well, give out.
Knock, knock. Who's there? It's Hoag. We want a short. Let's go.
Yeah, I know, right?
16,
right,
Johnny.
It really doesn't help to talk to it, but it makes me feel better.
It does, though. It does help.
That's one of the benefits of streaming. You have a chat audience to talk to instead of just yelling at your screens or yelling at the market. I feel like all traders yell at the market at some point in their career.
For better or worse, there's a chat, Rips.
Yeah, exactly.
We love each and every one of them. Andre,
Every
you
single
still
one.
your hands on butts? Actually,
Hands
one
on
butt,
butts for now. I'll
yours.
definitely make a trade. We'll see how final half hour goes. But yeah, we'll be making trades.
I'm adding in a third lot here. We're getting a little skittered to the downside here. If Apple flushes the VWAP here, this is gonna be a nice trade.
Prepare to be astonished.
There we go. Nice. Big sellers coming in. That's what I like to see. I'm covering one on the bid there. Very, very nice. Another one out on the bid there. Gorgeous, gorgeous resolution there to the downside. Moving my stop just to about halfway down between break even now. So that's going to recover anything that we lost on that trade, that prior trade that we took. So that's locking in that profit. I'm going to move that down just a little bit further to the middle of that bar now.
So if you were short where I am in the S&Ps, where would you move your stop to?
Let me check here. I'd be at 48.10 right now, to be honest with you.
Really?
I'd want to give it some breathing room. See, we're at the end of this volume shelf. I'm going to get stopped out right there. There we go. Stopped out. So that's going to put me back. That's going to put me back on the day up 1,100. Or no, 10,100. Sorry, 1,100. 10,100 there. 10,100. And there we go. We get that huge perk back up. So
That's NQ for you.
yeah, and you know, you got to see profit, take profit, and that's the
right.
That's the kind of thing where it's like, you know, I was talking about in the last segment, you know, you don't want to intercept and get in front of things. When I have runners on like that, when I was taking, I think I was 3 lots at the biggest extension there, I want to feather that out as we're getting that dump, because that's aggressive selling there. And we're going to have a counterparty to that. Like we had this bounce here. Doesn't mean we're not going to go lower, but the style of trading that I'm doing on that trade there, I'm trying to capture as many points as I can in that extension to the downside there.
100%.
Okay. So we just hit, I took your advice and put that stop at 848.10. So small profit on that. Not bad.
Nice trade, Johnny.
Hey, there you go. And if we perk up and run throughout the entire day, hey, some profit's better than no profit, right?
Of course.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that's generally what I call a takeout. When we have an impulsive move down like that, we take that out. We get bid side liquidity here, and now we're screaming back up to the top side. If we are holding back above these 50s with strength right now, I'm seeing people going up on the offer here. We have enough strength here. And again, this might be a range bound session. We might be chopping around back and forth. But if we do have enough strength to break up through these 53s, 55s, there's a good chance that we would be back extending up to that 74 level again in the NQ.
Are you not entertained?
So again, it's
really
it's just kind of washing around. If you look at these 15-minute bars, this is not looking like the best session here. These back-to-back 15-minute bars kind of mirroring each other here. You have one up, one down for now. Want to have a clearance of above 74 here.
We call them barcoding.
Yeah, exactly. Railroad tracks, right? So if we got back above 74, that would, confidently back above 74, this would turn into a green candle. We'd have a really long bottoming wick on this green candle. If you folks are candlestick reading, if that's part of your repertoire, having that big extension to the downside, if you don't know what candlesticks are, that's one great way to look at it and digest and understand what's really happening here. We had a takeout on the lows. We had a lot of bidders showing up. Obviously, we're rejecting that price off the lows for now. In hindsight, it's one of the things. Could you have reversed it and taken it long there? I probably wouldn't have. There's rarely a time where it's like, when we have that big of a fade in the market and we have what potentially could be a takeout, that you're rushing into that and trying to take a reversal on that. That's another question I get a lot of the time, that, people think that you can take a trade and then reverse it and then reverse it and then reverse it. And then they don't realize that, you're getting chewed up by commissions, and it just, there's no, it's very difficult to trade like that. I'm sure there's somebody out there that can do it, but I'm not one of those people.
Mm-hmm. Me either.
So this is holding the 50s for now. Again, we are just kind of careening up and down through this volume shelf that we're talking about here at the top of the call, between 30 and 60. It's basically 30 to 57.5. But if we get back above that volume shelf here, it's pretty thin. Inventory should be a little light until we get back up to around, let's see where they're actually putting those offers up. I mean, we have liquidity at 75, but I'm more interested in them attracting that liquidity all the way back up to 17,000. There's part of me that wants to take a one lot just with a risking down to 45 here. So about a $200 risk. Just seeing as this is perking up here. I don't have my squawks on right now. Usually I have squawks in my ears so I can hear any of the breaking news that's going off right now. So there could be some market breaking news that I could be missing right now too as well. So I feel like I'm flying a little bit blind.
Now, do you have the actual Squawk Box subscription or something else that you're using?
Oh yeah, I have like 6 or 7 of them. That's my entire day is just people yapping in my ear.
Goolsby's talking right now.
Okay, so there we go. Goolsby. Yep. See, I want to know what Austin's saying right now. That'd be super
Austin
helpful.
from Chicago. And so far, it's
we're on first
say
name basis here.
talking about 2023 was a half a fame year for inflation reduction. So half.
He said something that disrupted the markets because we're going sell side here.
Yeah, we are.
Talked about the high shelter inflation on CPI might have less implications for the Fed's personal consumption expenditures inflation target. That might have spun it up a bit.
Yeah, PCE's coming out next. That's the next one before FOMC. Yep. That's the next one. Yep. Let's see here. 40s are holding. I'm thinking about taking this short if we get a crack below 40s, targeting 30s, 10 handle trade, but not showing up yet, not giving me what I want to see. It's not giving me the right look. So we're not getting there yet. Still a lot of bidders showing up in this market here. There are folks that really want to take this bid side, and that's, again, makes it concerning to take shorts. You get your Concernicus hat on.
It's a tug of war.
Yeah, very much a tug of war here.
For a 10-point profit, RIPS, in NASDAQ, what is your risk on something like that?
Well, you probably want to risk about 5 handles. So you're risking one risk to make 2, right?
Yeah, it's pretty tight for NASDAQ, isn't it?
But if we're in a current downtrend, the only way that we're going to get picked up out of that is a reversal on the downtrend. So you're joining the trend and hoping that we don't take 5 points of heat because we're already in the move in progress. It's not like I'm in a consolidation range and then taking it there and only looking for 5 handles of heat, right?
Right.
It's a make or break type of trade. And that again plays into that momentum style.
Kind of light and tight, as Michael would call it.
Yeah, 100%. Super tight. Of course, 5 handles is nothing in the NQ. And, you can have 5 handle gaps in prints in the NQ. It happens often in lower liquidity, depending on the market, how high it's priced, and et cetera. But yeah, so, if we're in a very liquid market, the final hour is a very liquid session, there's a chance that if we're already joining a trend, having a 5 handle stop, it'll work just fine.
All right. As long as we have a break here before the form goes out, which it will at some point, and before MOC, before 2:30, it's the perfect time to finish off our news for today. James, if you want to throw that up there. We talked about it earlier. Eddie hit on it, but first we'll do the 2-year yields. 2-year yields spiked higher on the CPI number today, have come all the way back and then some, which is surprising given the print, but that is a part of the yield curve to always be watching. And then in other news going around is the greatest college football coach and NFL coach of all time have retired simultaneously, like they had a tontine or a death pack or something. Or as I said here, it's like a married couple that's married 75 years and then dies at the same time as each other. So who knows what's next for the Patriots, but they're already putting oatmeal cakes at the shrine for Nick Saban over at Alabama. So if anyone could explain the meaning of oatmeal cakes for Nick Saban, let me know.
He eats
scary
2 every
statue,
morning.
to be honest.
He eats 2 every morning for breakfast.
I am
Little Debbie's oatmeal cakes.
Really?
Yeah. That's
Correct.
weird.
Very weird. He's a weird dude.
Well,
Little Debbie.
I'm not surprised.
It's not just for breakfast anymore.
Yeah.
And lastly, too, let's show the top quiz winners. We picked 50 out today. And
there you go.
I would also like to point out, I said I would give prizes to the top 3, including the number 1 person was Jack's Cornhole. So congratulations.
Amazing name.
Sir or Madam. Yeah, I'm going to assume it's a sir in that case. But you know what? I'll leave it up there. So you will be receiving an email if you are on this list. And then stick around because the form is coming sometime, maybe soon.
Nice.
So you can see that we went all the way down to the edge of that volume shelf there, right below 30. We're perking back up. So we're just having a rinsey, washy session here. So that's the second rejection towards the lower end of that volume shelf. We have created somewhat of a double bottom here. So definitely worth noting to see whether or not we're actually going to have that breakup and break out of the 55s here in the NQ.
Persistent housing inflation. Goolsby seems to be done speaking.
That could be why the market perked up there. Usually, if you have the Fed speakers kind of walk out, and then
once they get out of the way,
100%, yeah. It's like a FOMC. You'll often have the FOMC rally after Jay Powell finishes his Q&A. By the way, FOMC folks coming in 20 short days here. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a lot of fun to trade that.
Oh yeah,
if you're so bold.
How we looking?
Made a lower high for now. Just kind of perked up above 45 here. Looking to see if we can actually tear down the edges of the structure that we kind of double bottom on. We have room all the way down to 9, 10, and 3/4, which is about 20 handles, 30 handles from where we are now, 30 handles. So there is some potential room to the downside, but it's concerning when we're looking at the S&Ps right now are still kind of holding up. Yeah. They're flirting in between the 50 EMA and the VWAP right now. Amazon's held above the VWAP. Apple's held above the VWAP. Tesla's kind of bottoming out and ripping back to the top side. Meta, Microsoft, everything's kind of flirting right with the EMAs and VWAP. This is generally when I'd say it's probably not a good time to be taking a trade because we don't have confluence across the board. However, we had a big snap to the downside from all of those moving averages or the volume weighted average price. We had snaps through that. And we had confluence across the board. Probably safe to say it's good. Probably going to be a good short to the downside, but we're not seeing that yet. We're not seeing that confluence across the board right now.
Hey, Johnny, you might be on mute.
I was.
All good.
Lacey's, I don't know what she's barking at, but she keeps barking, so I keep muting and then forgetting to unmute myself. What I was trying to say is, we had PPI tomorrow. We also have a lot of bank earnings. Earnings seasons begins tomorrow.
Yeah, all the it's the big four reporting. Somebody mentioned that today to me. It's I think JP Morgan. We have B of A, Wells, all the usual suspects, right?
Yep. Typically, earnings season starts with the banks and gives you kind of a bellwether for what's to come.
Yeah. Also, I think Delta is tomorrow and United Healthcare. That one is that the one? Yeah, United Health, JP Morgan, Bank of America Group, Delta Airlines tomorrow morning. All of them. Yeah.
All right, folks, stay patient. We know what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, this is not being down is it's nothing I'm new to.
Oh no, for sure. I was talking in the chat. They're getting fired up for the completion of the B2B.
Ah, got it.
Yep. Stay patient.
Oh, you haven't missed it yet.
B2B.
It's going to be interesting too if we still have some players that are wanting to pull out. If they were shorting this market today and they haven't pulled out of it yet, and they want to cover those shorts before the market closes, we could see a rally. 10 minutes into the close when we have a lot of those MOC orders that are hitting the market, and they have to sort those orders out. And you definitely see the final 10 getting pretty perky here as long as we keep holding this. We're really just between a rock and a hard place right now. We're just flirting with breaking these lows every single time we come down. All these bidders are showing up. I call this a market maker session. They're just playing pitch and catch with the lows and the highs of this range right now. And, for retail traders, most retail traders can probably take 15 handles of heat at most, usually before they're getting out of a trade. So if they're capping this around a 20, 22 handle range, it's a market maker session. They're just rinsing retail around usually. That's what I deduce from
rinsing retail
when
around.
Chop and slop like this.
Chop and slop's right. Are we looking on Delta, John? Nothing special?
No, I mean there's nothing really that we can use. It's positive 5,400. Well, I'm going to look a little bit deeper to see if there's anything that on the way back up, if we end up with negative delta, then I could certainly see what Rips is talking about. We've got probably some traders selling the shorts on the way up that may need to cover by the end of the day. Let me take a quick look. I'll get back to you.
Yep, let's do it. Hey,
Yeah,
Rips,
I mean, the only thing that. Go ahead.
Hey, Rips, how many trades do you normally take in a day, give or take?
It depends. If we're talking about any average day, maybe there's only 1 or 2 setups. Maybe I'll take less than 5 trades that day. But if we have a day like CPI, I was trading my pants off today. It was insane. If you go back, you watch the stream that this morning I was taking a whole mess of trades. And obviously, to get to $10,000 in the profit, you got to take a lot of trades to get there. It's not going to, sometimes it's going to happen from one trade, but the way that I was trading it, I was getting my fingers dirty. So, it was a lot more trades than characteristically that I would take on a given day like today. But, given that it was CPI, this is the biggest anticipated print for the start of the year. I'm going to get my hands dirty, but, somewhere between 3 and 10 total trades in a day.
I was just going to say a day like today warrants more trades, higher volume. Yeah, more cars per side. I would say the volatility was there and the volume was there to warrant higher trading. Going into last year, volume faded, so obviously turned down the volume on the trades. But yeah, I agree. It's okay to trade more on a day like that.
Well, Andre.
Yes, sir.
L period, which is, I'm on the 30. So this down bar actually has positive delta. So what Ripples was talking about, he's saying, there's a lot of folks kind of interested in trying to buy this thing down here. I believe that is probably true. So if there are,
that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, if there are shorts in this market, it's not showing necessarily in delta.
And I'm seeing, they're offering the inventory on the offer side is pretty thin, whereas the inventory on the bid side is pretty thick. So when they're coming down, you're seeing a lot of that bid side activity there. I'm actually leaning towards the long side here as we are kind of coming up out of this gully here. But, given that the session, the way that it's going, I'm keeping an eye on volume here as well. Yeah, volume is kind of holding up. It's just not a lot of tremendous volume here. And they're, outside of shorts closing, there's not much of a catalyst, orders being matched for MOC, but there's not a huge catalyst. We will have a liquidity injection here in about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes here at the bottom of the hour. We'll get some liquidity, some machines turning on, completing their orders for the day. That's usually when we have the NICE MOC, usually it's coming out, bottom of the hour. We'll get that. And then the NASI MOC, the late MOC usually comes about 10 minutes before the close there. So that's when we get a big injection of volatility.
I haven't seen.
See, look at this coming back down here. This is just rinsing and washing around. This is not the ideal setup here.
Andre, I'm still getting a kick out of someone in the chat said you're so beautiful when you smile, Andre.
Stop it.
Is that your girlfriend, Andre?
Yes, Mom.
I don't know that. Stop. Oh, this market. Uh-oh. Jack. Here we go.
Still going. Yeah, hide your kids, hide your wife. I guess the form is coming out very quickly.
crazy?
I think it'll be in the chat here.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Now stop commenting.
look
He has
at
to
that.
pin it.
Bam.
There it is.
There it is. It is pinned
Pinned
to
at the
the
top.
top of the YouTube chat. Get in there.
Get in there. Thanks for hanging out
Saw
all
you.
day.
Some of you in there that need to pick up the kids, now's the time. Don't make them wait any longer.
Yep. You can make that sandwich now.
Make a sandwich.
Yeah, Ribs, we're just right in the middle here. Nothing to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you can get in a lot of trouble, and this is where we're talking about this sort of at the top of the call. If you're very emotional and you're feeling that I'm desperate and I need to be taking a trade, I need to get even on the day, or I'm down money, I want to make a little bit back. This is where they get you. This is the type of session where they get you, where they're just rinsing you back. Now, if you want to join the market makers and make the market and, buy the 30s and sell the 55s and 60s, you could try to do that. And you might have a nice afternoon doing that. but then it works until it doesn't. If you have a breakdown of those 30s and you start buying them, now all of a sudden you're underwater. Maybe you didn't have your stop placed correctly. A lot of things that can go wrong. But in this session, you're kind of looking for clear confidence. There's our bottom of the hour injection of liquidity, by the way. There
we go.
Again, to the bid side. Not surprising. And ES very slowly perking, creeping back up to 48.11 here.
Always very slow.
Yeah, I haven't traded ES in a hot minute. It's a great instrument to trade. It's a very pure trade. It's a lot more liquid than the NQ. A lot more big banks and institutions are trading it. So it's kind of give and take, right? It's very, very liquid, but you're up against the biggest and brightest minds in the world. The brightest, best traders in the world are trading the ES. NQ is more of a, it's a little bit more.
I was going to say, is that not the case with? Is that not the case with NQ?
I mean, there's less market makers that are providing liquidity.
What are you trying to say, Rips? What are you trying to say? Just tell us.
NQ is the monkey market, right? Yeah, no, it's there's just less liquidity in it. I love trading the NQ. It's my bag. I love trading the NQ, but
I got you.
More sophisticated folks are trading the ES, and us knuckleheads, maybe we're the ones trading the NQ, right?
Kick, save, and a butte. Good job.
I've traded the NASDAQ once, and it was during power hour, and I was just scalped little profits, and it actually worked out pretty well, but it gives me heart palpitations. It's too fast.
Yeah. It literally is the most bullish thing that you'll ever ride. And I don't mean that to the top side. I mean, it's a bucking bronco. You have to really strap in for it. It requires a certain level of patience and finesse to get it down, but
it's a great
instrument. Yeah, very strong heart. Yeah, still just kind of holding in this range here, chopping around, just skirting sideways here. Nothing really happening. And for, anybody who's a newer trader out there that's watching, this is generally the type of chop and slop that you want to learn to avoid. And just because the market's open doesn't mean that you should be pressing buttons. That's one thing you want to remember.
Right? Hands on your butt.
Hands on your butt. We will see some movement last 15 minutes, last 10 minutes, definitely last 5 minutes of the trade. So still opportunity.
You got it.
Yeah, liquidity is subsiding a little bit too here. I'm seeing the S&Ps. Yeah, same kind of deal. I mean, it is a 8-point range of the S&P, which is actually pretty broad for this type of movement. But again, market maker session, nothing really super exciting. I think that we'll start to see some excitement start to perk up about 15 minutes and 10 minutes before the close here.
Agree.
Yeah,
that morning was
looking
wild.
really thin in the S&Ps. I mean,
is it right now?
The first 6-8 bids, they're double digits. There's no triple digits anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That is interesting given the environment here. Yeah, seeing this, the volume shelf in the S&Ps is really, we're cresting to the top of that volume shelf right now, right about 14, 15 or so. So we perk above that, we really have to get through that 48-20 player. There's somebody resting up there with about 300 contracts. So get up through that. That's something we could probably see in the final 10 if we get that push up to the top side there.
Coming up. Hey, only 5 minutes or 2 minutes left for the bell-to-bell form. So get in while you can.
And then stick around for the rest of the hour.
How many bell-to-bell forms were there?
3.
3.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
And that will be, don't leave us. That'll be the final form today, though. We wouldn't do you dirty like that, like having one more during the closing credits or something like that.
Left.
Oh, you didn't do the bonus fourth form. Sorry, you lose.
The hidden track.
Damn it.
Remember that?
CDs, yeah.
The hidden track.
Always on the last track.
Yup, you gotta let it play for 14 minutes or something, and then the final track shows up.
There was one on Offspring Smash. That was a good one.
Just gonna say Offspring, man. Was just gonna say that.
Right there.
That was the first physical CD I bought. Was Offspring Smash. That and
oh man,
double cassette of Smashing Pumpkins.
Nice.
It was that era. Cassettes and CDs.
Good times.
Nothing shown in tilts, really. Tilt's been weird today. Fade and tilt has not been the most profitable of strategies, that's for sure. It feels like tilt's been getting with momentum and getting paid likewise.
Yeah, for the last 3 days, I think that the tilt traders have been getting paid.
They have.
I think that's more of a trend type of situation.
Agree.
You know, Rips, I mean, you know, like retail traders, you know, shooters, they're always looking for the breakouts. They're buying highs and selling lows. And sometimes when the market is really range bound, we'll see that in the tilt. We'll see, you know, percentage of longs really high at the highs and the percentage of shorts really high at the lows. And if you just kind of fade those in range bound situations, you can just kind of print money. But when the market is directional, it's a little bit more challenging. You got to really try and pick your spots. And you know, one thing that Anne Marie was showing us is, you know, when you look at when there's like really long or really short, look at the average prices. If they're really close together, one side or the other is going to capitulate. One side or the other is going to give up. There's a war going on there. When one loses, you know, you get an opportunity one direction or the other off of that. I'm working on trying to figure out a way to kind of show that on a chart. You know, instead of just looking at numbers, we can see it on a chart that might be kind of helpful. I don't know. We're going to see, but yeah, when the market is directional, sometimes those longs will get they'll get paid.
You can probably visualize it on a TPO or something like Bookmap, where you can see, you know, the liquidity and where it's been taken in the size or footprint chart.
I've got a theory right here. We'll see if it works, and I'll show it another time. It's kind of hard to see on screen here, but I think there is a really good, I think, usable way to watch for that. When it's really tilty and the buys and sells are really close together, there's information in that. I haven't figured out how to use it yet. Anne Marie's the one that kind of brought it up to us, or to all of us, really. She was talking about it on screen one day, and I think, you know what, there's something to that. We'll take a look at it, figure it out. Maybe we've got the golden goose, the Midas touch, whatever you want to call
tilt, we're getting a little heavy on the shorts and the NQ. Starting to see some sellers in the NQ as well. Like we were just saying, they're getting with the momentum. It seems like they're getting paid as well.
Well, and you know, Andre, that L period where this bar right here that we pulled back on had positive delta. So that's, you know, that might be indicating that there are some sellers coming into this, shorter time frame buyers against a longer time frame sellers. Who's going to win?
Yeah, who typically does win that tug of war? I think the short term's going to get out first, obviously.
Yes, they're the most price sensitive, and they're in the trades for a shorter period of time. They're the first ones to bail.
Oh, they say you truly are the goat.
Huh. I am not a goat. I am not the goat.
You're the goat. You're the goat, man.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything. But you know, if there are truly longer time frame sellers here, this is going to be important, possibly tomorrow. So, you know, if we break off of this, then this would be the afternoon pullback high, and might be resistant for us tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the Globex session if we actually get any volume coming in, because you know, PCE is tomorrow, right? We do have PCE coming out tomorrow, as far as I'm pretty sure.
PPI, right? I believe.
PPI, sorry, not PCE. PPI, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, PPI is out tomorrow. We also have the WASD for any of the folks that are trading the grains out there. But yeah, PPI should be interesting, but we might have a little bit of positioning kind of using that PPI as a smoke screen. That's the only print that's coming out at 8:30 tomorrow that's really going to matter, is the PPI. I think it's the only data release tomorrow as far as market volatility stuff that isn't, you know, grains related, because we have all the agricultural data that's coming out tomorrow.
What do you mean by smoke? What do you mean by smoke screen?
So, you know, when you have a lot of large funds or institutions that are looking to take on a position, they want to have, sometimes they use these newsprints as a guise to sort of you can never hide. You can hide orders if you're placing them on the ladder, right? You can hide an order. You can only show like a 1 lot or 10 lot, but you can have a lot more size behind that. It's called an iceberg. But you can't hide your orders once they hit the tape. So you look for excuses to kind of get volume in the market in times of volatility. So when we have a newsprint like the PPI tomorrow, which may or may not have actually any effect on the market, you'll have large institutional players that will use that as a smokescreen to get their volume placed into the market and kind of use that as an excuse as to why.
Love it. Good stuff.
Even on something like today, even on the CPI print today, that's another time where you'll have certain folks who will do that. It can potentially happen. So definitely something you want to keep on guard for and look out for.
And Andre, that's what kind of creates the delta divergence. If you're looking at price moving higher all day and delta isn't decreasing in value, it's more and more negative throughout the day. Typically, that's going to be a longer time frame. You trade a long time frame or a series of long time frame traders using iceberg orders to just replenish bids. The short time frame traders hit those with market orders. They hit them with market orders, and then once they figure it out, they'll move price higher, and then the longer time frame trader will bring price higher, and then the short time frame traders will hit it with bids, or hit it with market orders, sell market orders, sell market orders. Price keeps going higher, delta keeps getting more negative. That's when we start to see those nice pops at the end of the day, Andre. I know we've seen a few of them lately.
Yes, we have.
I think we'll actually see a few of them today as well.
Yeah, like you said, they replenish their bid, and they'll take the fills, and we just go higher and higher. Like you said, longer time frame.
Yep. And then when the short time frame has to flatten out, they all jump out together.
Please.
It's like being at a party, and it's a really good party, and everybody wants to be there, but everybody knows that there's the threat of a fire. So everybody hangs around the door. And when the first person jumps towards the door, everybody tries to pile out the door. That's what it's like.
Especially if you're in a situation where you have shorts that are bent over for the day and they have never, and you'll get a huge scream to the top side because everybody's running for that exit door simultaneously.
Cops coming, Anne-Marie. Yes, cops coming.
I've never heard it called that before when you're short in a bad location, but I like it.
They say that it's when you're short and you're being bent over a barrel and shown all 50 states, I believe is the technical term.
That's what it is.
Yes. Throw that in the glossary, AD, if you're listening.
Go!
So we're still holding these 40s here, and we have about seven minutes until the final 10 here. And I'm probably going to try to trade a 1 lot here, if only for entertainment purposes, even though if I lose, I lose, but I'm ready for it, right? We still want to try to get on a trade here if we're going to have a volatility event for these final 10. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Accept the loss before you even put it in.
100%. I was talking to my group about that today, is that the moment that you're putting on a trade, it's called putting on risk. You're not putting on a guarantee. The moment that you put on that trade, you have to assume whatever your max loss is for that trade. The moment you click that button, that trade is live. That money is as good as gone, and that's the way it should be. You don't want to go into a trade thinking that, obviously you don't want to perpetuate a negative mindset, but you don't want to be going into every single trade saying, I'm winning this no matter what, 100% of the time.
It's not, I don't know if it's a negative mindset, but you have to accept that this is a distinct possibility. And if you can't take it, don't take the trade.
Exactly right. And we are holding these lows right now. We are perking back up. But it means nothing till the final 10. We get to that final 10, all of this will be pretty quickly erased. So on the final 10, we'd be looking for a perk out above the 60s, encroachment into that 74 level again. If we blow off that 74 level, we have 93.5 on deck. That's what I'm looking for in the NQ specifically. Anything you're looking at there, Hoag, for the ES?
If that positive delta in this bar here indicates sellers, I'm looking for a short, but I don't see a good location for it right here. I may not get a good location for it.
Yeah, I mean the other thing that's concerning is how sticky this area is right now because we've had so much volume being transacted in this area. So, there's
like
little reason for the price to meander away from this area.
Like flypaper.
Hey, John, we have MOC imbalance yet?
Yeah, we've got a couple. The 230 was 64 million sell side. The 240,
That's light. Is that for the
74
NYSE?
million sell side. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And we'll see it at 250. 250. It's 150. You're 2 hours behind us, right, Rips?
Yeah, it's 12:45 for me right now. I'm 2 hours behind you guys in Chicago. Yeah.
2 hours. Okay.
Lunchtime.
Yep,
Oh,
just
yeah.
about lunchtime. Well, this is when I eat breakfast. Actually, I I eat breakfast and then dinner's right around 3 p.m. So I'm intermittent fasting most of the day. I've been doing that for the last 7 or 8 years now.
I think that's what Michael's up to too. Doesn't he just eat dinner at like 6 and that's it or something?
Yeah, you can do that too. You want to have a fasting window of about 16 or 18 hours, depending on how deep of a fast you want to go.
Okay.
I'm fasting, but only booze.
Yeah, we're cheering for you, Johnny. We're gonna make you a G.
Yep. I'm off the sauce for a month. This will be a 4-decade record.
Wow. Congratulations. That's huge.
All-time high.
Yeah, I'm a functional alcoholic. No, I don't think I'm an alcoholic.
You're not
I'm not
functional,
struggling with this. So I'm telling myself that because I'm not struggling, I'm okay. I miss my bourbon a little bit, but that's more for the taste.
It's really hard to find directionality here in the market right now. These 40s are still holding up. We keep on pushing up. We look like we're going to flush, and these bidders show up. So it's really still really, really rinsy. Going to have to wait 3 more minutes here till the final 10, and then we'll figure this out.
Right.
245 was 143 million sell side.
Yeah.
Still pretty light.
Yeah. But we've been seeing that. And then at 250, it'll be like 4 billion.
We'll get the 10 figure. 4 billion sell side out of nowhere.
Yeah. Right.
Got about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, I would not have guessed NASDAQ basically flat today with a slightly hot CPI number.
Right? Like nothing happened.
Yep.
It was nowhere near the range I was looking for, number one, and really just kind of range bound, non-directional, whatever you want to call it. It was not a huge event. As D calls it, it was a storm in a teacup.
All right. We are very close to that final 10 now. We're getting some, again, very light liquidity here to the top side. So have to see if this can break out. If it's going to break out to the top side here, entertain those 74s, possibly up to the 93s. This thing can get really loose in these final 10. So if you are deciding to trade this, you have to be very, very careful. And definitely, like Hoag said, assume the risk before the trade even goes on.
Yep. And realize it is not personal. The market doesn't know you, doesn't dislike you, doesn't like you. It's just a fact. Losses happen. Boy, oh boy, we really this lineup, these lines up here. Oh, we're on yours now. Okay.
Let's see.
We traded right back to the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ on that 130 bar, the 1 o'clock bar, 130 bar. Mm-hmm. And it just stopped dead right there. Now we'll see if we go through it.
Yeah, we're about 1 minute away now for that 10 minutes till close, which will get pretty perky. It's looking like very perky here. Gonna see if we can peel off something here.
That's right.
Definitely eyeing this right now.
All right.
Are you? You're not in a position, are you?
I'm not. I'm eyeing it. I'm getting myself prepared. Fingers on the button here.
Yeah. Got it.
Fingers on the button, but we're seeing some nice perkiness coming in here. Got about 10 seconds now until the final 10.
You and YouTube are seeing it now because we're 6 seconds behind, but we will see it right now.
No.
Okay, we had some bidders stepping in there at the 50s. Not as rocky as I would have expected. You can see how fast they pulled all the bids and offers there. Is that kind of
Sure did. Got thin and got
out there?
Hmm.
50s are holding. Not as strong as what I like to see. So
That was
still no trade for me.
436 million sell side.
There you go. That's the answer why. That's a pretty, that's inline kind of. Yeah.
Right.
And that's why we saw, a little bit of sell side coming in, but
436 million among friends.
Amongst friends. That's right.
Yeah, you might see this pickup in the final 5, but for the time being, it's still not. There's a small little flush, but they're showing thin to the bid side now, which is interesting. We are kind of holding above this descending trend line that we had earlier. So we're at the bottom of this range now.
So, Andre, is this that?
We're go ahead.
Positive delta we were talking about, kind of unraveling here already,
and they're getting out right now.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't huge. It's only one bar. It's not like a whole day's worth. But I was looking for the market to kind of rotate lower. There wasn't really a good place for me to get in, but
sure hasn't been, Johnny.
We don't know what's going to happen, but
I mean, yeah.
What was the delta when we were talking about 20 minutes ago there, Hug? Well, you said about 8,000, 10,000, somewhere in that range?
Yeah.
Because I have a read, it's about 6,000 for me now. I don't know what you're seeing on your side. The S&Ps.
2,200, 2,400 positive.
Gotcha.
They're out.
So, but that 30-minute, that first red bar on the 30-minute chart here in the S&Ps had positive delta. So that might indicate, some stronger sellers coming in and just kind of offering it to the short time frame and getting them long, and then they may capitulate at the end of the day, But it's nothing strong enough for me to really act upon.
Either way.
Yeah, we're completely range bound on this complete this whole extension of this volume shelf here. Again, that 30 to 60 volume shelf here on the NQs at least. We are perking back up. We did get some bid side liquidity showing up at those low 30s. Take any trade on that? Yeah, you look at the 15-minute bars in the S&Ps there, Hoag. It's just it's just little chintzy candles there.
Yeah. Little short body, long wicks, no decision.
Yeah, not a tradable market unless you're making the market.
Yeah. And they're so much better at it than we are.
Yeah, they do it hands-free. That's the best part.
Yep. Just print
whatever you're doing, it ain't working.
Tesla's super weak here, by the way. Tesla's weak under all the moving averages in the VWAP. Google still has not reclaimed VWAP. Microsoft is confidently below it. Meta is careening down towards the VWAP here. NVIDIA is bouncing off the VWAP. But so again, we talked about this about 30 minutes ago, looking for confluence across the board. When you don't have confluence, doesn't give you really nice setups to trade. So best to be just hands off.
That's okay too, right?
Hey!
Yeah, tomorrow's another day.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have a setup to trade here on the close, but that's the market. You have to trade what the market is giving you. You don't want to force your will on the market. And the more you try to force your will on the market, the less money you're going to pull out from that market.
Oh, I've tried to do that. It doesn't work. Try and impose my will on the market.
We have about 15 seconds now until the final 5 here.
Do it.
Apple's starting to perk up. ES might be waking up here, but as many times as they've come up and faked us out here, I'm not sold yet.
Yeah.
I've seen this trick, 16 times already this afternoon?
Right. Look at that chart.
They've done this one multiple times. They get you all excited and you see all these orders coming in, and then all of a sudden, hey, we're going to pull these orders. There's no more orders in the market.
Oh, boy.
Buyers.
Yeah, ES is perking up alongside NQ, running into that same brick wall in the NQ at the 60s for now. No confluence still across the board from what I can see.
And no
Part of me wants to
real-
short this here to try to make the market, try to get 10, 15 handles, but yeah, we're so close to the end of the day. That's
real
more of kind of an
divergence.
impulsive trade there.
Right.
Definitely not going to take it.
What a day.
You all right
Poor
there,
Max.
Andre?
I'm tired, man. Not gonna lie, it's been a hell of a day. Tired.
Were you out last night?
I was not. I was not.
Just checking.
Yeah. Be nice, everyone. But yeah. Hey, Rips, you're gonna join us again, right?
Oh, yeah, we're going to be here tomorrow morning trading the open.
Looks like they would like to see your book map. If we could put
Oh,
it
yeah,
on
let me
Rip's
bring that
chart.
up. Let me do book
There we
map
go.
only. There we go. Yeah, this is one of the most docile closes that we've seen in quite some time.
And after day like today.
Especially after CPI, right?
Right.
Not really the type of close that you would expect on such a very volatile day, right? What was our range today? We have 40, about 250 in the NQs there.
290.
Just about. Roger that.
290, and that's regular trading hours. 290.
Gotcha.
And 59 and a half points in the S&Ps.
Yeah, and
Most
this is
of it
the
was-
close. That's crazy. This
Yep.
is the close here.
Right?
Yeah, I know. Power hour.
Yeah, powerless hour, more like it.
Power.
Powers out hour.
Right.
Somebody didn't pay the electric bill hour.
Well, I think we presented a good example. I mean, we could have been very aggressive and getting chopped up and, doing a lot of things here, but we didn't see it, so we didn't do it. A good example.
Yeah, it is perking up a little bit higher here, but I think we'll be contained towards the 70s. I'd be pretty hard pressed to see if we're actually going to perk out. In the final minute, you can have the most wild volatility that you've ever seen. And, you'll have some people who maybe short this market waiting till the last minute to cover those shorts. And you can see kind of a perk up into the close there. But it kind of leans more into gambling if you're looking for that kind of move. You don't have a clear setup. Final minute of the day. Why ruin your day if you're up,
Yeah. Unless there's a reason for it. I don't see a reason for it.
Right.
So final minute coming up. Oh, what'd you learn today?
Oh, I learn something every day. There's too much to
Johnny.
But it was it was a good day. I lost a little bit of money, but that's the game. And I know I'll get it back over time. I'm not worried about it. And Rips, it was nice to have you with us today. Always
Absolutely.
a pleasure.
Thanks
You're
for
a rock
having
star,
me. I really
man.
appreciate it.
See you in the morning. Thanks to everyone that joined. That was here for Bell to Bell. Hell of a trading day today. Power hour, not so hot, but tomorrow's another day. Like Rip said, 23 hours a day.
Yeah, we'll sort through those forms, and Rips is going to be back tomorrow morning for Fast Markets to trade the open. Should be a grand old time, so stick around. Well, don't stick around.
Oh,
Go
nice.
home, do something now, but then come back in the morning, 8 a.m. opening call, 8:30 Fast Markets, doing the whole thing tomorrow. That is 3 o'clock. That is the bell. Rips, thanks so much for joining us. Thrilled to have you. Look forward to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll
Everyone
be fun
out.
on
Yeah.
Fast Markets.
Yep. Thanks, man.
Johnny,
Yeah.
you gonna be there? Hoagie, you gonna be trading Fast Markets?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Looking forward to
Yeah.
trading alongside everybody in here. Hopefully see you too, Andre, see you,
Yeah.
Jack, and Eddie as
Got
well.
it, man. Thanks.
Absolutely. Well, Hoag, only you know how to take it home.
Ah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other. Make sure you say a prayer for peace. Get some rest. Be ready for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to trading with Rips tomorrow. I know you guys are all too. And be ready. We'll see you then.